Welcome to Europe Day 22, a day full of activities across Europe, brought to you by Cultural Action Europe, the major network of European cultural organizations, as a part of a project Amplify, Make the Future of Europe Yours. And of course, not to forget the Center of Fine Arts, Beaux-Arts, in Brussels, and the European Culture Foundation in Amsterdam, and the Bali in Amsterdam as well. We are here live from the the Center of Fine Arts here in Brussels, in the capital of Europe, Beaux-Arts. My name is Reine Elisabeth Kiambote.
And I am Mick Terreers, and yes, this is the final stage of Amplify, Make the Future of Europe Yours. It's co-funded by the European Parliament, and it aims at gathering ideas and concerns, mostly about underrepresented voices in the cultural sector. And they try to bring that in, gathering that, and bringing it in to the EU level of decision-making. Today we're going to be listening to a lot of advocates and other people who are going to talk about culture, but also throughout the year, Amplify participants have gathered across Europe, working on campaigns to make sure that culture is being put at the heart of the future of Europe. To make sure that policymakers, cultural leaders, but also EU institutions really listen to what's happening in the cultural sector. We will check in with them later, but as we are meeting here today, there's also a big event happening in Strasbourg in France. It's the final session of the Conference on the Future of Europe, which is a big continent-wide democratic process which has been taking place for a while now. And this is also going to be wrapped up, so stay tuned for those results. This whole event here today will be broadcast live on europeday.eu. That's europeday.eu. Stay tuned because we have an exciting program in store for you. And yeah, also follow us online. Use the hashtag AmplifyInAction and make sure that your thoughts about what's happening in the culture sector Europe gets shared.
Exactly. We'll be checking our feed throughout the whole day from morning until dawn. So don't forget to use the hashtag when mentioning this part that you're following today. We are starting the day with culture as an opening act. So we have two special guests with us who will share their experiences, but also their struggles of taking up space in the political sphere, but also in the public space in general. So to be heard and to be seen from two different contexts. Our first guest, we are very happy to welcome her, is Polina Moroz. She is a multidisciplinary artist and a designer who is born in Ukraine but now based in Paris, in France. And she is a Swedish Institute alumni, originally trained as an architect and was part of the Pilorama Kiev Collective for Urban Intervention and Community Participation. So in parallel with working in architectural studios in Copenhagen, New York and Paris, she has developed her own artistic practice. Please welcome Polina Moroz.
Hello, and thank you for the introduction. I'm very grateful to be here and to have an opportunity and a chance to speak and to be heard. Today is a very symbolic day for me to perform because today in Ukraine we celebrate Victory Day in World War II over Nazism. The new Victory Day is not yet in sight, but we can all make it closer by addressing some issues that have been overlooked in the field of culture and arts for a very long time. Today I will be talking about the role of artists in influencing the society, but also about the need to reassess the way the Western world and institutions see, study and displays Russian culture and culture of its neighbors in general. I'm just 1 year younger than the independence of my country. As I was growing up, so was the democracy of Ukraine. And through my experience, I was seeing how this democracy was growing up, how was growing up the political awareness in the society. In 2004, as a kid, I witnessed the Orange Revolution in Kiev. 9 years later, when thousands of people came out to protest against corrupt pro-Russian ex-president, I was there as well, manifesting for the future of Ukraine with European values, values of freedom of speech, of liberty, of dignity, and of mutual respect. Being there led me to understand that art is not escapism, it's a tool, a very useful tool that, in my opinion, should either elevate the spirit or, through constructive criticism, find ways of living together in the society. Otherwise, it might become a very dangerous medium in the hands of autocratic political powers. This protest movement was often depicted by Russian media as if it was artificially created and manipulated by external powers for geopolitical profits. This opinion, largely spread by Russian propaganda, completely objectified all the protesters, basically depicting them as pawns in the world arena, depriving us of our own will, of will that we were trying to manifest. This is a cruel idea that makes people who believe in it feel powerless, that they can't change anything. The liberty of expression is a cornerstone of democracy and of art, and that's what we were actually fighting for. Participating in this protest movement inspired me to declare my stance as an individual and as an artist. During these events, I initiated the charity art project called Revolutionary ABC, where I invited 23 artists, architects, and illustrators to collaborate on a book together. We highlighted everything we've been seeing and feeling throughout this time as an ABC, so every letter of the alphabet had a certain word connected to the events. We created an edition, and our goal was to document the events, increase awareness about the injustice, and raise funds. Initially, we were intending with these funds to help people on Maidan, the protesters, but it took a bit longer, so when we got some money, it was directed to the children in Donbass, because that was already when Russia invaded it there. Working on this project gave us artists an opportunity to narrate our history through a lens not available to cartographers or media. As President Zelensky said in his video introduction of the opening of the Ukrainian exhibition at Venice Biennale this year, "Art can tell world things that can't be told otherwise." Some politicians believe that a nation as a territory can be forcibly sewn from pieces, but with money, or can be marked with boundaries on a map. However, I'm convinced that a nation is the product of its intellectual and cultural history. The identity of a nation is created by artists. It's drawn, represented by actors, drawn by artists, designers, and architects. The term nation in Ukraine doesn't signify the same thing as it does in the West. By it, most democratic countries mean political nation, which suggests that Ukraine exists only for the past 30 years, since 1991, after it declared its independence. It completely ignores the fact that people on this territory had their own history, own traditions, long before the end of the 20th century. This misunderstanding is largely a result of Russian imperialism, which both suppressed and appropriated Ukrainian history and culture. Moreover, the hegemony of Russian culture and academia in the West made them the sole narrator of the history of all ex-Soviet countries, with their own words and agenda, using its culture as soft power. According to the prominent researcher Eva Thompson, for centuries, Russia remained an empire built on expansive nationalism. This common principle was a key element of both the Russian monarchy and, ironically, the Soviet Union. Its numerous aggressive methods of conquest were accompanied by forcible assimilation and destruction of any local discourse. Eastern Europe, Siberia, Central Asia, and the area of Black and Caspian Seas are still considered to be geographically and culturally a post-Soviet bloc or the Russian sphere of influence. And as it often happens with empires, the metropolis dominates the Western platforms with its own historical and cultural discourse, despite the disapproval of its former subjects. Until now, Russia has evaded its post-colonial discourse, mainly due to the absence of critical self-awareness, strengthened by the lack of interest from Western academia. In 20 years of Colonialism and Colonial History journal, there was not a single research article about Russia or USSR. Ukraine has remained a grey spot on the world cultural map up until now, and the reason for it lies not in its low quality of its heritage or product, but in repression of Ukrainian voices led by Russia for centuries, resulting in its invisibility and very low international support. I'll give a few examples of that long-standing repression. In the year 1720, Peter I issued a decree forbidding printing books in the Ukrainian language. The series of similar aggressive policies continued until the relatively recent repressions and executions of the Ukrainian cultural elite in the Soviet Union. On this slide, you can see the list of laws issued by Russia up until 21st century that were forbidding printing books in Ukrainian language, forbidding performing in Ukrainian language. And I think the length of this list can explain why, until now, I am still asked if Ukrainian is a dialect of Russian, or why there are almost no translations of Ukrainian writers in the Western world. I'm a graduate of Ukrainian State Academy of Arts located in Kiev. One of its founders, Mikhailo Boychuk, and his student Vasil Sedlar were convicted as traitors by Soviets for having exhibited their works in Paris, where I live now, and they were executed together. Of course, most of their canvases were cut and thrown away, and the books Vasil Sedlar illustrated were burned. The wife of Mikhailo Boychuk was killed as well for trying to save his paintings. One of the most recent cases of artist persecution was a staged KGB murder of Ukrainian artist and a human rights activist Alla Horska in 1970. It's not that long ago. Closer to our present time, the legendary poet Vasil Stus has spent 13 years in detention until his death in 1985 for his political convictions and writing in Ukrainian. The list goes on. And as we speak, the Russian army is systematically destroying and looting any cultural institution they can target in Ukraine, including archives, museums, because their propaganda that Ukraine doesn't exist can only be maintained if there is no Ukrainian heritage left. There is repression and suppression, but there is also appropriation, another tool mastered by Russian propaganda. Unfortunately, it is much less evident for non-Russian speakers. Many artists of Ukrainian origins who are exhibited worldwide and taught in art schools are still labeled as Russians. Alexander Ekster, Vladimir Tatlin, Kazimir Malevich, and many others are often represented without any mention of their Ukrainian origins and how it influenced their work. As you can see here in the tweet, a recent tweet, David Burluk is Ukrainian, Mayakovsky was born in Georgia, Alexander Ekster was born in Odessa, Tatlin worked in Kharkiv, but everywhere they're represented as Russians. Malevich, born to Polish parents in Kiev, often stated his main inspiration was Ukrainian rural arts and craft. Moreover, when the artificial famine Holodomor took the lives of millions of Ukrainians in the 30s, he was the only artist who dared to express his feelings about it in his famous series called Peasants. I don't recall ever seeing information about this in any museum where his works were exhibited. One of the most recent examples is the Ilya Repin retrospective at Petit Palais in Paris in 2021, under the title Painter of Russian Soul. At that moment, Russia has already gathered its army at the Ukrainian border, ready to attack, but there was no mention in the exhibition of Repin's talent being shaped by his birthplace, Ukraine, despite the abundance of information available on that matter. I believe that the reassessment of what is considered Russian would open space for alternative readings, new ideas, platforms for emerging voices, and more opportunities not only for Ukrainians, but for all other nations who suffered from its imperialism. It would benefit us all, enriching through cultural exchange and diversity. This is not a call for justice. This is also a call for a shift in cultural politics. Current Ukrainian art institutions are deprived of their credibility by the false historical narrative and the constant shift of attention. I am quoting the Ukrainian art historian Alisa Loshkina. We are driven into a very narrow niche and always have to prove something to those around us. That we exist, that we do interesting projects, that our country has a very rich cultural tradition. I could also give examples of how the cultural hegemony of Russia and the lack of understanding of its imperialistic discourse deprives Ukraine and former Soviet Union countries of work opportunities. The Cité Internationale des Arts is an artist residence building that accommodates artists of all specialties in Paris. They've been working with various foreign organizations, including the International Confederation of Artists Union, which represented artists from ex-Soviet countries, with their headquarters being in Moscow. Between 2003 and 2014, many Ukrainian artists became residents of Cité Internationale des Arts under the quota of Confederation. But in 2017, already after the annexation of Crimea and invasion of Donbass, Confederation was dismantled by Russian authorities without any clarification to any 12 members of the treaty. As a result, Russia became the sole beneficiary of the artists' studios in Cité des Arts. No more Ukrainians, no more Georgians. Moreover, after the brutal invasion took place on 24th of February, the Russian Union of Artists has published an open letter in support of so-called special military operation, which is killing civilians in Ukraine at this very moment. Despite all of this and letters of Ukrainian sides and officials, Cité Internationale des Arts hasn't suspended their cooperation with Russian Union of Artists. In a recent conference at Cambridge University, PhD Olesya Kromichuk explained how her peers kept telling her that she should study Russia, the important history, and not Ukraine if she wants to find a job after her studies. It seems like I forgot my last note, but I will continue from here. The European Union's motto is United in Diversity. And many of my friends in Ukraine who are artists, musicians, architects, representatives of creative professions, they have traded their tools and instruments for rifles without hesitation. Not because they are pro-war, but because they are defending the cornerstone of European values, the freedom. Because they know that without freedom and freedom of speech, there is no art and there is no life. Thank you. Thank you very much.
linking it to the ongoing situation in Ukraine. Thank you for being here with us. Next up is Beatriz Duodu. She's a journalist and presenter based in Catalonia, in Barcelona. And she specializes in social inequalities, injustice, and also the underrepresentation or the representation of minorities in media. She wrote articles like Where Are Black Women in Catalan Media and Where is Diversity in Newsrooms? Beatriz, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. And thank you to Culture Action Europe for inviting me to this event. I'm really happy to be here. It's my first time in Brussels, and it's been amazing so far. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing.
There is this one day I always remember. Back in 2003, I was just 7 years old. I was this little child. I was at home with my mom. We were watching the news, and back then they were talking about the Iraq war. And I remember that day I saw these images that they were really explicit and violent, so they scared me. I was frightened, so I ran into my room, and I was hiding there for some minutes. And later I came back. I went back to keep watching TV because I thought, even though I'm super scared, right now, this is what I want to do in future. I want to be a journalist. I want to be the person who brings the news to others. Little did I know that that day and the rest of the days, there was another scary situation going on, which was the lack of representation that I would have to grow up with about diversity in media. Well, not absolute lack of representation. The thing is that whenever people like me would appear in media, it was about the same themes, the same topics, like stereotypical topics, like immigration, criminality, the hunger in the world, tragedies, or football. I grew up thinking that only those topics were interesting about my communities. I grew up thinking that my community and the rest of migrant communities. I grew up thinking that our languages, our culture, our gastronomy, our history, our projects, our business, our life stories, our dreams, I thought they didn't have to be, they weren't worth being on TV, on the public sphere. Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi talked about the danger of unique story. The fact of hearing the same story over and over will completely block your ability to think that there's a different version possible. So 16 years later of that day, in September 2019, I became the first Black journalist to work on public Catalan television. After it had been created 37, I repeat, 37 years ago. I worked in the morning magazine show, so I would talk about any topics that were in the agenda that day, politics, economy, etc., but especially about society. And I was sometimes on set. I would other times go out and do like live connections. I was recording a lot of reports. I was learning about editing, about production, about everything I ever dreamed. Like my dream was coming true. But it was even better than what I dreamed because it was coming true in my language, which is Catalan, in my country, which is Catalonia, and I was doing it for the society I love, which is the Catalan society where I grew up. While I was working there, I had the chance to bring up all of these topics that affect migrant people's life and usually are not seen in media. And what was most important to me, I was able to do it without an ethnocentric, biased, and paternalist point of view. I will tell you about some of these stories. We once talked about what is it like to be illiterate nowadays, and why and how does it affect mostly migrant women. So I met this amazing woman from Equatorial Guinea, Belinda. She told me about her story. She got married. She had to get married when she was very young, and then she had to travel to Spain, so she wasn't able to keep studying. And when she was here, she was working on cleaning houses. So sometimes she would go to the houses, and the people there would leave a note with the tasks to do. And she had the worst time ever because she wasn't able to read these notes. And she explained how this local association had helped her to learn to read and to write. So now she's a great reader. Another story. Zohair and Adama told me about what is it to do Ramadan, the 1 month fasting, while you live in Catalonia and you are a young person who is studying, who is working. Adama is a nurse, Zohair is a journalist. So they talked about Ramadan in an actual, in a more modern perspective, just like how it's life nowadays doing Ramadan. And I remember they said, we wish Ramadan was present in media as Christmas or Easter is present in media also. Khadija and Sheikh, who are a social worker and a psychologist specialized in gender violence, they told me about having to deal with racism. We did another report about having to deal with racism on a daily basis, like getting into a shop and being followed by the security person who's working there, or being stopped for no reason by the police and being abused for the police for no reason, just because they're black. We also did funny stuff. I remember one time we did this report about how to cook ndambe. Ndambe is this typical Senegalese meal. And you should have seen me on TV cutting onions and crying. It was so funny. But it was just the perfect excuse to be able to talk about migrant process, migrant story, and the most important, how the chef, Soli, and his family created this amazing cooperative catering. It's called Abarca Catering. They're doing a great job. They actually won last year an award to the best Catalan cooperative. Last story. We went to La Mina, which is the neighborhood in Barcelona where most of the Roma community live. And we heard the story of Susana. She told us about, she was saying that the community was super proud because in these last years, the rate of graduates was increasing, which is amazing because 40 years ago, they were not even allowed to go to school with the rest of the kids. So the change was amazing in these years. Susana got a scholarship to one of the best economy colleges in Catalonia, because her marks were just out of this world. She's brilliant. And she told me, after studying, I struggled to get a job because of my ethnic background. So at the end of the day, she had to start working on an association that works in the community because she was struggling to find a job everywhere else. And she said, this is not only my story, this is the rest of my mates' story. We call this report to be visible and to exist. You may have noticed that I've been talking in the past tense. I used to work, I was this, I was that. That's because I am not in public Catalan television anymore. The channel was losing audience, and they thought that the best solution was to fire all the people that we were talking about society, all the journalists that we were talking about society, and hire more spectacular journalists. The thing is, this happens, it's I mean, even public television, it's a company in a capitalist system, so sadly people lose their jobs. It's not about me. It's about the fact that no one thought about the harm that they were doing to Catalan society, eliminating this little tiny quote of diversity that they had. Almost a year has passed, and there is absolutely no concern. I have absolutely seen any actions to try to get back that quote of diversity. 16% of Catalan population is migrant or has migrant background. So why are we not in media? Why are we not on television, on radio, on newspapers? Why aren't we not there telling our own stories? Where is the representation for Black community, Asian community, South American community, Eastern Europe community? There is this regulatory body called Catalan Corporation of Media Communication that works to make sure that public television is doing an equality with justice and good practices job. So they're doing a great job incorporating gender perspective, but when are they going to do it incorporating racial perspective? Solutions. We need legislation, not only local legislation, but also European legislation to make sure that at least the quotes, the diversity quotes, are there on media. We need to be present in newsrooms. We need to be present in the decision-making places. What I would like to, the message I would like to give is that this is not about me or about my job or my career. It doesn't matter. It's about the fact of that every child, every Black child, every Asian child, every South American child, or watching television when they're kids and being able to see themselves represented there and being able to say, maybe tomorrow or when I grow up, I will be able to, sorry, I just get very emotional talking about this. Maybe tomorrow I will be working there because I am part of the society. I have a lot to contribute to this society. And as the rest of the society, my life also matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Beatriz. Please join us on the stage, both Paulina and Beatriz, for a little conversation. Two very different contexts, but all linked to the role of artists, the cultural sector, journalism, media in Europe right now. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yes, thank you so much, ladies. That was, both your stories was very hard to hear. I got a little bit teary-eyed myself at the end. I just want to start off with Paulina, so Beatriz can catch her breath for a little bit.
Thank you.
So I feel like both of you are pioneers in a sense. You talked about the revolutionary ABC book that you created with other people. Can you tell us more about what drove you really to, to do that and just be like, I need something to inspire people or have more inclusion, more of a fair society, to help create that? What inspired you?
Well, before this revolution started, the atmosphere in the society was becoming more and more tense because more and more people, especially in my circle of, in my community, were not agreeing with this authoritarian rule and the rules that were imposed on us. Because basically what was the catalysator of this protest was the change of direction from integration into European Union of Ukraine towards closer ties with Russia. And people of my generation didn't want that at all, because people want to live in a free society where there's freedom of speech, where people can express themselves. So when the protest movement started, it became violent very fast, because the government tried to suppress it with all the means, but people were so sick of this way of living that they started doing Molotov cocktails. It became very, very violent. And even though I was there almost every day, I felt like I'm not the person who's going to throw Molotov cocktails. That's not my way of fighting. So I felt kind of powerless, because that is exactly what was happening at the moment, nothing else. Everybody was involved in it. So I thought, as an artist, I should use the tool I have and fight with this. And I also was seeing all my friends, artists, who were feeling exactly the same thing. They were feeling powerless and not being able to go and fight directly with police. So when I proposed this, everybody was very enthusiastic to join and contribute. So
That's really nice.
Yeah. I think, Beatrice, you talked at the end a bit about legislation, things that need to be done in order to have better representation of minorities, but also just underrepresented voices in media. Mm-hmm. Do you see, like, it's changing rapidly right now? Do you see a lot of good and positive developments as well across Europe, or is it still something that really needs to be fought hard for, obviously?
I think that maybe there is a little more awareness about the need to bring these voices and all this talent and all these stories into media. But again, I feel like with every social movement, it happens on the streets, it happens in the communities, it happens in the anti-racist associations. We have a lot of activists, a lot of artists, a lot of journalists doing all of this work to fight for our places in public sphere, but then it doesn't translate to the decision makers. So at the end of the day, it's like we feel like we're doing a lot because we are, as I was saying, we are part of the society. I don't imagine any Europe if it's not a diverse Europe. If Europe has a face, I hope someday it looks more like me than the typical Europe face that we could maybe imagine. But I think there's more. There's more that needs to be done. Basically, because I feel like it's not taken like in a priority. Like I was saying, in Catalonia, in the public television, they have been doing this great work on bringing this gender perspective. Like whenever they will talk about gender violence, they would do it from a gender perspective. They would put like all the tools that you have to fight against it. What do you have to do whenever it happens to you? And not also that, but also the presence of women talking about all topics. The presence of women they bring into television to talk about politics, economy. They're doing a great job. It's still not enough, but they're doing a great job. So it's a matter of time and a matter of willness, I think it's called, that you want to do it, to do the same with racial perspective, because you cannot have a public television that we've all built together, we all pay our taxes, so this can happen, this can go on. You have a social responsibility, and you cannot just sit there and be okay with everyone, absolutely everyone, being white on that television, because right after the show finishes, you will walk outside, and that's not the reality you will see. It's very different. So yeah, there is still a lot of work to do.
So I have a question for both of you. If we're on the topic of diversity and inclusion, but also, you know, everything what's happening in Ukraine, it also has that. How do you make sure that your project, your fight for justice and, you know, inclusion, how do you make sure that it's not politically recouped, so that it doesn't it's not being used as a propaganda politically. It's a question for both of you a little bit. I don't know, maybe Polina, you want to answer first?
Well, I think, of course, the artist has a huge responsibility before society to be not biased, but I think that the crucial role is played by institutions and platforms that give the voice to an artist. And in order for that, those institutions, they shouldn't translate the agendas of any third party, basically meaning government, or it could be lobbies, or it could be even donors who donate to the museums or any residences. Basically, freedom of speech, guaranteed freedom of speech by the government is the basics that I think would allow art not to be instrumentalized.
I think it's hard to not to be instrumentalized, because absolutely everything we do and every word we say has to do with politics. So it's not the fact of trying not to be propaganda. I think it's more the fact of being always conscious about what you are doing. So I come back to my work and my area, journalism. Every single word I write when I'm writing about a news or I'm recording a report, I have to do it consciously because I know it has a political implication. So at the end of the day, you're just working in a system, and you have to be part of it to be able to take your message there. So it's quite difficult to try to run away from being instrumentalized. Even my presence in public television, I would say that it could have been a little instrumentalized, because in that time, well, a little after, there was all the Black Lives Matter movement. So there was, I have this this journalist mate, she's a great inspiration for me. She's one of the few black journalists in Spain working on television. She would say this thing that sometimes media do. They will put a black person on your table just because now we're talking about diversity. So you need to be conscious that you may be using instrumentally, but you are an active person with an active voice. You actually have like social media to be able to spread your message. So even though you are in the system and you cannot run away from it, you have to be very conscious while working in the system, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mention that, because it's just constant ongoing sort of, struggle, or at least a fight to make sure that the voices are heard, that representation is there. But also it must be strange that you mentioned Black Lives Matter, but also now obviously all eyes in Europe are on Ukraine. And now there's a huge spotlight during these movements, during these spikes, sort of. Is it something that you see is maybe also a good moment to make sure that, hey, now a lot of people are paying attention? Not saying this is not a good moment, more like now a lot of people are paying attention. What can artists and people in the cultural sector, people in media do during these moments to make sure that this is not just a one-time sort of focus, but also keeps an issue, keeps being on the agenda?
That's actually a very, very good question, and I think there was a lot of discussions about it among my Ukrainian colleagues from different fields, cinema, literature, etc. Because what we observed, what was happening a lot, is that yes, we were in the spotlight, but still we were often not being heard. We were sort of explained how should we tell about our experience. And I think that's what is a big mistake, and that shouldn't happen, because it almost felt like people look at us, but they still look at us through their own prism. That was I was talking about, the prism of Russian imperialism, where we our voice is not as strong enough as the voice of Russian dissidents. So I think what's important is to understand that Ukraine has its own history. I would be speaking for Ukraine because that is something that is really, I find important, that we have our own view on what is happening, and this view should be taken into consideration and proceeded with. But again, people were talking about this for a very long time. The war didn't start in February, it started 8 years ago. And people were talking about it, but it wasn't really, we were not listened until it just became so violent that there was no other choice. And I think this is a good beginning, and I really, really hope that it won't stop here, that this system, which not only Ukraine suffered from, but all the Baltic countries and basically all neighbors of Russia, they suffer from it until this moment. So I hope it will bring a change, a long-standing change.
Beatrice, I see you nodding.
A lot.
You're agreeing, yes.
I think I agree when you said that it had to become huge so that it would really be on the focus. People will really talk about it. Media will really talk about it. I think this war, this whole terrible situation, is a good opportunity to make Europeans, institutions, but also society, also people, look at themselves in the mirror. Because there are also other wars and tragic situations that has been happening all these years, not only outside Europe, but also inside Europe. And they have been basically ignored, I would say. So you would even hear in media this people, journalists saying, this is not what we're used to. We're used to seeing, no, these kids have blonde hair and blue eyes. This is not the type of suffering we're used to see in media.
I don't have blonde hair.
And I think it's a good moment to make Europeans look at the mirror and think about our own values and how we value some lives and some struggles more than others, because I lost what I was going to say.
The response to the migrant crisis was so different.
That's it.
With migrants from Afghanistan or Syria, and I saw that as well in other European countries. There's a lot of attention now,
Absolutely.
but obviously this is something that.
And for example, there's this thing people would say, this war affects us more because it's closer to us. But at the same time, there is Frontex, and there is all this system of blocking the south of Europe in Spain border. People losing their lives daily in Mediterranean Sea, or if they don't lose it, they struggle to get into the country, and then they will be in centers, in migrant centers, or they will be deported. So if we calculate the kilometers, technically, South Spain is closer to you than Ukraine and Russia. It's not that I'm saying it's equal or less. One thing is less important than the other. No. I'm just saying that maybe this is the chance to be able to build this empathy that I think Europe should represent. So every crisis, at the end of the day, can be an opportunity if it's handled in the right way.
What do you think that media, as a former journalist, should do about that to reflect the reality of what is going on in the whole world and not just a specific topic? What can be done about that?
What can be done? I think this is, I know I'm asking for a lot, but I think journalism should be able to come back to its essence. So when I was studying journalism, I would read about Truman Capote and Tom Wolfe and all these people. And what I loved about journalism is the fact of being on the streets and listening to people and their actual stories. I mean, I think that's the real value of journalism. So when you work in media, you see that the system is very different, because there are all these factors of you need to be fast publishing the news, you need to produce a lot because you want to be the first before the other media does it, blah, blah, blah. And inside of this super fast society we live in. So maybe that's a beginning to stop and rethink, who are we doing journalism for? Because even though the discourse, the traditional discourse is that journalism is objective, we look at things objectively, we cannot do things objectively because we're subjects. So maybe that's the beginning, to rethink, who are we doing journalists for? What is the purpose of this? Do I want a more justice? Do I want a more diverse, a more inclusive society? Then I have to rethink the way I'm doing it, because it's not taking me there. I think that could be a good start.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe to bring it also back, well, bring it to the cultural sector and artists, like, we talked a bit about it at the start, like how can we make sure that it's not being instrumentalized, or like both the people but also the artists themselves. But there's also a very important role for artists or people in the cultural sector during moments of crises, as you say, right? They have a lot of opportunity to be part of the conversation. How do you see the role of artists during this war? Maybe, for instance, in Ukraine, like you've talked about that, of course, as well. But how do you see the role of artists during the war in Ukraine?
Well, the role of artists in general, of course, is to shift preconceived ideas, to raise questions, to inspire people to think critically. But the war, actually, and especially the one that we're seeing and developing, is such a traumatic experience that you can't make a very a sole definition of what an artist should do. And from what I'm seeing from my friends and colleagues who are in Ukraine or who have left recently, some are engaged directly in combat because they felt that there's only way they can respond to the aggression. Some people are actively volunteering, they're cooking food, bringing it to the elderly and disabled people in liberated territories. I know a woman, she's an artist, she has a medical education actually, she's volunteering, she's volunteering at the front, she's helping soldiers and people who were wounded. Some are producing sketches every day, just documenting their experience, and some can do anything at all. They just feel so overwhelmed with grief that they can't touch the pen. And maybe they will have the role later because some experiences need to be processed and they need to be thoroughly synced
Sunken in, yeah.
Yes, so we'll see. In any way, art is a part of a collective memory, which is very important in order to process what happened, in order to understand where are the faults, what can we do so it will never happen again. And art is an important part of it. And I don't know, the Guernica of Picasso comes to mind because seeing it, it's not a direct photo, it's not a direct documentation of the horrors, but it evokes the same powerful message that things like this, they shouldn't happen. So I think the role of artists is very important, but everybody chooses how to play it.
Mm-hmm. Beatrice touched upon that very shortly, the role of social media as well. Social media has this way of, getting to everyone through phone, through computer or whatever. And now there's also a thing like cancel culture. How do you as an artist or as a journalist, how do you feel about cancel culture, about people who say certain things or do certain things that don't really align with the European, if I can say that, state of mind or what we feel is European, for the progression of our society? How do you feel about cancel culture?
Well, it's a good question because there were a lot of appeals from Ukrainian cultural institutions and cultural workers to boycott Russian culture in view of the aggression. And there was, from the European side, there was a very negative perception of it, and a very, I would say, it was called radical. But what I think people didn't understand is that nobody asked to cancel Russian culture, to forget about it. Nobody will forget Tolstoy or Dostoevsky. The question was to put on pause and to reassess what is Russian culture, because as I was talking earlier, part of it is not Russian at all, or some important discourses and narratives in it, they were excluded because they were not aligned with the government, which led to complete cover of the crimes that were being done in the meantime. So I think everything is not so black and white, and boycott is not cancel, and cancel also is, maybe it's a way to reassess what we consider wrong and to give a chance for it to change and be seen otherwise.
Not erase. Yes.
Yes.
Beatrice, shortly.
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better. So I would just say that it's a good tool if it's used in a measure, if it's used with the purpose of giving the chance to reassess, to give another version. But especially now that in Europe we are seeing this race of the right-handed political parties, but it can also be a little dangerous. Like every tool, it depends on whose hands is in it. So if it's in powerful hands, maybe they can use it to silence and to eliminate the discourses they don't want people to talk about. But I think that's what we have to have in mind. It's a tool, and a tool can be harmful or can be really useful.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice one.
Nice one.
Let's use our powers for good, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you for inviting us here and having this very important conversation. And
yes,
thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Beatrice Polina.
Yes. My mic is not. Oh, it's working. So we have another special guest. We only have special guests for you today, so you have to stay tuned with us. Don't forget to hashtag Amplify in Action. So deriving from folk music, R&B, and pop, in combination with her home region Västerbotten in Sweden, strong oral storytelling culture, Francesca Vincenti approaches universal themes through an original expression.
Yeah, so it's stories about migration, nature, and identity, told with her intimate voice and electroacoustic music. She wants to overlap differences between people and create a sense of belonging. Here's Francesca.
Havet långt blicken blankt utan krom och allt var lugnt. Du tog min hand och blickade ut och sa undra om det finns ett slut. Höll mig hårt, vi steg ombord. Steg för steg, högt och svindlande. I takt med solen kryddade resans gång. När båten sjöng sin avskedssång. Men själen, den finns kvar än. Och skuggan av den tid som var kommer alltid med oss finnas kvar. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Francesca. It feels like a very personal song. What does this song in particular mean to you? And what is it about? But what does it mean to you mostly?
Yes, so this song is called Laut Yang Tenang, that means calm ocean in Indonesian. And so I did a storytelling project called Although in Pieces Yet One, where I kind of explored my own background. So I'm Swedish, but I'm also Indonesian Dutch. And growing up in Sweden, it was pretty hard to grasp this whole, like, what is Indonesian, what is Dutch, what is Indonesian Dutch? Is that a separate thing? And yeah, that whole discussion about the colonial history between Indonesia and Holland. So I made this song in particular to kind of understand what people had gone through, and also what my own family had gone through with the colonial past, with people being in Indonesia, and a lot of people having to leave because of different reasons after the independence was declared in 1945, and from that time until 1968, it was like 5 waves of people going from Indonesia to Holland, to different countries because of different reasons, because of war, because it was very chaotic times. This song was like, okay, I want to try to understand what people have gone through with leaving their country behind, leaving their culture behind, their language, it's personal, but also political in that manner, yeah.
Thank you so much. So In Pieces Yet One is also where the visuals are from, right?
Yes, so this is made by Ella Mesul, and she's from Latvia. She made beautiful illustrations to the stories that I made. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And we'll be back with you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
repeating this a whole lot during the rest of the day. So hashtag amplify in action so we can see your contributions about culture and policy making in our feed. So what better way to bridge the gap between the policymakers and the cultural sector than to organize a dialogue? So we have several policymakers who will be joining us online and offline here in our studio, and several Amplify in Action participants. I will name a few of them: Lawrence Ferreng, Alexis Gergiolis, Niklas Ninas, Guillemette Madinier, Angelos Agalianos, and the three institutions behind the conference on the future of Europe are represented here today as well. So to kick off, we will see the call for action from a few art students from the Amplify Hub participants from the Netherlands.
A Europe in which all sort of partnerships have the same rights and the same procedure.
We imagine a Europe in which gig workers get the same legal protective framework as other workers.
We imagine a Europe in which subcultures like chemsex are not stigmatized in order to provide health and safety measures.
We imagine a Europe where mental health is considered like physical health, without stigma and with access to proper care.
We imagine a Europe in which we eliminate the economic imbalance between Western and Eastern Europe.
We imagine a Europe in which eco-anxiety is approached with care and trigger for change.
We imagine a Europe in which capitalism doesn't dictate our response to the climate crisis and its victims.
We imagine a Europe in which sex education for all provides a basic understanding of consent, gender identity, sexuality, and pleasure.
Yes, so here we are. As I said, we have also policymakers joining us live in our studio. Thank you so much for being here.
First, we want to go to Strasbourg, if everything is correct. Because, as I mentioned at the intro, the closing ceremony of the Conference on the Future of Europe is happening right now, today, in the hemicycle of the European Parliament in Strasbourg. And we have Ms. Laurence Ferreng with us. She's a member of the European Parliament, and she is also the Parliament's coordinator on the Working Group on Culture, Education, Youth and Sports. And she was doing that for this whole Conference on the Future of Europe. So she's joining us live from Strasbourg, and we're super happy that she could find some time, especially today, to join us and talk a bit about the impacts and the importance of culture, especially also in the context of this Conference on the Future of Europe. Ms. Ferreng, she will be joining us on Zoom, if everything is okay.
Yes, here I. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
From Strasbourg.
Okay? Yes. Yes, I had problem with the sound. So hello, everybody, and hello to my colleagues that I can see online, Niklas Ninas and Alexis Gorgoulis. Thank you so much for having me today. It's really a pleasure to celebrate this Europe Day with a talk on culture and its place in Europe, and especially with young European artists. So I've watched the video that was proposed. It's very interesting to see how young artists are perceiving Europe, and in a particular way what they expect from the future of Europe, or we could say that they expect from a new Europe, because this was exactly the objective of this exclusive, participative, democratic exercise that was the Conference for the Future of Europe, to bring European citizens from every background and every European countries to think about the Europe they want to see in their future. So I've seen many topics like environment, war, or of course the COVID crisis and so on. These are many topics that we have worked on since the beginning of our mandate with my colleagues. So you asked me about about the engagement process of the conference. To me, what needs to be noted first is how youth was involved in the conference. In fact, 1/3 of the citizens involved were young people aged from 16 and 25 years old. And I have to say that their contributions were of high quality and, of course, of high importance when it comes about the future. We had another instance, the European Youth Event, which takes place every 2 years, but also built up a report to feed of the conference, the work of the conference. Now you ask me about how cultural and creative industries and sectors were represented in the conference. Besides the platforms, that was one canal, there was the representative in the conference and the citizens panels. And from their recommendation, we could work in the dedicated working group to build proposals. We have to say that, unfortunately, culture was a difficult topic for citizens to seize, and only one recommendation came out from the citizens' panels. So it's interesting to see that. This recommendation was asking for enhanced cultural exchanges, putting the languages at the center and bringing Europeans closer together by exchanges through the various European programs, Erasmus+, European Solidarity Corps, and the Discover EU initiative. My job and the job of my colleagues in the working group, specifically as a member of the European Parliament, working specifically in the committee dedicated to education, culture, youth and sport, was to ensure that the importance of culture was better reflected in the conclusions of the conference. Thanks to the hard work of every member of the working group and our chair, we managed to have one dedicated chapter for culture, and believe me, it was not one at the beginning of the working group. So culture is an essential part of our identities, but it's abstract and various, hence making it complicated to feel concrete for everyone. During our discussions, we could feel this need of defining a European culture. I think our diversity is at the core of our cultural richness, and this is where the work needs to be done, to make this diversity flourish and to make this diversity meet. Of course, the languages of the physical exchanges, the social events, are of major importance, but we need to keep working to make culture reach everyone in Europe and to permit to our young artists to grow as professionals. The many European opportunities they have need to be more promoted, and they need to be better protected, have a better access to mobility within Europe and to financing. But this work needs to reach out to every European citizen. To conclude, I want to say that culture is one of our best richness in Europe, as it promotes our essential European values, histories and diversities. The conference of the future of Europe is only a starting point of understanding how culture is important to everyone of the European citizen as part of their common identity. And to end with my short presentation, I want to mention what we have in the proposal. And in this proposal, today we are concluding the conference in Strasbourg. we have many topics about, as I said, exchanges and promoting diversity in the languages, including the regional and minority languages. We have as well many points about creating big events and cultural events, particularly on this very day of the Europe Day. Then we have added a chapter about protecting European cultural heritage and culture, and also how we could best involve and include the local and regional culture and production peculiarities, and mobility as well to promote better cooperation at European level. You know, we have as well this very big project of new European Bauhaus, but it's very important because it linked together our new Green Deal and the design, the architecture, and it's really full of opportunities for young people and young creators. Then, of course, as we have crossed this terrible crisis of the COVID-19, we were very active in the Parliament to raise the awareness on the situation of artists. We have added a point on the protection of artists and particularly young artists, because we want to go further on kind of status of European artists to say that everybody and has the freedom to create and has the right to be better protected. So I hope that I have answered the main questions you were asking, and I thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Van Dijk, for joining us, especially on this day. Good luck over there, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this. We're really happy to have you.
Yes, unfortunately, she has to leave because she has other obligations at this moment, but we're really happy for her contribution. And I will ask for a reaction from two MPs of the European Parliament. So first up, we have Niklas Ninas, who is from the Greens group, and Alexis Georgoulis, who is a member of the European Parliament as well, both of them from the left group, and both of them are an active member of the Parliament's Cultural Creators Friendship Group. So, gentlemen, can they hear me? They're not here yet, but we do have some questions for them because they heard what Ms. Farang had to say, and we would really like them to react on that. So we're just checking for the connection. This is what happens when you're hybrids. It's all fun and games until the connection don't work.
So, but well, at least I'm here.
Yes.
I don't know if you can hear me in the studio, though.
We can hear you in the studio.
All right, and Alexis is also there, but he's still muted.
Oh, okay. Which also happens. We can't say unmute yourself.
Maybe you can start, Niklas. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll start. Alexis seems to continue to have some problems. First of all, just a clarification, I'm not from the left group, I'm from the green group.
Oh,
but,
green group.
No problem. I know offense taken. I'm working very closely with my leftist colleagues, and especially in the CCFG, we're working very closely together because we really share this idea that Europe is being brought together through culture, and that for that we need a stronger culture in order to bring Europe really closer together. And I think that has been one of the main outcomes also of this conference on the future of Europe, where we've really seen that citizens are asking for a closer union, a closer social union, a closer economics union, but especially a closer union of people. And this closer union of people can only be achieved if we celebrate the diversity that we have, and if we celebrate the diversity in culture that we have, and if we elevate culture. And I think it was interesting to see that in his in the opening speech of the Conference on the Future of Europe, one of the CCFG members, Guy Verhofstadt, actually said that we have to rethink whether it's correct how much competences the European Union really has in the field of culture. And in my experience, I think the European Union has to be the guardian of the freedom of culture, because we know that some member states are trying to crack down the freedom of culture, trying to crack down on the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression. And this is something that we need to tackle, and therefore we need, I think, more competences in this field to, on the one hand, safeguard the freedom that every creative person and every cultural artist and everybody have themselves, but on the other hand also support this, because to have the right for something is not so useful if you cannot practice it, because, for example, for economic reasons, if you can't live from it, if you can't get support, we know that this will also mean a crackdown on the freedom of on the real freedom of culture, expression, and the arts. And so therefore, this is something where I think that the outcome was from the Conference on the Future of Europe was quite clear. And we're really happy that the citizens really prevailed on this. And I hope that we will continue this also in the future with the Convent on the change of the treaties.
Thank you so much. Is Alexis, can we hear him now? Not yet.
Otherwise, maybe we can move to the studio.
Yes.
Right? Because we have two guests here in the studio with us. That always a bit easier in terms of
technical I can't hear you very well because the volume is very low, but I think that it's my turn to speak, right?
Yes. Sorry, Alexis.
Okay, okay. First of all, I would like to say hello to my colleagues, to Nicolas Neynes and Laurence Farrell. Say hello to you and everybody. And I would like to express my thanks to Culture Action Europe for organizing this Amplify project, and to congratulate you for bringing together voices from the cultural and creative sectors to discuss the conference on the future of Europe. Unfortunately, culture doesn't seem to be a high priority, neither in the European institutions nor in the context of the conference on the future of Europe. So it seems that we keep, it is essential to keep in close contact with you, and together we work to shape the future of culture of Europe and the European cultural production. For what I see in the final conference on the future of Europe proposals, they are kept relatively general. They highlight issues such as exchanges, multilingualism, identity, and heritage, but they do not seem deeply related to the cultural and creative sectors and to current cultural production. The Amplify participants showed that there is much more than the European Union could do to improve the situation of culture in Europe. We just saw so many important issues in this video, and we need to pay attention and see how to integrate them in our work in the Parliament. And I'm happy to say that some of your proposals are already included, not only in my personal view and mentality, but also in my potential political priorities and in the questions, letters, amendments, and overall actions that I have been tabling and fighting for during my work in Parliament, and also in collaboration with my colleagues in the Cultural and Creators Friendship Group, such as to include arts and culture in combating the climate crisis, to include arts education in school curricula and educational institutions, to create a European framework for labor and fair working conditions that would also safeguard well-being and minimum income for all artists and workers in the CCS, thus safeguarding cultural ecosystems. Another issue that you highlight and really needs our attention is the need to decentralize EU institutions and funding opportunities to be more flexible and accessible to all. There are so many more to say. The list it's endless, but we are here to listen to you. To thank you so much, everyone, again, and I am here to listen to your voice and unite forces. And we should not forget that together we go further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alexis. And indeed, we'll also be hearing from the Amplify hubs in a bit. But now in the studio, we have Guillemette Madinier and Angelos Agalianos, both joining us. Guillemette is the Deputy Councillor for Culture during the current French presidency of the Council of the European Union. And Angelos is the Policy Officer in the Culture Policy Unit of the European Commission's Directorate General for Education and Culture. Thank you both for being here. Guillemette, would you like to start with sharing your thoughts on culture and the action that we need to take in Europe, maybe also related to the French presidency?
Oui, merci. Promis, je continue mon intervention en anglais,
bien sûr. Okay.
Mais
mais
quand même, je voulais vous saluer tous en français, parce que, vous l'avez dit, le multilinguisme est manifestement très important et il était au cœur de la conférence sur l'avenir de l'Europe et au cœur de la présidence française, comme vous pouvez vous en douter. So Laurence explained that the final reports and recommendations on from the conference on the future of Europe will be handed over this afternoon to the three presidents. So I'm not yet in a position to really say what the Council will do, but we will, of course, read them, but we have participated in the process and with much interest, and so we'll see what comes next. But unfortunately, I can't say until my president has spoken yet. But from what I heard from the working group on education, youth, culture and sports, and what Laurence explained, many of the topics that are important to the citizens of Europe and that came forward in the process of the conference are priorities for the Council too. During the French presidency, for instance, we adopted Council conclusions on reinforcing intercultural exchanges, which was something that was mentioned through the mobility of artists and cultural professionals and through multilingualism in the digital era. So, for instance, we invited the Commission to ensure wider access to mobility grants for artists within the Creative Europe programme. We also encouraged Member States and the Commission to make information about mobility easily available. And in terms of multilingualism, we suggested that we should do more to support translation, also to promote lifelong learning, language learning and teaching, and that we should help the development of language technologies, because that can also be a tool to foster multilingualism. We heard from Laurence that cultural heritage is also one of the topics that's included in the recommendations of the conference, and that is something that we addressed during the French presidency. Ministers met in Angers early March, and they discussed how we could better protect cultural heritage and how we could better promote and make it more attractive to all European citizens, including and in particular for young people. This morning, it was also mentioned several times the importance of ensuring access and participation to culture. That was initially what we thought we would discuss at the Council in April. Now, due to the war in Ukraine, we changed our plans and we made sure ministers addressed the conflict and how it impacted the cultural sector and how we could support that. But we still want to discuss access to culture, and especially for young people, in our agenda. So we still have 2 months to find a way to keep this on the agenda of the French presidency. But I'm sure other presidencies in the future will continue to talk about this, because it's a very important topic, of course. And just as a wrap-up, as you may know, the Council's activity in the field of culture is framed by a four-year work plan. And I was really happy to notice that most of the topics that we identify as priorities for our work in the Council are actually the ones that European citizens want us to work on. So that's good news. I guess we're all synchronized. That's good news for the future.
And for culture.
And for culture.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Wow, okay. Angelos, at the Commission, or the Director General, maybe you'd also like to share and see if there's also, if indeed is also working harmoniously together.
Yeah, thank you very much. And on behalf of the Commission, big thanks to the organizers for the invitation. It is a big day, and it's good news that the conference on the future of Europe is arriving at an end with concrete proposals today. It is, as a process, it is unique, the first of its kind. It is a celebration of democracy, I would say. It is the first pan-European democratic exercise, giving an opportunity to citizens to send, to contribute directly, to send ideas, hopes, worries, and proposals for the future of Europe and of the institutions and of the European policies. So yes, and it has been open, inclusive, transparent. It was a decision and an action that created big hope and big and high expectations. I remember a year and a half ago when it all started, the wider field of culture was mobilized instantly. Individuals and organizations were so excited with the news about the conference on the future of Europe, and they mobilized their members. They started contributing ideas and a language that could lead to an invigorating debate about the European and the narrative, and a new narrative about the European Union. Now, a year and a half later, I'm inviting you to make a comparison between the proposals made, between the many proposals made by the wider cultural and creative sector to the conference on the future of Europe, and the text that is going to be unveiled this afternoon with the proposals drafts we have all seen. Okay, there are a few interesting things there. There is a very clear recommendation related to the working conditions, to the need to improve the working conditions in the cultural sector. But beyond this, do you see yourselves in this? Where is all the rest? Is my question. I don't want to say that the conference on the future of Europe was a useless exercise. Not at all. Very far from that. Very far from that. But what I'm saying is that I think that there is some distance between the hope and the expectations that it created and the outcome as we see it today after filtering and filtering and filtering and filtering of the thousands of proposals and brilliant ideas that were poured into it. So that as a process, I think that it has been long and cumbersome. It took a year and a half to arrive at some concrete conclusions. And in the future, I think that we need faster and more flexible processes of citizens' consultations and public deliberation. I don't mean to downgrade at all the value of the Conference on the Future of Europe as we lived and experienced it. But I think that we need more and better in the future.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that. So lots to improve on the conference, but also a lot of good outcomes and the institutions working harmoniously together. That's really good to hear. The Amplify project, which took place for this year as well, it's also wrapping up, and we have hubs in the countries that want to ask questions on what they've heard, but also their own work. So we have the hub from Spain here right now. Hello, Spain. Wow, this feels like Eurovision. Hi, Spain. So please, what is your question, your contribution? Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks to you.
Oh. Is the audio working? Yeah.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Don't hear you yet. So wait 1 second, but keep talking.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us
a little bit better?
Yeah? Hello?
Yeah.
Good morning? Yeah? Now?
Yeah.
You have to shout a little.
All right, I'll try. Good morning. My name is Sole Lopez, and I'm here today with my colleague Rocío Nogales, representing REAC. It's the Spanish network of spaces and agents of community culture, together with InterArts. We will pose our question in a moment, but first, allow me to set a little context. From the experience of REAC, the relevance of community culture has been accentuated in the last decades of Chinese crisis, and its role has become essential during the pandemic. Community culture is the culture emerging from the bottom up with the participation of communities across all territories, and it has numerous positive externalities, including the development of the arts and culture in a broad sense. That's what we call standard or mainstream culture. Community culture constitutes the humus from which emerge both future creators and practitioners, as well as communities with a sense of critical thinking that are eager for more culture and more social justice. Thus, we are dealing here with an issue that requires a systematic approach insofar as culture constitutes an inalienable right for all people. And that's not limited to the accessibility. As the main guarantor of cultural rights, public institutions at all levels must be involved in this defense. Especially European institutions must facilitate that the process of dialogue to co-construct public policies are in fact carried from Brussels to the smallest rural municipality in our emptied territories. This articulation is not happening nowadays. Indeed, the logic of concentration resulting in the paradigm of the big and the lack of accountability continue to prevail. We want to think that it's not due to vested interest or bad faith, but to a lack of capacity and information of authorities and legal representatives. Today, we are here to demand a commitment. Please, Rocío.
So, as you can see, and as Mr. Agalianos was saying, citizens from Europe have come up to say and to put in common what we all think and share. These are our demands. And what you can consider as is allies. You have allies in all the territories and municipalities across Europe. So our question is very, very straightforward today. Can we count on a commitment to the continuity of this dialogue beyond this Europe Day and this Conference of Europe event? And if so, what follow-up and communication mechanisms would be arbitrated between the different decision-making nodes for the policies and their resources? And we're not only speaking financial resources, but all the other resources that are out there, so that they can effectively reach their final recipients, which are agents and communities, so we can elevate culture, as Mr. Niena was saying, to the place where it belongs. So that would be the question from the Spanish Hub. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and we look forward to hearing the responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we have the reactions from our guests here, we're going to go straight over to Spain. This is really Eurovision almost.
To Greece, actually.
To Greece, sorry,
Yeah.
just came from Spain.
Yeah.
We're going to Greece right now. So I don't know if our guests from Greece are active and if they can hear us.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Go ahead. A little bug.
Okay. So my name is Svetlana, and I'm a participant of Amplify Greek Hub. I would like to thank you for this opportunity and this initiative on dialogue. I will start by saying that in general, but especially during these sensitive days, our common belief is that art promotes peace. And culture is directly affected by the instability brought on by polycrisis, both in our societies and in the world. So while Europe is declaring culture as a priority on a policy level when designing our common future, we have observed within the field of culture in Greece a lack of benchmarking of interrelated cultural projects, the challenges they have in EU-funded implementations, as well as an underrepresentation in the public dialogue of small-scale, independent and non-profit associations coming from peripheral contexts. So the questions we have is whether there is an action plan addressing inclusion and accessibility of peripheral small-scale cultural organizations in the European dialogue of cultural policymaking. And our second question is, how could you reinforce the sharing of knowledge produced by the implemented cultural projects and promote cultural education within different contexts? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing that from Greece. Okay, finally we hop over to Hungary. Hungary, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Great. The floor is yours.
Okay, my name is John Togay. I'm the Chief Artistic Advisor of European Capital of Culture, Veszprém Balaton 2023. I would like to raise first a general concern that I'm happy to share with you is my concern about the lack of dialogue and polemics within the different cultural interests within Europe. There are lots of splits. There's a split within Europe, and I'm wishing for more formats of dialogue, more formats of polemics, even in order to not to enforce only one idea, but to think and to understand the different ideas of different strata of society, not to understand what is progress, to understand what is tradition, to understand what is local, to understand what is global. I think that these things are drifting apart, and I'm curious if you have if you share this concern, because I think that is very important. As a second thought, I would like to address the question that, of course, we speak about culture as a national competence, and on the other hand, we sort of wish for some European culture or European identity. I think it would be good to translate the idea of having European culture as well as a European competence, but that means as well European financing. I am working for a European cultural capital, and it is financed with national financing, and is of course not the evident way to look and search for some European approaches. That is, do you think there is some possibility to change if you have the idea of European capital of culture, not to repose on only or mostly on national financing, and at last, but most important, as a European capital of culture, I would like to ask to help us and the future European capitals of culture not to have the opening ceremony in January when it is cold, but to have an opening ceremony in May where all the European people enjoy the weather. It would be a very, very forward-bringing and positive sign and would make the European capital of culture more enjoyable. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, especially that last one. I think everyone can agree it's more fun to organize things when it's warmer weather. So our two guests can react according to your choosing. Who wants to react first to these three questions from Spain, Greece, and Ukraine? Ladies first, or?
Sure. Actually, thanks God we are not
These
in
are
Ukraine, but in
long-term
Hungary.
questions. I'm not sure I have ready-made answers on the spot. I think, as was mentioned, one of the difficulties that we have with culture is that it's a national competence, and the EU has only a supporting competence, and so we're really doing our best to work together and find ways to make sure all the things that need to be dealt with at European level that we do that. But in the end, a lot of things remain in the remit of each member state, and I think this articulation or like good coordination among all levels of governance, so that we reach all local communities and we reach the smaller actors. That's also an effort not only at EU level within the Council or within the Commission and the Parliament. We can do, of course, our share in terms of information and trying to be as inclusive as possible, but in terms of really then reaching each actor locally, then there's a whole chain of actors that needs to be activated and that we need to work together. So of course there's a part of work that is from us member states, but that's not only us in the Council, that's also us in our local administrations and territories. But I think there is this interest in continuing this dialogue and hearing from the ground what we need to do. Yeah.
You have allies.
First, and we have allies. Yeah, so that's good to hear. Thank you. It's reassuring.
They're there on the ground. Yeah. Angelos, or I guess online also able to react, right?
Thank you. I would like to start with this. Yes, with the word allies. Yes, I was delighted to hear this because this is what it is. And I was delighted to hear this this language. Which is constructive because we're all together in this. I would like to say that the Commission did not wait for the Conference on the Future of Europe in order to have consultation with the citizens in the field of culture. Rather, the Commission has already in progress a lot of consultation processes and cooperation which is going on with the wider cultural and creative sector. We work with the member states, always within the constraints of the open method of coordination, as we call it, because as my colleague from the French presidency just mentioned, the Commission cannot impose anything in this field. But we already work with the member states discussing and achieving things that would have been unimaginable 20 years ago. Yeah. So we have working groups, thematic working groups working on various topics. We have working with representatives of the member states. We have consultation and cooperation ongoing with representative organizations in the wider field of culture. We have what we call the structural dialogue and the voices of culture, thematic dialogues. So there is discussion that is going on with the sector. And the other big thing is, the other big issue is that the Commission also works closely with cities and regions to help them learn from each other. We have cooperation with cities and regions to help them learn from each other, exchange knowledge and information, exchange information on good practices. There was already a structured process in the past between 2015 and 2017. Since 2020, there is a new cycle of this process. And in this context, we have many examples of good practice which are being put on the table for the regions and cities to learn. And we also have some cooperation with the Committee of the Regions, and culture is one of the topics of the action plan that we issued together jointly with the Committee of the Regions about last year, I think. Yeah.
So reaction indeed to the action plan for regions, but also the formats for dialogue. We also have Nicholas and Alexei online if you want to react to the first three questions.
Yeah, sure. So there has been a lot of good mentions, I believe. And I, first of all, wanted to react on, for example, the question of education and for cultural education. I absolutely support this. I think culture is more than just, professional artists having the freedom and the possibilities to do their work, but it's also about a society that understands the value of culture and that actually amplifies culture by also practicing it in their daily life. And that is something that I think we can only achieve if we include it in the educational sphere. But for both cases, and I've mentioned that before, we don't have the competences on the EU level, and that has to change. I think that when we were talking to a lot of younger citizens as well as a lot of as parents, who was just asking that education is one of the most important things where we need a cohesion throughout Europe. So I think for both these cases, we need a stronger competences, or in general competences from the EU. And this is something that we can bring into now as the outcome of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and as this will continue with the convention probably on the change of the treaties. And that then brings me to the last statement from Hungary that was calling for more capital for culture, if I understand that correct, because that is also very important. Currently, we have a strong, or let's say a stronger funding possibility thanks to Creative Europe that we boosted up, which I'm really happy about. That we were very strong on this in the negotiations with the Council. However, of course, it's just a drop on the hot stone, and it just helps to bring cultural projects together throughout Europe, but it does not support, for example, cultural action in single member states. And I think this is what is needed as well, because we know, and maybe it's not a big surprise or accident that the request came from Hungary, but there are member states where if you're oppositional culturist, or like you're doing work that is going against the line of the government, you don't get any funding. And those are the ones that need support the most, because actually that is one of the most important tasks for culture, to challenge the ideals of the governing or of the government, and etc. And so I think it's very important to make sure that everybody has access to different possibilities of financing. For the last point from Hungary, I can just say I like the idea to bring it on to summer or May. The 9th of May is, of course, a perfect day to celebrate the Capital of Culture opening. But then you've already lost all of the time of the capital. So I think this is something practical that maybe the Commission can take up on. But I think it's a very good and practical point to take into consideration. One last point on the Council, and I'm sorry about this, but really I think that that the French presidency, but in general the members of the Council, have to be more concrete and more clear. I'm not happy with the answer from the colleague from the French presidency, simply because for me there was no real commitment, and that is what we need right now. We are in the situation where Europe is changing. Europe is changing because we had this Conference on the Future of Europe. Europe is changing because we have stand through a pandemic, and we're currently in a war in Europe. We are currently changing because there's so much going on, and I think it needs stronger leadership from the member states on all these questions that citizens have. And that's what I'm especially asking for the two biggest countries in the European Union, namely being Germany and France, and of course especially from the presidency of the Council. So I hope that we will see some changes there, and that we make the voices of the people really heard, also in culture.
Thank you, Nicholas. Alexei, you also want to react?
Yes, I'd like to have the floor.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that if we really want a real European society, we definitely need to work on a zero tolerance policy regarding underrepresentation and marginalization. We need to work more on keeping the dialogue on, and we have, and you have, my commitment that I will do my best to push for continuity of the dialogue. And on that, I believe that we need to ask our Commission also for a more accurate and updated data and information on all different sectors of the cultural and creative sectors. This is very important. Data is, I think, the #1 element that we need in order to create effective policies. If we don't know the situation, we can't, cure, we can't go further, we can't do anything. We're blind. So data is the most important thing to start. And we need this information to keep our dialogue open and to design policies that would have a tangible effect on benchmarking underrepresentation and the really strong and up-to-date bonding with the real cultural agents, which is you. For example, to have an opening ceremony for the European Capital of Culture, as you just suggested, is a very important idea, and I believe is really feasible. Institutions should work more on social processes in order to really involve and integrate all communities. In order to do this, cultural and creative development would really be an effective tool to foster intercultural learning, involvement, and participation. There is existing knowledge on that, and we should really put forward these practices and move further. I believe that to this end, our main goal should be to do our best and really manage to leave no one behind. No one behind. I would like also regarding decentralization and financing. This is a very important issue that we highlighted. And myself have a personal experience of that. In solar to remote areas do not have the same access as the urban environments and big cities. Accessibility and flexibility for European Union funding opportunities is crucial, and we really need to work on this. I understand that this could take some time because it would require to change an overall system and business model, but we definitely need it. In Greece, for example, there are so many remote areas, such as the islands, or so many villages in the mountains that are not even aware of the opportunities that the European Union could offer them. This might be a local problem, but the European Union should look after this problem, these obstacles. On the first level, we have people, and we need to support them. So we need to really work on improving accessibility, flexibility, and decentralization that would overall improve participation, collaboration, and our well-being as a European society.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alexei. Sounds like a good thing to move forward to. Thank you so much for sharing that. We have another hub, France, coming in. I see them ready at Zoom already. So we have a question for France and then one from Portugal. But first, France.
Can you hear me?
Oui.
Yeah. Okay, great. I'm here. No.
Allez-y.
Thank you. My name is Audriguer, and I represent LiveVMA, a European network for live music venues, clubs, and festivals. And I'm here in Paris with my colleagues from different fields in the culture, heritage, and digital sector to represent the French hub. So we discussed a lot together about the social values of culture and how to represent culture and some strong values in the global European policies, and not only to boost an economic sector or defend an industry perspective. So our questions is how do you explain the weak presence of culture in the field in the final recommendations of the Conference of the Future of Europe, and how to better take into account the underrepresented and local communities to give them access to European funding and let culture being at the heart of European belonging? Indeed, how can the European Union communicate and promote a European culture and its values in its global policy instead of the culture of each member state? And what commitments can we make together? Thank you.
Merci, France. Thank you for sharing that for the question. And now?
We're heading over to Portugal. Portugal, can you hear us? Yay, also a large group. Welcome.
Can everybody hear me clearly?
Speak a little bit louder, please, if possible.
Can you hear me clearly?
A little more louder.
Sorry. Is it better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So good morning to the floor at large. To everyone that is present, I am Carolina Maya Fernandez. I am a bachelor's student at the University of Fine Arts in Lisbon. I'm currently studying art multimedia, and today it is my great pleasure to represent the Portuguese Hub. Today we made it's special to include young artists in our discussions to make sure that the future of art and culture is in constant improvement and inclusion. With various discussions, we made a final question, and the question that we pose today is, what are the mechanisms and the structures being considered or in the process of being placed to ensure visibility, a free creative space, and stability? There's a special note in financial stability that isn't credit-based to guarantee that artists are independent and are able to create quality work and have a sustainable professional career that isn't strained by the above-mentioned topics. We're trying to make sure that these questions will be answered, and thank you so much for your time and for the platform you have given us.
Thank you so much, Portugal and France. So we have our guests here in the studio. Maybe you want to react right now, just shortly, on what you just heard, the questions from France and Portugal.
Yes. First, in relation to in response to the question from France about how to explain the poor presence of recommendations on culture, I think I already touched on this earlier. I don't have an explanation, but I'm 100% certain that there has been a lot of input, a lot of excitement and input during the process, but somehow most of it has evaporated. And it is, as I said earlier, I think, my personal opinion, it is the process to blame. A process of filtering and filtering at different levels that is giving us the result that we see. So I think we have to improve on the process of consultation in this kind of direct consultation with the citizens. In relation to the question from Portugal about the stability and the status of the artists, there is indeed a recommendation which is coming out clearly in the conference, which is perhaps the only one which is so clear. It is a huge issue. We had a report. We saw a report that was issued in 2020, I think, on the conditions of working conditions of artists, and the Commission has been working has established a working group with representatives, member state representatives from ministries of culture and ministries of social affairs, which is a process that enables them to learn from each other, to exchange information, knowledge, and examples of good practice about what works, for whom, under which conditions in the various member states. Because the Commission does not have, as has been said here today, does not have a competence to impose things in this field. So the Commission cannot impose things on these topics, but we rely on stretching to the maximum the tools that we have available for cooperation on this topic with the member states and the ministries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
In order to help them improve their policies.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, so offer from the Commission there, and also need to work together. Nicholas, you need to leave. You want to react to the questions from France and Portugal?
Yeah, just really quickly. So for the question on Portugal, I think that it was just mentioned quite good. I think the point on, the question from France, how can we ensure that we don't have just national culture, but really a European one, is somewhat also a philosophical one, but also a technical one. And for the technical part, I think it's easier to answer. Currently, as I mentioned, we have the Creative Europe program, which should enable us exactly to do that, to bring, because that's the idea of it, right? To bring different actors from different member states together and to not just have a national discussion on national creative process, but also a European one. However, this process, we have to be very honest with ourselves, now for speaking for the institution, is sometimes way too hard. And I think it's like the whole bureaucratic stuff around it. I think this is key. We need to have an accessible funding possibility that makes sure that even smallest groups of just like 2, 3, 4, 5 people in one, or even just lone people in one member state, have it easy enough to come together and be creative in the European fields. And I think this is something where the Commission has to figure out how can you make it easier for small groups and so on to have this process structured. And I know there is, for example, a website in which you can see who is working on what, also, by the way, for education, in order to form these groups. But I think there should be also a program that really just from Commission side already brings a lot of people together. And for the philosophical question, I think this is really the thing why we need creatives like you to have this talk, because what really defines European culture, what really defines European identity, really is a discussion that we cannot have, I think, from a technical and political standpoint, but is one that the society needs to have and have to act on. And we, as politicians, only have the quest to enable this discussion. I think this is very important, and that's also, in my understanding, the outcome from this conference on the future of Europe as a whole, by the way, because overreaching the results from this conference were we are Europeans. We are not national members coming together in a European format, but we are Europeans. We want to build a European future, and we want to build a European identity, and for that we need a European culture as well.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Strong. Yeah, we are Europeans. Okay, so maybe some last brief comments from here in the studio after this.
To react on what France and Portugal were saying, I think Angelos already said most of it. There is this OMC, so Open Method of Coordination working group on the status and working conditions in the creative sector. So member states are actively participating in this, and it's really a good working method for us to learn from each other and to see what we can learn from one another. And in terms of facilitating the access to funding and taking the local communities more into account, that's also something that we discussed under the Portuguese presidency, actually. We had council conclusions on the resilience and recovery of the culture sector, and really facilitating access to funding was one of the 6 priorities of those council conclusions, and also taking local communities into account. So these are all topics that that are important to the council, and that we pay attention to, and we also paid attention to that when we discussed the new Creative Europe program. With the Parliament, we pushed the Commission to simplify the administrative processes as much as possible, and we will keep doing that to make sure that Creative Europe reaches all the diversity of the cultural sector everywhere in Europe.
I love that. Okay, that's a great last sentiment. We are wrapping up this session. Thank you so much for the hubs of posing their questions. Thank you to all our guests for sharing your thoughts. Seems like there's a lot going on the cultural sector, but maybe sometimes Not enough, but we'll see. We'll see what the outcome is of the conference on the future of Europe. And thank you so much for taking part in Europe Day here at Bozar. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we also have a few clips from our Amplify hubs that you've seen just now online. So after the break, we will hear more from them, more voices across Europe, and how they are calling us to action to bridge this, cultural aspect and the policy-making aspect for the future of Europe.
Keep following the hashtag Amplify in Action, and we will be back shortly. Stay online.
Guarda, non c'è niente a ste torri. Tutti ci hanno abbandonato. Tutto abbandonato, tutto. Poi la gente ci si mette ancora di più.
Se tu nasci e cresci qui, ci deve essere un'alternativa alla strada.
L'arte del possibile non mi piace, o è o non è.
Sono fatti così belli i bambini, i giochi. Scappano tutti.
Fa sì che in qualche modo le persone non siano propense anche a vedere il mondo in
la
modo
spazialità
diverso.
del luogo favorisce con meno occupazione.
È particolarmente trascurato, se devo essere onesto.
È stato abbandonato negli anni, è una bomba
Se tu la
che sta esplodendo.
su 4 lati, sappiamo ci sono. È quasi indipendente.
Che
vivono
di disagio. Io ero sindaca io.
Adesso è finito
Facevo
tutto.
io quello che ognuno poi si fa il proprio spazio.
Per questo stanno tante tonalità di grigio, per cui è impossibile anche distinguere tra bianco e nero.
Però dovrebbe anche migliorare
Per accettarli, io già
serve un pubblico di istituzioni
sicuramente la prevenzione.
la polizia.
più organici, più assistenti sociali.
Quella, troppa
Un po'
monnezza,
più di
troppa.
pulizia.
Lavorare quindi sui giovani,
pure un
ma
po'
anche
più
sulle
di
famiglie.
Innanzitutto gli spazi
occasioni di svago per i ragazzi, dove c'è una palestra pubblica,
Al contrario, vedere che la possibilità di apertura è una possibilità inclusiva.
Io ho 60 anni, voglio lavorare, perché sembra che l'Europa non siamo noi, ci abbiamo coltivato. E fuori che me ne addosso,
vivere questi importanti fondatori della comunità europea, quindi non soltanto l'Europa.
Certo, c'è un po' di fiatura.
Oddio,
Tiziana, delle donne.
il principio
Credo l'Europa migliore sia legata al rapporto col diverso, con lo straniero.
Io penso a una presenza delle istituzioni europee.
Però penso un'Europa un po' più
cominciare a capire che noi facciamo parte del mondo.
a persone comuni.
Quando io penso a qualcosa di europeo, penso a qualcosa di fatto bene.
No, sto prendendo aria. che è meravigliosa, sì.
Hello.
Good. Your song was
Good,
so
yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, you're still going to be there, right? Yeah.
That's right. Your voice is
excited?
very like I was.
Dzisiaj jesteśmy na Uniwersytecie Gdańskim, gdzie realizujemy fragment projektu Amplify, taki komentarz artystyczny do rekomendacji, które zostały wypracowane przez 12 krajów Europy, rekomendacji dla Unii Europejskiej, dla polityków zarządzających Unią Europejską. Mają one być przedstawione na konferencji Amplify Uczyń przyszłość Europy swoją, na konferencji, gdzie będą podejmowane decyzje co do zmian w politykach Unii dotyczących kultury. Ideą tego dzisiejszego spotkania jest to, żeby
In the light, yeah.
Kansa? Welcome back, Francesca. It's my turn to welcome you. Thank you so much for hanging around. I hope you had some interesting insights about what was said earlier. You're ready to play for us your second song, which is called Witter, if I pronounce it correctly.
Yes.
So can you tell us more, what is this song about? What is its particularity?
Yeah, so Witter means open space in Swedish. And I made this song a year ago together with an illustrator called Frida Stensmar.
Mm-hmm. This is the illustration?
Yes, this will be, it's an animation they will see soon.
Yes.
So we were doing this project together. We were both from the same province, from Västerbotten. And the province where we're from is we have very beautiful, rich nature and a lot of animals, reindeers. So we decided to do an audiovisual installation where you get to travel through our province's 8 seasons, because we say that in Sweden we have 8 seasons and not just 4 seasons. So the whole installation kind of both addresses we have this beautiful nature and this rhythm of nature and animal and the relation between them, but also the issues with climate change and how that now affects a lot of the nature and the animals and the animals' rhythm, and that's really devastating. It's also a very how do you call it, up to date?
Accurate. It's very accurate. Yes.
Also right now, because in Sweden the reindeers are being they belong to the Sami people, are indigenous people in Sweden, I have many friends that are working as they're reindeer herding or reindeer husbandry, I think it's called, and they have addressed great worry about reindeer herding as a profession, but also as a part of their cultural tradition and cultural heritage. So we also have right now it's an ongoing issue with it's very a clash between the Sami community and Sápmi, the land of the Sami people. That's also colonized by Sweden right now, I would say, and the mining industry, because we have open prospects in Sweden, which means that if another European country wants to we would like to open a mine here in your beautiful nature, they can kind of try. They can do that, and that's really, it has devastating consequences, both for nature, for animal, but also for indigenous rights and indigenous cultures. Unfortunately now it's the case is that a new mine will open in the north, which is it's really a violation of indigenous rights, and I'm really shocked that Sweden that they're accepting to open a new mine, and so this song kind of also for me I feel like I'm really an ally in these questions, and this song kind of is my way of supporting nature, but also indigenous cultures, indigenous rights. It's important that we are aware of this. I think
it's so beautiful about art is that it can cover several topics just with one song or one art piece. So thank you so much for being here, and we can't wait to listen and watch. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you.
Nu slukar vidderna platsens sista ljus. Alla ljud som flödar sjunger andra toner. Nu har tiden somnat, månen lyser klart och allting andas rimfrost. Från kusten hörs en vind som ropade i hamn och allting som var du försvinner här och nu. Kämpar mot den stora sömnen. Andas rimfrost. Marken sjunger utav sorg. Marken sjunger utav sorg. Marken sjunger utav sorg. Utav sorg. Ett liv för ett liv för ett liv. Ett liv för ett liv för ett
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our studio. We're still live online, so please follow the hashtag, use the hashtag #AmplifyInAction, and let us know what you think, what you heard, what you want to share. All of that, we will be watching it in our feed. So, starting the Now Culture Action Europe will be handing over their Twitter to the participants of the Amplify project across 10 countries. So that is something that you should also watch out for. I think that can be really, really interesting if people take over the official Twitter accounts. So follow the Twitter takeover throughout the whole afternoon.
Yeah. And so keep sharing using the hashtag, but also to give you a little dose of inspiration. After this, we'll hear from Amplify participants across Europe in next session and how they are adding their voices to the campaign. So we're going to travel across Europe, and also that hopefully gives you some inspiration to also share your thoughts and reactions to what action is needed for culture in Europe and to the Amplify campaign.
Exactly. But before we do that, let us welcome our guest sitting here next to us, Darina, and I'm going to try to say this right, Żywo-Liadova. Yes, was it correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you and welcome to our studio. Darina, you are a result-oriented policymaker as well, as the views that we had here, cultural program manager, non-formal education trainer from Kiev, Ukraine. And you're also a PhD candidate, the list goes on, in culture studies at Taras Shevchenko National University in Kiev. And your main scope of your research is right now the cultural capital of international cultural cooperation. So as a practitioner, you have had a position at the head of Creative Europe Desk in Ukraine, and as well as a deputy head of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. So you've been around, and other than that, you're also a professional who has work experience with youth and other educational projects. So that was a whole mouthful, but nonetheless, welcome here, welcome in our studio. So tell us more about, what you've been doing and how culture for you has a great impact in the future of Europe that we all want to see.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Culture Action Europe, for the opportunity to speak here and to speak out loud about Ukraine. As a famous Ukrainian poet, Lina Kostenko said, єдиний, хто не втомлюється, це час, а ми живі, нам треба поспішати. It's like the only one who is not tired is time, and we're alive and we need to hurry. And that's why I would like to call for Ukraine. To start with, I would like to tell you about defending culture in Ukraine, and I also need to tell you about what do I mean by saying culture. So I see it through the concept of values, through the concept of identities, ideas, meanings, culture codes. And now the cultural community directs all its resources to found brand new mechanisms, brand new tools and ideas to defend these values. And due to the cruelty of Russian Zionism, when it tries to put a man to the animal needs, so that to abandon spiritual values, global cultural community owes its culture capital, owes its knowledge and expertise, practice, so that to bring all its efforts to defend these values. And indeed, after the full-scale invasion, the help for Ukraine arrived quickly, and the first steps were taken primarily by Ukraine. From the first days, the full-scale informational campaign, what is very important for both of governmental as well as NGOs, organizations, culture organizations in Ukraine, started. And also the Ukraine Culture Foundation raised its fundraising campaign to support individual artists, to support organizations, and as well as support Ukrainian media. It's continuing to raise funds for it. And as well as no less is important that Ukraine Institute, that mostly deals with the Ukrainian culture abroad, it also now provides a lot of activities to promote Ukrainian culture abroad and to raise money for the army. And also, by the way, Ukraine Institute called for the European Council so that to award the title to Kiev as the culture capital and the capital of peace 2022. And now I would like to move to concrete proposals, concrete ideas, how to amplify. Indeed, I would like to mention firstly that the actions are needed from different levels, from individual artists to local, national and global EU level. And firstly, amplify by creating policies. We need active support schemes, active fundraising schemes, As a great example, the one was launched by the European Culture Foundation that now supports short and mid-term projects that support Ukrainian creative professionals' culture expressions, as well as fighting with propaganda. As well, I would like to tell you the second thing, amplify by preserving culture heritage. You know that during the massive attacks on Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian villages, and purposeful facils to the culture sites, a lot of museum collections, museum-as buildings, and culture sites damaged. You know, I would like also to, this is different cities, like from Crimea to Kharkiv, Kiev, and I would like also to put the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. They launched a map of culture crimes and of treasure losses. And I would like also to put the number of the culture crimes here. But then I understood that for me speaking here now, the number could already be increased. Like the last number that I saw today's morning was 233 culture crimes. And what do we need? We need logistics, we need expertise, and we need concrete actions to preserve heritage, to evacuate it. A great example was said by the Ali Foundation, International Allies for Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas. It launched a campaign to help Ukrainian museums, Ukrainian culture sites, with grants, and for now, more than 100 Ukrainian institutions for more than €2 million were supported. It's a great example, a case how to amplify. Amplify by becoming a partner. You know that now, as an example, Creative Europe Desk Ukraine launched a campaign calling for UA, so that to find partners and apply for Creative Europe open calls. You know that even previous COVID crisis showed its intercultural collaborations and also collaborations between creative sectors and other sectors, as using arts and art therapy in medicine, as collaboration between scientists and culture workers so that to preserve the heritage. And all these cross-cultural projects need to grow in scale and in number. And the art should become a tool for social cohesion. Amplify by providing Ukrainian-related activities in your country. Indeed, a lot of Ukrainians are now abroad, and it can be done by providing Ukrainian film screenings, by making subtitles for children cartoons. Amplify just by expressing your thoughts and your values. It's very important for us to have direct messages about Russian aggression. And I would like to know that already a lot of cultural organizations, such as European Festival Association, such as Progalvetsia, Swedish Arts Council England, they already brought their forces into concrete campaign to exclude Russian organizations from all of the finances and from all of the networks. Amplify just by wondering. We're wondering about our culture, wondering about our history, and our personal way to independence. And amplify by just by acting. And I would like to end my calling with the direct message that you cannot stay neutral in culture cooperation, because it's always your choice of identity, who I am, your choice of the value, the choice of the idea that you have. And amplify, you know that every voice is heard by us, every action is needed for us. Thank you.
That was beautiful.
Thank you so much, Darina. Yeah. Amplify by taking action, amplify by wondering, We also, moving from the situation in Ukraine to hubs all over Europe. As we said, there's hubs in over 11 European countries. And we're now going to hear from these locations. They will give us an idea of what is important for them, also to amplify towards decision makers and towards the public, so to you. First, we will head to Sweden. And let's see if Sweden is online for us to share their thoughts on what amplification for the cultural sector means. Hello, Sweden.
Hello from Sweden.
Hey, hello.
We are happy to be with you today, and we would like to share some of the results from the work that we have been doing. We are both in the southern Sweden and over in the to Stockholm. But from Lund, we would like to stress the need of lowering the thresholds for participation. Is connected to administration and also openness to new cultural actors, so we don't have a monopoly in who gets European grants and so forth. We were also talking about the funding scheme, that there is a lot of funding for content, but there is not a funding scheme for infrastructure, for example, when it comes to premises. And a third point that we want to stress is that cultural actors generate a lot of economy to a place or a city or a town, and also other person's salaries, but are the ones that are less paid. And this also is connected to the social security system. And last but not least, something we talked about today is to protect everyone's right of culture by law, and that there might be a need of that. So I will hand over to Stockholm.
No. We're actually going. Thank you so much for your contribution. We're actually heading to Poland right now. Poland, can you hear us?
Så den har skippat oss.
Poland.
Another group from Sweden.
Another group from Sweden we hear. Sorry.
No problems. Thank you, Hanna. And hello, my name is Josephine Holmström, and I'm here with Ivona Price and Pixie Hård of Segerstad. And I will present Europe Direct Stockholm and Intercult Amplify workshop we held in November 2021. And to our workshop with the title Amplify, a conversation about the role of culture in the future of the European project. We invited participants, which were cultural workers, culture producers, and students to Subtopia, which is located in the south of Stockholm County and is a center for art, culture, and social engagement. And during the workshop, we discussed key themes and issues around the view of culture in the future of Europe, but also on the possibilities of culture to have a stronger role in creating Europe's future and civil society. And our workshop shows an important case of how art, culture, and politics can be intertwined and then connect and reach even more people, so that change and the future of Europe can be built from different perspectives and voices to make the future of Europe more inclusive. Thank you very much, and I give the stage to Poland.
Thank you so much, Sweden. Going over to Poland. Two great hubs from Sweden. Going over to Poland. Hello, Poland.
Hello. Hello. We are very grateful for this opportunity to be a part of this project with you. And also, I think we are feeling some kind of called up to the whiteboard to talk a little bit about the situation in Poland now, because as the process took time some while ago, the situation in Poland changed a lot. And after those words from Ukraine, it's hard not to mention that we are dealing with the enormous and very unique situation now in Poland. We are hosting a lot of people from Ukraine right now. Gdańsk itself has welcomed over 160 refugees from Ukraine, and I think that 1,000 refugees from Ukraine. And I think that culture and art are exactly what is needed now and what is our greatest tool to overcome that challenge and to make those people feel here at home and help them through that difficult time. And when I'm looking at the issues that we have actually on our workshops here in Poland, get pointed as the most important ones, and on the recommendation of solutions, it is very I don't know, strange, funny, in some way surprising for sure that some of them are accurate and are accurate for that situation also. And being more elastic in financing the artistic cultural projects is something what we need right now to be able to help quickly, to help in an efficient way. Also, we had such recommendation to include the artists and help the artists that are refugees or and we acknowledge that they have very difficult access to finances, yes, to grants, to scholarships, to any kind of help that other people, other artists have easier access to if they are not refugees. So I think that some of those recommendations are very up to date, and we should take a deep look at them if we want to deal with that situation right now. I'm sorry, but I'm a little bit touched by what Ukraine said, and trying to maybe we'll try to tell you a little bit what we are doing now, because I think it's important. What I see on the social media is that people that are involved in culture, people that are involved, the artists in Poland, they already try to take care of including those people, yes, and also of making place for them to bring their culture and to cherish their culture here in our country. They are trying to organize films for children with the subtitles you were talking about. They are trying to organize access to Ukrainian literature, both for children, for adults. They are trying to prepare visits in our museums with translators from Ukraine. So we are really trying to be as open as possible and thinking all the time about how to find the right balance between giving place for the Ukrainian culture and supporting Ukrainian culture, and also using culture to create bridges between us and to maybe tell their stories, but also to tell our story that is happening right now, our shared story of what is going in that moment. I think they are showing me that I'm already over the time, so thank you so much.
Thank you for your contribution. Now we're heading over to Italy. Italy, welcome.
Hello
Hi.
everybody, and thank you very much for this opportunity from me on behalf of the whole Amplify Hub Italy. So first of all, we think priority should be given to the bringing together in a systemic way what already exists in the cultural, social and educational fields. Normally, a lot of initiatives and practices born at civil society level remain confined within the boundaries of civil society, unable to go further. Therefore, things tend to start all over again and only exist between the beginning and the end of specific projects in very limited compartments without any real chance of going beyond. So to frame activities in a systemic framework means sharing practices in order not to keep on repeating the same things and let them die after a while, but to let them grow to another level. We have plenty of catalogues of case studies. We do not need more of them. We need them to grow, to be repeatable and exported to a different level. We need activities and practices stronger than the individuals who created them. This is a guarantee for the activities to survive. Another point is the need to finally set up the alliances between the cultural, artistic sector and the educational one, sharing and learning different approaches to living together, sharing and understanding differences and complexity. This should happen also at the level of the staff of cultural, social, and educational institutions in terms of capacity building. One last point. We know that the impact of the cultural growth of the population is highly social. People have difficulties in relationships, so places and sense of belonging to places become vehicles for relationships. Diversifying, broadening the cultural offer, considering culture in a broader sense and linked to the places where communities live is paramount. But in order for this to be effective, we need to aim at a systemic vision to rethink institutions themselves and their role to nourish this relationship, which is also linked to the mission of the institutions, to enhance form of participation to be put into a system. Cultural activities, frameworks, places offer alternatives, different ways of thinking. In a word, they make us grow stronger, more aware, and in dialogue with one another, which, in a situation of fragmentation and conflict, is even more important. Thank you very much, and I give the stage to Slovenia.
Yes, thank you, Italy. Going over to Slovenia. Hello, Slovenia.
Hello from Ljubljana.
Hello.
Thank you very much. We are in the EU house with the participants from the Slovenian hub, who is very much pleased that culture is included in the third interim report of the Conference on the Future of Europe. We are very proud that the report mentions the Amplify initiative and also highlights the Amplify meeting organized by Motovila in Murska Sobota. Participants there in Murska Sobota particularly stressed the importance of international cultural cooperation, and Sara Bojanic from the Institute for Transmedia Design was one of them. So Sara, please share your concerns and thoughts.
Hi, thank you, Tanya. So, hi to everybody. So, dear guests and dear participants, the Slovenian Amplify Hub calls for support of the greater professionalization of the cultural sector in the local environment. As second, we call for more opportunities of engaging with audiences in culture at the local level. And as third, we require a system of national and regional co-financing of international cultural cooperation. So let me clarify. I live and work in a small rural environment in which experts engage in European projects exist, but we require faster professionalization of underrepresented artists and cultural workers. And a second, we want to raise an audience from an early stage. We want to integrate culture into the school, not only on how to create it, but also on how to consume it. And as third, I believe that half of the success of why Slovenia has been so successful in acquiring European funding lies in the truth that the national system of financing culture has failed. We have proven the excellence, and you can't neglect. We do exist and we do operate on the international level. And as such, we require a systematic co-financing support. Culture hasn't been here in the pre-political campaign. We just have a new government. And as such, I wish culture to be brought back to the radar for the better of the future. Thank you.
Hello, Sara. Well, Amplify community agrees that decentralization of EU funding opportunities and incentives is extremely important. So we hope that the voice of culture is being heard. And to paraphrase Anya Golob, who was Frequency's podcast guest last month, she said that the changes will not magically happen. We need to put this work on ourselves. We need to become active. It should become the norm for how we think and rethink ourselves as citizens in the country. Thank you. I give the stage to Denmark.
Thank you so much, and for staying with two persons within your time. And we're heading over now to Denmark indeed. Hello, Denmark.
Hi.
My name is...
We can't hear you, or very, very far. Yes, move the camera closer.
Yeah.
Can you try again, please? No, we will need you to shout.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, but use your outside voice.
Okay. So, as I said, my name is Seal, and I'm representing Amplify Denmark today, and I'm going to be presenting Ung Kend Din Magt, which is Youth Know Your Power, which is activism with an agenda in terms of both on a more local stage in Denmark, but also something that is also relevant to the global stage as well. It is a march about which involves young people and takes place at the Democratic Festival, annual Democracy Festival in Denmark, which also takes place in Sweden, Norway, and Finland each year. Our focus is Know Your Power, but more in terms of, the youth and the young people in Denmark as well as the rest of Europe. And as I said, it's a march that takes place on the 17th of June this year. And we're doing it because we're trying to reinforce the democratic confidence in young people. And it will take place in the city of Allinge on Bornholm, which is a Danish island in the Baltic Sea. And it's a march for young people, for young Danish people, but also for the Europeans who might be at the festival. And why we are focusing on the young people is because the young people in our generation are in a certain type of despair over our policy development in terms of we have to focus on a lot of big problems such as the climate, but also just in general our democracy as well. And we know that this is a difficult task, but we're trying to create a new movement that might start on a local level, but we hope and our ambition is that it can spread across Europe.
Okay, Denmark, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your amplification action. 17th of June, a march, I heard. Good luck with that. Thank you so much to all hubs for sharing their actions under the program that we've been working on for so long, all these campaigns in order to get the cultural sector heard across Europe. Thank you again for your efforts. So after hearing the empowering words of Darina as well, we will welcome you back with a closer look on stories and experiences from Ukraine after the break.
So stay online. Stay online and use the hashtag. I'll repeat it again.
We'll look at Mayday magazine. See you right in a few seconds, a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Everyone, and thank you for using the hashtag. I just heard that it's working really, really well, and we have a lot of people who are shown on our feed, so via the hashtag Amplify in Action. We are sitting here, as my colleague told, the Amplify hubs have taken over the Culture Action Europe Twitter as well, so very interesting to go check out that page right now. And we also have seen your contribution. So voila, use the hashtag. We are here sitting with Teresa.
We're going over to Mayday magazine.
To the Mayday magazine and have a look on what you've done around the Ukraine war. You've been reporting on that in the magazine. So the focus is on that for this new contribution.
Yeah, and Mayday magazine is an annual magazine produced for Beaux-Arts by Are We Europe. It's currently the 3rd edition, and perhaps not surprisingly, it shifted focus to fully shift its the content of the magazine to the war in Ukraine and the effects that can be felt all over the continent. We're indeed sitting down with Teresa O'Connell, the editor-in-chief of Mayday magazine, and we will also listen to Taras Nazaruk, who is an historian and a contributor to the magazine. Teresa, welcome.
Thank you very much.
See you.
Thanks for having me.
So Mayday was going to be published anyway in the 3rd edition. There's been 2 years before. So when, at which moment did the shift to fully dedicating it to Ukraine come about?
It happened quite quickly. We reacted sort of quite suddenly on the 24th of February, had a meeting. We were still in the early stages of the magazine of this year's edition, and we were able to switch our focus and put out a new call for contributions because we felt that we couldn't really work on a magazine at that moment that didn't try and explain the situation and the war that was escalating in Ukraine. We sort of thought that was somehow our responsibility, and I have to say that we found that people responded really, really well to that switch and to that sort of desire that we felt also to talk about it.
And as you said, things were escalating quickly at the time, and still are in early March. And how is it difficult to make a magazine, which is kind of indeed in the end a static snapshot of stories and photography? Is it difficult to make a magazine about something that is so ongoing and just currently in development, such as the war in Ukraine?
I don't think it's difficult necessarily. I think that obviously a magazine can't really compete is not the right word, but a magazine is quite different to real-time or quasi-real-time news coverage. At the same time, because of the production times, obviously, and the nature of print being different to online, perhaps, publication or daily sort of coverage. But I think that it also has the added advantage of having a little bit more time, a little bit more space, which allows to go beyond what is happening in a certain context at a given time and actually ask questions that are relevant beyond that context and perhaps well into the future and hopefully, past this situation too. So.
Because you also have two contributions from the Ukrainian side, if we can say that, and from Russian contributors as well. Weren't you scared of a sort of reaction, maybe from people, as in boycotting those Russian voices at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't perhaps naively so actually so scared of that, but it came up at several times during the production of the magazine, and it was something that we were confronted with and discussed also at several points during the production with the whole team. And for one, I would like to stress the point that yes, we do have some Russian contributions in the magazine, but the weight is not quite the same. We still gave more of a space to Ukrainian voices and an analysis of the Ukrainian side of things. We still really felt that, although obviously we are aware and respectful of the boycott of Russian voices and Russian artists and cultural workers at this time, we feel that Russians who outright condemn the aggressive and indiscriminate aggression of the Russian regime at this time in Ukraine still have something to contribute to this debate. And so that's our position. That is Beaux-Arts' position. I believe that is also the position of Are We Europe. We want to create that space for a respectful conversation that still allows for different voices, whilst obviously condemning the Russian aggression of Ukraine.
Yeah, so this is the magazine, printed. And you see also in the slides, you see spreads from the magazine, photography, text. Can you walk us through what the magazine encompasses? Sort of what's the range of stories? Because obviously there's a lot of different aspects to this war, but also just war in general. Very personal stories, but also like geopolitical analyses. Can you walk us through like what is in the magazine a little bit?
Yeah, I think a good starting point about the magazine and how it comes about is also that it's really at the intersection of art and culture and journalism. So I think that makes for an interesting mixture also that is reflected very well in this year's edition, once again, between, as you mentioned, more investigative reporting and analysis of geopolitical phenomena, of dynamics of war and migration, and so we have stories on that. At the same time, we have some very personal experiences of war. Some are simply diaries. We have an illustrated diary by a Ukrainian artist. We also have the diary of a young Ukrainian journalist who writes from the first month of the war. At the same time, we also, especially through Beaux-Arts Network, we also reached out to cultural workers, historians, artists, both in Russia and Ukraine, to ask them to give us their opinion and tell us about their experience. So I think that the scope is quite broad, and I think the result is very interesting. I think without it being a comprehensive overview, it does a good job at digging a little bit deeper, I think, into some of the aspects and impacts of this war.
And I read the editor's notes, and and you and Carl from Beaux-Arts, you wrote that, can we even think about the future when the present is looking so grim? Is it possible indeed to look at the future when there's so much going on? Like, because that's what media often does. It's looking ahead as well, right? Is that possible right now?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, in a sense, I think that question is a provocation. Of course, can we? Yes. Should we? Absolutely. At the same time, what comes up also in quite a few stories in the magazine is that actually when you're in a situation of war, it really changes your perception of time. And you can't take the present for granted anymore. You're really thinking about the here and now. You don't have the luxury, in a way, to sort of project yourself in a future that is past, today, tomorrow, and the following day. So I think, in a way, we wanted to sort of throw that provocation out. And yeah, indeed, Mayday usually thinks in very broad terms about the future of Europe. What I think the war in Ukraine does for Europe right now is that it's a wake-up call. It should be at least a wake-up call for all of us to also look at ourselves and our role and responsibilities in the situation. So before we can look ahead, we have to also ask ourselves, how does this implicate us? What can we do about it? And then the reflection of the future will hopefully come later.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you for sharing that. We have one of the contributors of the magazine with us over Zoom, Taras Nazaruk. You can hear us, right?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Great. You are going to present, if I understood it correctly, the emergency archiving as a way to survive and resist the war in Ukraine, and a collective around that, focusing on everyday experience of war, personal stories, fears, expectations, but also dreams, and looking ahead, hopefully. There's some archives that will be shown in the venue and on the live stream. Taras, it would be great if you could share some thoughts about this project and your contribution to the magazine.
Yes, thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this event. Thank you for inviting me and colleagues from the center, from the institution where I work. to contribute to the Mayday magazine, and thank you for this solidarity with Ukraine in general, and during this event. This is really important for us, and we can feel it definitely over here. What I'm going to mention and to present to the audience at the moment is our experience, basically the experience of our institution, of how we deal with the new reality that has started for us on February 24th in Ukraine. And this is the archiving effort that is actually our goal for this initiative is to document the experience of others, of people around us as well, how we are going through this war at the moment. And this was something that, like many of us, was our attempt to react. There was since February 24th, there was really a need to act. We all tried to mobilize ourselves on a group level, but also on an individual level. This was something that we realized that we need to act. And we also realized that this is the very unique moment and unique experience that is somehow has to be also documented. So the Center for Urban History in Lviv, in Western Ukraine, the institution where I work, is basically a small academic institution that deals with, as also title implies, with urban history, urban studies in a multidisciplinary perspective. So we rather more in the field of academia and public history, organizing conferences, public events. Me personally, I work on the digital encyclopedia about the history of this city, modern history of Lviv. But at the same time, since the full-scale invasion started, we all realized that we had to, basically switch. We had to react to that. And the first thing that we started doing was rather humanitarian aid. We organized a shelter at our institution, and our conference room turned into, and the cafe that we run, turned into a shelter for people. Our exhibition hall turned into a bomb shelter in the basement. So we switched the function of the building in general and started organizing shelter for those place to stay for those who are escaping the war from the cities that are more endangered than Lviv at the moment. I'm sorry. And basically, this was the very first thing that we decided to do. Then we also realized that we have some support from various institutions all over the world that are also available for our colleagues in Ukraine. So we try to coordinate this support and help from worldwide institutions and organizations. And then we switched after a while, after a few days, after a week, basically somewhere then, we switched to something that we are more trained to do, which is archiving efforts. Then we started documenting what is happening in Ukraine, how we experience it, how we're going through it. And we realized also that this is our way to react and to resist this invasion, that everyone has to do what one is able to do best. And this is the way we started doing the archiving initiative, which consists of 4 tracks. And here I'm representing basically a collective of several people, a group of people who've been working on this. One part of this archive is rather audiovisual materials that you probably could see on the background in the broadcast. These are audiovisual materials about the war that we basically asked people to send us through. We made an open call for everyone to send us their personal experience and personal reflections in a form of audiovisual material about this war, which is also a bit complicated here in Ukraine at the moment, because making any picture in public space is not basically allowed due to the military situation, because also military considers this as a possibility to collect some intelligence about military positions, about the situation in different towns and regions. So making pictures outside is not that easy. That's why we also invited those who have media accreditation, journalists and documentalists who work on the streets in the city, invite them to collect these materials and send it to our archive for future. At the same time, we also started talking with people. We started collecting oral testimonies, and this is also not only the thing that we do for documentation, but also as basically as the way to process those experiences, the way to go through it and to discuss it. And storytelling is also somehow is a tool for people to go through the experiences that they have at the moment. There is also a rather educational thing that my colleague Bogdan Szumlowicz has been doing with the students at the university, but our institution is involved in that. There is a group of students also doing documentation of their own experiences of the war, how they reflect on it in form of diaries, in form of visual, audio material, voice messages, but at the same time dreams that were mentioned already, because this is something that was probably not considered as the source or the documentary source very much, but at the same time it also allows us to grasp at least some less reflected part of our experiences, and probably in the future there will be more opportunities to work on that material, but we just realized that this is important to document at the moment. And the fourth part for direction of our documenting activities is the social media archiving, web archiving. This is the part that I'm mostly involved in. I coordinate this track, which is basically documentation of Telegram as a social media platform, which became crucial basically in Ukraine since the war started. It's like the main coordination and information platform in the country at the moment. Volunteers are coordinating their efforts throughout the country. People in various towns and regions gets information about what is happening there, about air raid alerts, about shelling, about water supply, pharmacy opening, everything that is related to like everyday experiences of this war is in Telegram. That's why we also realized that this is something that is not that much visible outside, but it is important to document for a future archiving and the totality of this war, something that makes basically any kind of everyday experience is a part of this war, another dimension of what is happening. So it's not only about bombing, it's not only about military warfare or news titles or news media coverage. It's basically about our everyday life, which is war routine at the moment for us, and it covers any part of our life that you can imagine. That's why it is important to collect it and to realize that this is the war not only on the front line, but everyone is basically engaged in it and goes through this experience. And we think that it is important to make this documentation and to collect those archives for a future in order to be able to talk about that when it will be basically possible to talk about the war in the past tense. We realize that at the moment we do not have this distance. We are in the situation. We are very much engaged in that, and it doesn't allow us to fully analyze what is happening, but it helps us to get also the internal context of what is happening. And this is something that one cannot understand without experiencing it. And we realize that this kind of documentation is also our duty to do so, because it's not possible to do it from outside, because being involved in this, having this context, being in this context allows us to do this archive. So I'm very much also grateful for this opportunity to share our efforts, to share our experiences of this. And I also very much thankful to Teresa for inviting us to contribute to the magazine and to share, to have this possibility to share some reflections on our experiences and our efforts to document the war. I'm sorry that we do not have this opportunity to publish all the materials from the archive already, because we're still in this process of collecting this documentation, and hopefully in the future we will make it public, well, to the extent it will be possible, and we will have an opportunity to to analyze it and to reflect about that in the past tense. Yeah, in the past tense. This would be some short overview of the archive that we are working on. Thank you again for this solidarity with Ukraine and for inviting me to this event. Maybe one more thing that I would like to mention, just a short one, because there was this discussion about inviting Russian contributors to the magazine and in general to the discussion. I should probably comment this because honestly I wasn't aware that I should probably ask about that, whether there are any Russian contributors involved to this project. I was not aware of that. Maybe I don't know how would I react to that, but I think at the moment this is not the situation where we can actually have this opportunity to discuss anything with Russians, because the war is still happening and people are dying, and any kind of discussion, any kind of balanced situation to talk with each other is only possible when people are not dying. So I think this is also important to remember.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing all this, Taras. And also a note on that, indeed. Do we want to dive a bit further in that? And we mentioned before to have both Russian voices and Ukrainian voices before. Maybe we can just first talk about how the archiving, the publication of the archive material went about at Mayday. Like, how did you find out about this collective from the Beaux-Arts and Mayday side?
Through Beaux-Arts network, actually. Okay, yeah. I was made aware of Taras and the Lviv Center for Urban History's initiative. It's called Preserving the Now. I think that's the name of the project. And I was really interested in what Taras mentioned just now, the focus on the everyday experience of the war, because what we read about, what we see on the TV, especially over here, is really just the grander stories and the grander narratives, but actually whether or not people are on the front lines or close to the front lines, they are affected by war in their country and on their people in so many ways. And I think that we shouldn't forget that. I think that everyday experience is also and should be part of a historical processing of the war once it's over. So in the future, again, going back to discussions on the future. So looking back, we will hopefully, thanks to Taras and his collective's archiving efforts, also this kind of material, which is usually left out of historical discourse, that ends up in books and that ends up being taught mostly.
So how did you pick the visuals and the design for this particular issue?
For the issue on the whole, you mean?
Yeah, the
magazine. So I'm not sure if you've seen the previous issues of Mayday. There's the first two issues were both quite positive and pop and sort of fun.
Black and white.
Yeah, so we obviously wanted to tone that down because we felt that we could borrow somehow a little bit from the aesthetic of standard sort of news outlets, mostly black and white. There is some color coming into the magazine, mostly through the photo contributions and photo stories, but otherwise we sort of let the stories speak for themselves without playing too much with the sort of design language in terms of color and icons, and we thought that this sort of somber topic would deserve a kind of more classic treatment in those terms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Taras, you said that there's a lot of material coming in, still audiovisual material. I saw drawings, a lot of photography. Like for you, the process of archiving the now, sort of preserving the now, archiving what's happening right now. How, like, what is the power of a visual archive? Because obviously there a lot of articles, a lot of things are being written about the situation in Ukraine and will be written in the history books to come as well. But what can the power of a visual archive be?
Well, I would say it is crucial because I can already see from many perspectives, not only from audiovisual archiving, but also from the Telegram archiving, so social media archiving, that this war is basically, in its totality, it is very much mediatized war. So we experience and comprehend this war very much from the visual image, from the media perspective, from social media, from news coverage, from television, broadcasts from videos on the front line, and I can already see how many reflections, how many perspectives on this war are basically audiovisual, are basically related to this imagery, to the image. Even me here in Lviv, while I have a direct experience of this invasion and the war, but I'm still almost 1,000 kilometers from the front line physically. So many things that are happening are basically, even for us here, are experienced through this audiovisual material. And I think that makes our understanding of war very much audiovisual, our understanding of what is happening mediatized. We cannot really comprehend it without that. And that's why we actually started doing this audiovisual collection. That's why we started doing this web archiving initiative. I think, what is in the Telegram archive collection, what is in this audiovisual materials collection is at the moment even beyond our comprehension. I don't think we can fully understand what is in there. And for various reasons, because of the scope of the material, because of this lack of distance to it. And I think that it is something to come in the future when we will start analyzing it. For the moment, for us, the most important was to grasp this moment, to start collecting it in its, according to our capacity, to the best effort that we can do, just starting collecting this material so that we can actually then reflect on that. And we also decided to balance it, balance this audiovisual component a bit, because we also realized that this power of storytelling is something that is equally important here. That's why we talk with people. That's why we want to listen their stories. But at the same time, the way we try to do it is basically talk with them when they feel safe, when they have this safer circumstances than, being on the shelling or escaping the endangered areas. Well, basically when they could calm down, they could stabilize themselves, and when they basically are willing to share their stories with someone else. And then we think that the power of storytelling becomes crucial, because it also has this emotionally, psychologically healing effect when you can share and you can talk.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Taras. I think we have time to do a final few reflections on the magazine, but also you'll be launching it at Beaux-Arts this afternoon, right? So we have to preview.
Yes.
And the actual launch will be this afternoon. Yeah. And then can people also see it online, get it online?
The magazine will be sold at the Beaux-Arts bookshop in Brussels, as well as on the Our Europe website.
Yeah.
So that's where it will be. We will have an event starting at 5 this evening at Bazaar, which is open. People are more than welcome to come and join us, and we have several super interesting guests, and they will. It will be a sort of evening of talks and some performances, and the official launch of the magazine.
Yeah. Well, thank you then for being with us before that. Thank you so much for joining, Taras, and keep up the great work preserving the now. Thank you so much. Teresa, thank you so much for coming. To both of you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to hand over to Amsterdam for a special moment. It is the opening of the afternoon program, which will be live streamed from the Dutch capital. And we'll be listening now to some welcome words from André Willekens, who is the director of the European Cultural Foundation. And the foundation has, since 1954 actually, has made it their mission to promote European sentiments and cultural connections through developing and supporting initiatives that let us share, experience, and imagine Europe. And they're also partners of this event. Right now, that mission is as urgent as ever. And I would love to hand over to Amsterdam to André Willekens now, and we will be back afterwards live. So stay tuned. Thank you all for following. Amsterdam.
Welcome, everyone across Europe. It's Europe Day, possibly the most important Europe Day ever. A day to celebrate peace when others celebrate war, with a massive military parade and a massive propaganda machine. So why the 9th of May? Why Europe Day? It started with Schuman and the Schuman Declaration, Robert Schuman and the Schuman Declaration on the 9th of May 1950. When he, and actually it was only 2 pages, draw up a document, a declaration which sketched out how to create peace in Europe after decades and after centuries actually of war. And he not only sketched out an idea how to create peace, but a real roadmap how to do so. And this roadmap, the Schuman Plan, was to create peace through sharing the most precious things one could share at the time, the things which can be used to create an industry, but also to create war, coal and steel and nuclear. By sharing these things, the Europeans could not have war with each other, but they could create a continent of prosperity. That was the Schuman Plan. And it worked. For 72 years, we lived in peace and harmony. We had conflicts, we had little conflicts, bigger conflicts, but in principle it worked. But not long ago, people got bored with peace. They got bored with this kind of Europe we had, where we worked in a bureaucracy in Brussels, where politicians meet in conferences, and they forgot about peace and war and peace. And they forgot about the Schuman Plan. Not forgot about, they mention it in big Sunday speeches from time to time, but they set up conferences and reflection groups and think tanks to say, okay, what's the purpose of Europe now? We have achieved everything, peace, stability, prosperity. What's next? What's the next big thing? What's the narrative for Europe in the future? I think that was premature, as we could see. Now we have war in Europe again. It's 2022. War is back in Europe, and it's not only distant memory. We don't need to create think tanks and reflections groups to think about what's the purpose of Europe. We know now that peace is precious, and we are brutally reminded not to take it for granted anymore. We are reminded that Schuman's mission is actually still pretty relevant, and it was very creative at the time, and it is, and it can be, and we need to be as creative as Schuman and his fellows in the 1950s in creating peace, stability, prosperity, and a better Europe also for younger people in 2022. So, but before we get to work on these things tomorrow, let's celebrate this Europe we have, because it is the best Europe we have ever created after we used to be a continent mainly known for its wars. So let's celebrate peace, let's celebrate Europe, let's celebrate solidarity. We are part here in Amsterdam of a big orchestra of events and celebrations all around Europe, and we are very happy about that. So thank you, Culture Action Europe, for the Amplify in Action broadcast this morning. That was great. Now we have a whole day ahead of us with a discussion about the future of the European public space. At the Bali here in Amsterdam, we will launch the next Europe Challenge with the Libraries of Europe at OBA, the Amsterdam Public Library. We will have a session where we launch the European Sentiment Compass, a study on where we are, what's the state of the European sentiment today. We have an event at the Bali in Amsterdam, where the president of the European Cultural Foundation, Princess Laurentine, will give a Europe speech, and we have a very interesting panel of discussants to talk about peace, solidarity, Europe, and the future, also at the Bali. And we finish off the day with a Schuman show, which will be a fun way of ending the day. And then, of course, as I said, let's get back to work tomorrow in creating a better Europe. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being part of this.
Hello, and welcome back to Amplify in Action. Thank you for returning with us after a short break. Hope you all had a coffee and a little bit of a rest. We're back here now for the final session of our program, which is called Culture as a Political Language. And we're very excited that the Dutch hub has come over to Brussels. So we'll diving into that in a bit. We have students and people working all over who are going to showcase their work. Quick reminder to keep using the hashtag Amplify in Action. We see a lot of things coming in on socials, and it will be great to get your final responses to this session as well. Yeah, you can be part of this event with Europeans all over the continent. How exciting is that? This is really amplifying in action. Okay, but first, I'm here with Lars Ebert. Lars, you're the co-director of H401, which is the Dutch Amplify Hub in Amsterdam, and you have invited, as a hub, a lot of partners to join. The Creative Court in The Hague, Het Geluid Maastricht, the Royal Academy of Arts in The Hague, iArts in Maastricht. You're supported by Dutch Culture, LKCA, and Cultuurmakers. And the Dutch hub was giving shape to the Amplify process, as we've seen with the other hubs as well, all over Europe. And Amplify in NL, Amplify in the Netherlands, is advocating for the language of the arts to be heard, because it can give voice to those that can otherwise be overlooked. Right. So in the Netherlands, 9 art students have engaged with underrepresented voices and developed artworks that want to create awareness around problems and around this underrepresentation, but also to speak to policymakers about necessary changes. So, Lars, thank you for being here and coming over.
Pleasure.
Why did you set up the Amplify Hub in the Netherlands in this way, and why did you want to choose this specific focus?
That's a very good question, and maybe I'll tell a tiny little bit about my own organization, because that tells why we work with the partners that we've chosen and what process rolled out of that. H401 is a center of memory and conscience in Amsterdam. We are in a house in which a history of hiding during the Nazi occupation has been taking place, and as the survivors claimed, they have survived through friendship and art. So today we still look at the role of the arts and solidarity in our societies, what that means to build a better world, so to speak. But we are also very conscious that the stories we tell, we've heard that this morning about Ukraine, the commemorations in Russia and in Ukraine happening today, that historic events like the Second World War are contested, like basically all other historic events. Look at the post-colonial conversation. And that contestedness, that kind of deconstructing history and reconstructing it in order to make it fit for today and for the future, that's what we are really concerned with, and we think that the arts play a crucial role in that. Now, in that sense, I think Amplify was perfect to engage in for us, because we really believe in looking for voices that are not heard so far when we talk about the future of Europe. And as we are very small, we always look for complementarity in other projects and working with partners. And 2 of our long-standing partners are Creative Court in The Hague, who are concerned with the role of the arts and social justice and peace. And Het Geluid Maastricht, a theater, music, opera company that does educational programs and socially engaged art projects as well. And in conversation with their artistic leaders, Romy Roelofse and Rabia Ben Labib, we quite quickly realized that if we talk about the future of Europe, we have to talk about we have to talk to and with the young generation. And if we talk about the role of the arts in shaping it, let's talk to young artists and ask them which voices they are missing, which communities they would like to involve through their work in the conversation about the future of Europe. So we didn't interfere in their choices. They were artistically totally autonomous. We defined it as an assignment together with the Royal Academy of Arts in The Hague and iArts Maastricht, and 9 students have subscribed to the assignment. And we've been working with them through the last month, in regular conversations, in which they expressed their progress, their choice of communities, how they worked artistically, and we've talked amongst them, but mainly our conversations were about ethical questions, because I think that all partners believe in a quality of a process, such a research process that includes communities, and where questions about responsibility as an artist and towards communities are really central. I think for me it was wonderful to be in that conversation all the months. I've learned a lot, and we brought back the conversation to two questions time and again. What awareness do you want to raise with your project to citizens at large, for you and me, when we look at it? What do we learn? But also, what kind of change do you want to bring about when you talk to policymakers, which is this forum today, where we really want to see which agendas do need to change. And those are two different levels. And I think if an artist puts forward new work, they put themselves always in a very vulnerable position. And today they not only present new work to us, but they also present a message to policymakers, to this forum today, which is a double challenge. So I think they are really brave, and I'm really super excited with them that we are here today and have this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lars, and for explaining a bit about the Dutch Amplify Hub. I think we have a question. We have. That's perfect, by the way, in time. So I saw the timer running as well, like boom. Okay, we have a little win. So I think we go over to the other side, right? Now, where there's a lot of the students, I see 4 students sitting, and then we'll come back here. So, Ren, for you.
And I was going to say, did he forget to mention me? But so the 4 students and myself are sitting here. Welcome, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. I will present you quickly just your names. We have Cristina Maridaki. We have Noelia Martin Montavello, Ben Meyer, and last but not least, Laura Kellerman. So, Laura, I have a specific question for you because, with the climate crisis, which is one of our, I'm saying our, but I mean Gen Z and millennials, our generation's most talked topic. So within the group, you have been addressing this topic from different angles. Political
site is now a tool that can aid these communities in any way that they see fit. And for your first question, if I could only send one message to the policymakers, I wouldn't. But I do have a message for the people who got affected, and that is that the climate crisis is actually a political crisis, and the sooner that we change this narrative, the better demands we can make for our own future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, Noelia, you wanna add something to that? Go ahead. Okay, it's silent, so I will read it.
Are you listening? Is anyone listening?
I do not see them as doomed.
Empty promises, ridicule, greenwashed indulgences.
Barefoot on the forest earth, I close my eyes. Breathe in, breathe out.
Do you even care? Do you think this is overly dramatic? While you already knew about global warming and did nothing.
Anxious about the future, I wish to warn them. I want to scream to them. They can find it in the nature.
The way that the wrongness of our situation presents itself everywhere, every day, the way that all aspects of so-called normality are tainted by its impending collapse. Do you understand the grief of being without hope?
I don't know who. Because that's the issue, that's the sickness of it all. I don't know who.
I feel guilty. What alternative could there be to all we ever knew?
I look at my kids as part of the chances we have as society to do something different and better for the planet.
I don't have a response, but I can find some in the eyes of my sisters, in the eyes of the people who fight at the front.
My therapist tries to tell me to have hope. There's no hope for me in the supermarket, where I'm sold greenwashed products that I know will not save us.
I'm afraid of a future where the majority of people have lost the connection with themselves, lost the connection with their feelings and needs, lost connection with their authenticity.
All I can think about is whether the temperature is higher than it should be, for how long it has not rained, how much worse the heat waves will be in coming years.
How do you feel?
I am hopeless. A child born today is futureless from day one.
My heart cries, my heart dies, tears of griefs, tears of fears.
Already the nature, plants, animals that make life worth living are dying in front of our eyes, at our hands. And my personal retirement plan is a sturdy rope.
I want to fight every single minute of my life, and yet I feel every single minute that my power is not enough. I go to bed knowing and counting the tons of death lost from deep into the mountains.
This is what really scares me.
Hope, already an old friend.
This is not an abstract issue. It is everywhere. I can see it everywhere, in the wrongness of things, in the products, the infrastructure, the culture.
Communities, societies cannot take care of something else if we personally have not dealt with our feelings and needs first.
The system is broken. It destroys our humanity and consumes what remains of our emotion. The answer cannot be defined, planned, or given. The answer can only be driven by people's courage, by people's fear, by people's spirit. The answer, I hope, is in taking the hand of the other and whispering, I trust you, I feel you.
I see you. I hear you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was really great. And I think that the future, or a small part of the future of Europe, is definitely in good hands if we see you all here. So, Mick, you also have 4 guests with you. Tell me more about them.
Yeah, thanks, Rijn. And thanks for those performances already. Lights coming over. So yeah, I'm standing here with 4 students: Amy Opstal, Lina Selg, Carlos Hidalgo, Sara Rafaela Jorissen. And they have been working on a range of topics, but mostly about the recognition of voices of underrepresented and marginalized communities. You touch upon topics such as mental health, loneliness, transnational surrogacy, sex work, and sex education. And I just basically wanted to ask you, you all want to perform or share something about your work. So maybe each of you can tell a little bit about why you chose the topics, but mostly just, say what you want to say. I think you've all prepared something. And then the question, if you had to send one message to policymakers, what would it be? Maybe you can end on it, but feel free to give it your own swirl. Yeah? Amy, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Nice to be here. I think there's a big revolution going on, and we're right in the middle of it. But due to innovations of parenthood, became available for all people. But people with different sexual orientations, of people with transitions bodies, or people who thought, okay, I'm going to be a single mother, have to face so many troubles to start a family. And some people even have to go to a lot of psychological tests. And I think if you really want to raise a child, you don't have to go through this. You just, can do that. And everything is so hetero-orientated that it's really unfair for the LGBTQ community. The system they have to become a parent in is really outdated, and the policies and healthcare are also outdated. I started this project with the question, what is a family? And I strongly agree that it should not matter in which a family or a child actually grows up, as long as it grows up in a lovely environment. And in a free country like the Netherlands, any form of parenting should be allowed and accepted. There's still a lot to be achieved. And I think what I want to be saying to the politicians is that every parent should have like an equal treatment. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Lina.
Hello. I have, in the past few months, listened to the stories of 5 young adults. They're all between 17 and 32 years old, and all of them struggle or have struggled with depression, suicidal thoughts, and disorders. Their stories are accounts of the heaviness of mental illnesses, but they are also accounts of the big gap between the severity of their struggle and the little help that they receive. Sophie, Danik, and Mitch, when they went to ask for help, all of them were sent away by the very institutions designed to help them. It's not bad enough, you don't struggle enough, you don't really want the help, he's fine, he's just a little boy. That's what they and their parents heard. But all of them were suicidal at that point.
Martina, she had to deal with a therapist who treated her and her sickness like a challenge. So she wanted to be sick even more just to please him. And Nomi, even though she felt like she really had to die and she made a plan and she picked a date, she was put on a waiting list for 27 weeks. There are countless stories like theirs, not just in the Netherlands, but everywhere in Europe. They speak to the systematic failures within the mental health systems, but they also speak to how we as a society react when someone says that they are mentally not okay. When someone tells us that they are in pain, but we can't see an injury. When someone says that they want to or that they need to die, do we believe them? I think that their stories show that we don't believe them enough. Mental illnesses, just like physical ones, they take a toll on people's lives and bodies. Just like physical injuries, if left untreated, they worsen. And just like physical illnesses, they can be fatal. But they are not treated with the same urgency. Today, I'd like to remind you that if you make a policy, if you take an action, on the other side of it, they are not numbers or statistics. There are kids, there are young adults, and they're struggling, and the policies directly affect them, their friends, and their families. So in the name of Europe Day, I would like to ask you all to consider the topic of mental illness more. Talk about it, understand it better, and care for it. And as for the systems and policies, find better ways. If I had to send only one message to Europe, it would be one that has been sent by many already, but one that seems to need repeating again and again. Understand that mental illnesses are illnesses. They are unwanted sicknesses, and they can be fatal, and therefore they need treatment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena. Powerful message indeed. Carlos, oh, you have a... Great. I'll leave this here.
Well, thank you for having me. My project revolves around chemsex. For those who maybe don't know, chemsex is a highly risk sexual practice that involves drug consumption. It happens normally amongst gay men, but also amongst bisexual men, men who have sex with men, non-binary and trans people. I think, answering to your question, the reason why I chose the topic, it has to do with the degree of stigma around it. And also its invisibility, because it happens mostly in private environments and it happens at night, so it's this imperceptible thing that you don't really need to know about it. Anyway, what I did for my project was to find people who were part of this subculture. To do that, I posted different ads online, and I waited for them to come forward. Surprisingly, I got a lot of responses. So what I did with these people is I set these encounters in which they would trust me with their life experiences. So somehow these portraits became symbolic. They wanted to show their willingness, their resilience to come forward and to speak about these complex topics, no matter how painful it could be. What was more appealing for me was to find out how different all the stories were. So to put a few examples, for example, some of the men I met, they went sober, so they wanted to set an example for those who wanted to find a way through sobriety. Other people just wanted to tell me that chemsex is part of their life, but it's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation with it. And some others were just addicted to it. Those were the more sensitive ones. So they were just showing me how hard it is to handle an addiction. And then the last final group, I found also some men who were considering engaging with chemsex one day, so they also wanted to talk about it. And I think my idea was not to run in any conclusions. I wanted to leave it open. It was not my place to judge or to. So, but I think if I learned something, it's like 3 of the reasons why some of these men engage with chemsex, this would be internalized homophobia, shame, and stigma. And now, if I need to ask something to policymakers, I think I made a short list, not just one thing. I wrote 3 little things. The first one, chemsex should be considered a public health priority given its direct link with the prevalence of HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases, but also depression, addiction, suicide, and sexual assault. The second, I believe that drug policies and chemsex response shouldn't be addressed separately. They shouldn't be considered as 2 different topics. And third, these are not human issues. These are human issues, not only gay issues. And with this, I...
Thank you so much, Carlos.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. I'm a queer online sex worker, and I created a network of international online sex workers in Maastricht. A lot of them are students. In our conversations, we found common ground in the lack of sex education we grew up with, the heteronormative narrative in porn and how it has affected our personal life as well as our work. We are incredibly aware of our position as educators and what we can do for our community. Sex education in most schools fails to provide a basic understanding of consent, gender identity, sexuality, or pleasure. Where schools fail, porn fills in the missing pieces. The heteronormative narrative of the porn industry shapes many children and young adults. In our support group of sex workers, we found comfort in being able to talk about our job in a desexualized way and felt empowered to create the content we feel comfortable with regarding our identities and expressions. This is the content we would want to see while we were growing up. The representation for queer sexual relationships is hard to find outside of the male gaze. In online sex work, big companies make an incredible amount of money from the content and work of their creators. Sex workers are at mercy of big corporations who do not acknowledge or protect their work, but they do make an incredible amount of money off of them. We need change in the way censorship drives us off platforms and limits our audience. We add diversity to the narrative in porn and its inherent identity as sex educator. The message from my co-creators and I, a group of queer online sex workers, would be, stop pretending we don't exist and hiding us behind by means of censorship. My advice to you, EU policymakers, would be to listen. That's what I did, and I'm reaping the benefits of it.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Okay, powerful messages coming your way, EU. And I'm giving it over back to stage B, to Rijn. Thank you all for sharing that.
Powerful messages indeed. I can't believe these are students. They are still so young, but so vocal and expressive about what they want. So I'm just going to continue this thread and ask a few students here what they are vocal about or what they want to ask to these European policymakers. Maybe let's hear from Ben. Hi, Ben.
I have also something to share. And in regard to also the others and what we are sharing, I want to talk about economic equality, meaning a European economy in which everyone faces fair treatment. I want to encourage policymakers to take decisions that support each individual, especially those who found work in the gig economy. The gig economy emerged during the last 10 years and was growing rapidly during the global pandemic. This economy is mostly based on individual services, connecting clients with companies through digital platforms. The workers are mostly called independent contractors, which is a funny term, by the way. A flagship branch of this economy is the food delivery sector. For example, Uber Eats, Deliveroo, we all know it by now. In Europe, these individualized services are on the rise. There are about 30 million people working in Europe in that sector. And this is great in a way because we create new possibilities to work. Unfortunately, at this point, there are many problems regarding the labor conditions of all of these workers. I'm a food delivery rider myself, same as many other of my artistic friends. Many of the problems are somehow very abstract and very complex to explain, but I will try to give you some examples of it. As a gig worker, I'm not an employee, but I'm also not a freelancer. I think it's a bit weird because I have to wear the Uber Eats outfit, which I have to buy myself, by the way, but I don't get paid by the hour. So, in my opinion, there is no legal framework for these workers. Gig workers don't fit the usual categories. So, I guess it's time for a new taxonomy of these workers. Also, another example is I get paid for every meal I deliver. So if many people order food and I'm cycling fast, that's wonderful. I earn a lot. But I don't get paid if there are no orders. So if I'm standing 1 hour in front of McDonald's, I do not get paid, but it's still working time. In Europe, I believe we have strong labor rights. And at this moment, we have the possibility to develop it within a new sector. The gig economy needs to be regulated without losing the advantages of it. It is now the job of the policymakers to establish fair labor rights for gig workers and push our European economy towards equality.
You're here. Thank you so much for your contribution, Ben, and for your testimony. Laura, I mistakenly presented the project as yours from Christina, but yes, go ahead.
So, yes, thank you very much. Hi. I am Laura Di Kellerman, and I come from Hungary. And this is a tablecloth that you may see. Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And it's like the ones they make embroidery on and showcase on the dinner tables. In Eastern Europe, it's quite a tradition to have different sets of tablecloths for different occasions. This particular one that you can see here.
We have it here live. Should we help you?
Thank you. So this particular one you see has been inspired by dreams from Eastern Europe, from Romania, the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, and Poland and Hungary. Dreams should not chase us away from home. I wonder how many people have to leave their home in the east of Europe and come here to the west in search of a better life before anyone says that's not how it should be. Why should you have to search for a better life if on paper you already have the most privileged one you can have? You live under the laws of the European Union. It should mean something. These Eastern European countries do receive support from the EU, but this support gets lost on the way there. The public and the actual people do not get the development they yearn for. We all live in the same economic union, so why can't we have the same opportunities to chase in our own countries? After I made a connection with the Eastern Europeans from Maastricht, we had many discussions about the values and concerns we share, and I asked them to visualize the feeling of living home. The countries we come from historically didn't have the freedom to govern, so now that they have their chance for freedom, it may seem unreachable for them. So I'm asking you, policymakers, could we implement a strategy, country by country, to oversee and balance out the economy of the East and the West of the EU, to minimize emigration from the East of Europe while creating better opportunities for life there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, also on the other stage, for your contribution, for your words, for being so passionate and still hopeful. I feel like you're still hopeful in the things that you're asking for to our policymakers. So let them hear you loud and clear today and every other day after this Europe Day, of course. So we're actually almost heading to the last bit of our program. So I just want to say a round of applause for these students because, wow.
Thank you all for sharing your projects, your thoughts. We have one final creative contribution right now. We have poetry from Spain. So we've seen it before, the Amplify Hub in Spain. And there have been some participants who wrote some poetry. And let's just listen to them. So they're going to be joining us over Zoom. And because, yeah, let's just let it come in and sink in. Okay, Spain, you ready? Here they are.
Lágrimas de estaño. Nuestros amantes se han dejado de besar por las ciudades. Y si escribimos la última palabra, ¿qué queda entonces? Tocar la tierra, aterrar con el verso, alternativas. Termina el pueblo en la piscina nueva, prohibido el paso. Del viejo mandil, colador de pasiones, el agujero. Si quieres verlos, como los haikus, has de pasar 2 veces este paisaje. Ea, 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 cuando la abuela saca una sola, como la niña cuando la bomba. Ia, 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 tipa la niña, otra vez sola, como de vieja, cuando el bozal. Oe, 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 grita la joven y corre sola, como la niña, cuando la abuela, como la bomba, como el bozal.
Sings the grandmother, carrying himself like that child when the bomb. Moans the girl, and only again when she's old on the muzzle. Go, 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 screams the young girl. She runs along like the girl, like her grandmother, when the bomb, when the muzzle.
No soy.
O somos todas,
O nada somos.
I am not. Either we're all or we're nothing at all.
Yo soy tú al otro lado del espejo.
I am you on the other side of the mirror.
All right. That was that. Thank you so much for the poetry reading from Spain. And that was that, actually. This entire morning program. Well, actually, it's afternoon already on this Europe Day.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Exactly. It was brought to you by Amplify. Make the future of Europe yours. This project has almost come to an end, and we are so happy to share all these things, all these exciting developments, but also concerns and recommendations from people in the cultural sector all over Europe. So thank you for all the Amplify Action Hubs. And it was all coordinated by Culture Action Europe, together with its members in 12 EU countries. We've been all over Europe today as well, people coming in. But there's more to come. You can follow the rest of Europe's Day 2020 online program. There's exciting sessions ahead. For instance, do not forget to follow the Europe talk show, Culture, Solidarity, Future, which will be live streamed at 8 p.m. CET on the europe.eu website, where you're watching this live stream right now, europe.eu.
So actually, we're now heading over to Amsterdam, where we have Rima Samir, who will be moderating the rest of the afternoon and the evening session of this Europe Day 22. So she will take you through the lineup and engaging debates, of course, presentations, conversations, covering topics of Europe, as we know, culture, obviously art and activism. So Rima Samir is a social scientist from Kazakhstan and a graduate of the International Development Program of Sciences Po Paris School of International Affairs. She has completed her bachelor's degree in liberal arts and sciences with a focus on political sciences and international relations at Amsterdam University College in 2018. She's a smart girl. Her thesis focused on the topic of civil society formation through social media channels with the confines of the authoritarian of the regime in her home country in Kazakhstan. So, yeah.
Yeah, over the last year, Rima has worked on the Initiative for a European Public Sphere or Space at the European Cultural Foundation, and she's live in the studio in Amsterdam. But before we hand it over to you, Rima, we just wanted to say goodbye from here.
And thank you.
In Brussels.
And thank you to our partners here in Brussels and in Amsterdam. Of course, Beaux-Arts, the Center in Fine Arts.
The European Cultural Foundation and the Bali.
And the Bali in Amsterdam. So thank you all so much.
And thank you for being with us on Europe Day 2020. I'm Mikta Reehorst.
I'm Marijt Elisabeth Kiambote.
Thank you, Ryan, also for doing this with me.
Thank you.
It was really fun.
It was.
See you at next Europe Day, and thank you so much for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Bye.
5. Thank you for such a great start to the day, Meek, Raina, and the team behind Amplify in Action, Culture Action Europe. My name is Rima Samir, and I will be your host for the remainder of the Europe Day streaming party. I'm excited to be here for the upcoming program, which includes a talk show on the Initiative for European Public Space, a talk show on the Europe Challenge, the launch of the European Sentiment Compass, a video by the European Union Youth Orchestra, a talk show by media partners, the Europeans, the Europe speech by Her Royal Highness Princess Laurentine, the talk show Europe Culture, Solidarity, Future, and the last but not least, the late night comedy by the Schuman Show. I will introduce each one of the program elements very shortly. However, now I'd like to seize the opportunity to touch on why Europe Day matters, perhaps now more than we could have ever imagined. Europe Day is a day of celebration of peace and unity in Europe, in commemoration of the Schuman Declaration of 9th of May, 1950. However, this year, peace and unity in Europe are put under grave pressure and danger. Putin's war on Ukraine is a brutal reminder of the relevancy of the founding narrative of the European Union and the importance of Europe Day as a result. For over 6 decades, the European Cultural Foundation has advocated for and invested in the European sentiment, a feeling of mutual comprehension and solidarity between the peoples of Europe. Today, there is no more urgent place to enact our European cultural solidarity than in Ukraine. The future of Europe is made right now in our response to the war on Ukraine. Therefore, our Europe Day 2022 is titled "The Future is Now." We start our day with a talk show on the Initiative for European Public Space. ECF has for decades worked on the role of media in the European public sphere. While establishing European media prizes, youth and media festivals, ECF activity has also produced arts videos, DIY documentaries, digital platforms and projects, as well as publications on representation, inclusivity, and portrayal of migrants in European media, such as this one. These projects are manifestations of our ongoing advocacy for a more inclusive public European digital media landscape. Over the course of 2020 until now, ECF supported and brought together key actors in media, digital, and journalism sectors on different occasions and platforms. Under the umbrella of Initiative for a European Public Space, ECF, together with other partners, will further commit to put in place a dedicated agency, which would be made up of a team and office space that would scale up and connect great European ideas and initiatives which already champion and accelerate Europe as a public space. Let's see what our speakers in the upcoming talk show, moderated by Eurozine's Reka Pap, have to say about it.
welcoming from De Bali in Amsterdam on Europe Day, everyone. We are here with esteemed guests and Maria Exner joining us from Berlin. And still before I introduce everyone, I'm Rico Pop from Eurozine, editor-in-chief of Eurozine, and I'm very happy to be talking on this celebration of the Schuman Declaration on this day in 1950, when we're supposed to celebrate European unity and peace. And if somebody forgot in the meantime how peculiar unity and peace in Europe was, this year we have a very stark reminder. Let's get to the point. Today's conversation is specifically about a joint European public sphere, a venture that is pretty much incomplete at this point, incomplete at best. We are going to talk about why, but we are also mainly going to talk about how it could come to light and what the European Cultural Foundation and its partners are doing to make it happen, make it more inclusive and fair for a general European public to participate and be a part of. So with me, and I'm going to start with the remote partner, are Maria Exner from Berlin. She is the founding director of Publix and a journalist herself. Welcome. And everybody else here present around this table are Alexander Barasic, chairman of the Cultural Broadcasting Archive based in Austria, who is going to tell us about the European Backbone Project, I believe. Andre Wilkens, director of the European Cultural Foundation, and a big believer in a European space project, and a professional optimist. So I'm relying on you for a hopeful note at this point. Baba Taravalli, a columnist for the Dutch daily De Trouw. Do correct me if I mispronounce it. I'm sorry for this.
Well said.
Indeed, and working with the Reframing Migrants program. He's going to tell us about how such a European public sphere can be truly inclusive, and not just geographically, but all the way through. Giancarlo Fiorella is an investigator and a trainer for Bellingcat, also based now in Amsterdam, who is going to tell us, among others, about their Ukraine Accountability Archive. So very welcome. We'll cut to the chase. My first question, which first goes to Maria, is without debating the fact that the European public sphere at this point is insufficient, at least, what is one tangible thing that you can propose that you think in the current situation, without ifs and buts and, you know, future prerequisites, we could start doing right now to build such a European public sphere that truly serves everyone included?
Thank you, Reka, and thank you for the good question. So I think from my perspective as a journalist and media professional, I think what we can do right now is strengthening the ties between European journalists and media makers across the continent, and with a specific focus on Eastern Europe, because I think we've all learned that their problems are our problems at the moment, and we need to better understand and also address them. And I think what we are missing is, kind of networking opportunities, infrastructure that supports this kind of networks to enable media makers to work together. And this is not a, kind of an aim in itself, but I think it should serve that the European public has a better understanding of shared problems in different European countries, but also solutions that we can transfer from one country to another, and that we can establish a shared sense of what are our common challenges for the future that we all share across Europe. Because at the moment, I think each and every country has still in the citizenship and understanding of, these are our specific German problems, and there are specific different Dutch problems and specific different Ukrainian problems. And I think to move across that, I think networking and collaboration is going to be key, and it's possible, I think, to establish such a network.
Thank you. I think André has made the point on a few occasions that for a shared European sentiment, we would probably also need a shared European public holiday, which you're suggesting should be the 9th of May. Also because a paid day off of work is probably a good way to foster togetherness. But beyond that, André, what would be your starting proposal or your take how to go about this?
Yes, if it would be already a proper holiday, Europe Day, then we would, of course, be working on a holiday. But I will commit here publicly that I will always work, if necessary, on Europe Day, even if it is a public holiday. Anyway, coming to the public space, I think my proposal is to move up the debate and the issue of the European public space from something which may be considered by many as something as nice to have to essential. At the moment, when you talk about the European public space, people say in Sunday speeches, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Please go about it and do something about it." That's not enough. We saw this already with Brexit, and we saw it with a whole Trump campaign and then the Trump years, how the public space was used for political goals quite successfully from the wrong side, at least from my perspective. And we see it now in Ukraine and in Russia, how media, how the digital public space is used for the wrong purposes. And we in Europe, I think we have been captured by this idea that somehow the market will fix it. We are not intervening properly, and my proposal would be to move this up in the political agenda and make it a priority, and also provide sufficient funding for it. And my example always is, maybe it's not a perfect example, but it is an example. We created Airbus. The Europeans, because they didn't want to be dependent and on other air companies or airplane producers. So we did it once. Why can't we do it again? Why do we not invest properly and in the same way as we have built Airbus as a European cooperative venture and build digital infrastructure which is fair, which is inclusive, which has the highest standard of data protection, the best standards in the world, and be even more creative than what we have around now, which is all privatized, I have to say, and keep it, in my view, also free of advertising. So I think this is a kind of a moonshot project, so let's go for it.
Okay, I'm all for pushing the European Union to actually make good on its promises, which would be lovely to see. I'm also happy to hear, as an Eastern European, from Maria that she would propose also focusing on the nation states which seem to hold a little bit less of importance in shared public spaces or only popular as negative examples. And just a short reminder that the current war that properly and rightfully horrifies all of us started 8 years ago, and Ukrainians, journalists and otherwise have been trying to remind everyone throughout Europe and beyond that this war is ongoing, that this is serious, this is not something that we can just acknowledge as sort of a done deal, that an annexation, the annexation of major territories or any territories between sovereign nation states is supposed to be taken seriously, but somehow, although the current administration in Ukraine is ridiculously professional, like really surprisingly professional and skilled in using publicity, much more so than any administration throughout the region ever before, it seems that this is a very hard job to get these points across. Baba, you have a pretty big track record in making people understand things that are very far from their original perspective, that they are not naturally predisposed to be interested in, maybe. How would you go about this? How would you make the general European public interested in each other?
Very good question. I think when we think about Europe, sometimes we only think about one homogeneous type of people, white people. And we should be aware that Europe is very diverse. Just take Amsterdam, where we are now. We have 180 nationalities in Amsterdam. We are very diverse, but the question is whether we are inclusive. And the inclusion is, for me, very important, because how can we make countries inclusive when thinking about policies, thinking about how to go further, that you don't only think about your own needs, but you think about the broader needs of other people who are not seen. They are looked at, but they are not seen. So for me, when looking at this public space, in Holland, for example, I own this space. I'm part of this space. So the question is whether people from citizens from other European countries like Poland, Hungary, or other countries who are more perhaps not into the whole racism and discrimination topics, perhaps, how do they perceive me? Am I part of the whole European context? So my identity, where does that stand? So in talking about space, how we go about the space, we should be aware and we should recognize that we are many. And how should we, in our manyness, how can we come together as one people? And it is a big task. And that is the reason why, for me, I'm propagating that we should have a sort of Associated Press, something like that, or Reuters, that will focus on that migrant news, about migration, about ethnicity, about other identities who are not perhaps fully European in the eyes of the original Europeans, but to be seen also as inclusive. And how should we go about that? That is, for me, a big task. So if we can have a type of focus on that to make sure that all journalists in all European countries, they have a place where they can get those news and get aware of it so that they can make their citizens understand that things are happening in France, in Holland, in Germany, and which have to also do with them, but perhaps not directly now, but it's something that will come to them at a certain time. So we need to be very much aware. Education is very important. And so I will leave it now for at this point and see if we can, how we can go further.
You propose an intellectual process or an intellectual approach of making the point. What Alex proposes is building the infrastructure for this work, right? Alex, please tell us about the European backbone.
The European Cultural Backbone is an initiative also from the Cultural Broadcasting Archive, and maybe taking up the point, it's a podcasting platform which has 130,000 broadcasts in the meantime in 50 different languages, and the whole diversity is represented there. A lot of migrants group, for example, and ecologists, activists, and the initiative of the European Cultural Backbone is then to build a network with other such civil society platforms, because we think on the one hand for this European digital sphere, it's not necessary to build something new from scratch, but to build a network of existing infrastructures which are now somehow isolated, and we're going to have to network them then also to make network effects possible. So the way is to exchange metadata and then to be able to have common search engines running, to use together language tools to transport the information into other languages, and build recommenders so that we can share audiences. And this project, which is thankfully financed by the European Cultural Foundation, will be some sort of prototype how this could work, and could also face some sort of alternative to the big tech platforms in a way that we do not build a central platform, but it is a distributed approach. So every node in this network can then decide which information will be furthered or not. So you have some sort of moderation effect built in this architecture that is similar to the system at Wikipedia, which is also able, without the big tech money, to handle information and handle disinformation by this way of community moderation. And this is a similar approach we want to pursue. And this prototype, we think, is not limited to civil society initiatives. So we are open, we want to work with open standards and can also connect with public service media, for example. And I think this would be then the approach to have a network, a European network that is sovereign from the technical infrastructure, but also content-wise, and it also shows the diversity we have.
Thanks. On that note, not building everything new or something new entirely from scratch, but building on or using existing tools, I think this very much ties in with Bellingcat, which has been pretty much spearheading a full technological change in journalism and generally work with publicity altogether. Giancarlo, please tell us about how you think about widening this European public sphere, and genuinely Bellingcat is widening the notion of journalism altogether.
Yeah, and that's precisely the point that I want to get to, that if people know about Bellingcat, they probably know it from these big investigations that we conducted into, for example, exposing Russian spies that are operating in Europe. But a big part of the work that we do is giving those same tools, those same techniques, that same knowledge that we apply in our investigations to participants in workshops, not just in Europe, but in other parts of the world as well. And so, when I look at the sign up there and I'm looking at the words public space, I'm thinking of the digital space, right? I mean, the digital space is increasingly, if it isn't now not all encompassing already, the place where people get together to talk about issues, right, from all over the world. And so in these classes that we give, we teach people, not just journalists, but I would say primarily non-journalists, how to use the same kinds of tools and techniques that Bellingcat uses in its investigations. And so the idea there is that we want to give people, wherever they live, the ability to hold power to account in their local communities. So you don't have to be a journalist at a big, huge organization to conduct research, to bring to light something that's happening in your hometown. The idea is that anybody can do this with the right training. And so, as I heard you talk about your initiatives, I heard a lot of synergy with what I think is one of our missions here at Bellingcat, which is, again, to disseminate this knowledge so that it's not just journalists who are able to engage in this kind of important research and, again, bring corruption and wrongdoing to light, but rather anybody who has the training.
And you do rely on the input of people who will probably not stay on this career path or even pursue it at any point. Also with the new initiative regarding the war in Ukraine. Will you tell us about the Ukraine Accountability Archive, please?
Sure, yeah. So the Ukraine Accountability Archive is a project that we began in February, and the purpose of the project is to identify and to verify and to archive visual evidence of what could be war crimes that are being committed in Ukraine. So one of the things that happens to things like pictures and videos from conflict zones that are shared on big social media platforms is that they get deleted. Either the platform will delete it because it violates the content moderation rules, or the users who share these images will delete them themselves. And so what we're doing here is that we're trying to capture as much of this potential evidence as possible, archive it, verify it, through the very rigorous methodology that we employ in our investigations, and make sure that that data, that evidence isn't lost, so that if in some future, maybe in, 10, 15, 20 years, there is something like a prosecution at the International Criminal Court against named perpetrators of war crimes in Ukraine, then that evidence will exist. To your question, that project is taking part in large part thanks to the input of members of what we call the Global Authentication Project, which is a network of individuals who I'm sure most of them, if not all of them, not one of them is a journalist, but they've received training from Bellingcat on how to archive digital information, how to verify it. And so right now we have a group of I believe it's about 25 or 30 people from all walks of life, different ages, different socioeconomic backgrounds. They live in different countries, they have different work experiences, but they're coming together here to contribute to what I think is a really important project. So the Ukraine Accountability Project as it's being shaped by these volunteers, I think is a really great example of the kind of thing that we want to see at scale. All across Europe and eventually the world, people from, again, all walks of life coming together, dedicating, whatever free time they have to contribute to something that might have really important implications in some future.
Thanks. I'd pose the next question to Maria because journalism, traditionally, at least in the past, say, few decades, has been trying to sort of define its professional boundaries. And of course, digitization and the, let's say, democratization or accessibility of getting something public or making something public has changed and shifted this much. And in the current InfoWars, there has been a lot of talk about how journalism is supposed to be a distinct profession that is not necessarily mixed up with any random photograph taken on the street. So in your view, Maria, you're very much focused on individual connections, professional connections that could foster a better understanding. How do you see such a project can be integrated, something that relies so heavily on volunteer work, on obviously rigorous, but not necessarily professional investigations, for instance? How do you see that fitting in?
I think I have a two-level answer to your question, which I think is a super relevant question. So I think, as you said, journalism has moved, and maybe not all people who work as professional journalists have, kind of see it that way, from being a profession to being a method. I think that's also what Bellingcat shows us and shows through their training. So, and I think we are at the moment in time where the journalistic method as a method to work with information and to verify information and to also contribute something to the public discussion in a certain country or across our continent should be disseminated much more widely into the public. And I think it needs institutions such as Bellingcat, but also all newsrooms should get better at kind of facilitating the public and other people with their method, and being maybe not more than the kind of people who carry these methods and professionalize them and transform them and bring them into the future. I think this is one role. And then the other thing, I think, to what you said, is that at the moment newsrooms and journalistic institutions are not very good at being kind of open to this kind of transcendent work with the wider public's view, and I think they need help. I think they need help in kind of training this competence that they don't yet have, and I think they also need good reasons why they do that, and that comes back to what Andre said earlier. In a world where journalism and media making has a very strong kind of business model relying on private advertising money, I think it's always a hard question, why should professional newsrooms do that? And I think much of what the problems that have been addressed in the discussion are good reasons why they should do it, but I think there's some parts missing in the discussion on what could be real motivations and what do we need to change in order to bring kind of a new understanding and a new role for journalists in this regard about. I think it's not so, it's not done with saying journalism has changed. The method is more important than the actual, kind of what we publish at any given time. And that's how the newsrooms have to change, because I think that, that doesn't fit with the current financial model.
Yeah, on the one hand, source critique altogether, just like a very sort of dumbed down version of, or dumbed down sort of summary of the method, is very much being argued as something that needs to be the meta-narrative of all education at this point, because it's not the years from history, like the actual numbers that we need to remember, it's the handling of the sources that we need to remember, and that's going to be extremely useful against misinformation and disinformation, and in times of just content flooding the sphere, right? But on the other hand, I think it also has to deal with this kind of more intellectual process that Baba is proposing to be inclusive from the start up and address the preconceived notions that many of us don't even like to talk about. Well, I like to talk about racism because I like to shock people with very obvious things. It's a very cheap method. But other than that, I think when we talk about the infrastructure that Alexander has mentioned, how do you see inclusion coded into, not necessarily, you know, the sort of IT infrastructure, IT background, but maybe you also have a few notes on that. But what would be the first thing you make sure, or the first thing you say that this would ensure inclusion even beyond languages, for instance? Inclusion among languages within Europe is a crucial thing. Obviously, this is not the US, where you can designate a majority language with all its problems and exceptions. But well beyond language differences, what would be your take, or what would you start with?
I think when I heard Alexandra talking about the infrastructure, I was very happy about it because it's a good starting point to have infrastructure. But then the next stage is to have the representation. You know, when people see themselves, they get that feeling of representation, and not only making the whole boardroom all white. You know, you have to think about diversity, inclusion, get people on board. You know? And also referring to what Maria just said about media being dependent on advertisers. That is also a way wherein diversity and inclusion are not skipped, because it's about business, it's about making money, and they don't care mostly about what minorities, their problems are. So perhaps it's also an advice to see if government, for example, let me just, I came back from Sierra Leone, where I was born 2 days ago, and there the journalist had got a motion to the government, putting a motion to the government to put 3% of the GDP for media houses, which is very unique. And so there was a discussion about it. Should media houses accept government giving them 3%? Is their dependency on government then becomes, you know, will they be neutral? So that was the question involved. And the government said, no, we give them money, the 3% we can give it to them, but they are free to make any type of news they want to do, so that they are not depending on advertisers, depending on oligarchs who control the news. It's a small way of making change. I think they're on the right track. So this is also something which I'm thinking about, because most journalists only go behind advertisers, going behind the news, and not looking at what other minorities. And if you look in Holland, for example, I live in Utrecht. If you go to my neighborhood where I live, all the migrants have almost a satellite on their houses. Why do they have satellite on their houses? Because they are not been given the right information, the information they need from Europe. They don't get it. So they get satellites that goes to their own countries where they came from, their original places. So they think, I'm not part of this space. So how to make sure that they are part of this space? How to make sure that the content we give, they feel also represented? So that is, for me, one of the biggest questions I'm asking, and one of the things I would like to see happening, that if we have content, if you have the infrastructure done and you have content, that content, even though some other countries in Europe don't feel that they are part of that news, but they should understand that that news one day come to them. So we are all in this together.
So you are arguing for a strong editorial approach here, to be cautious about not just the volume and the availability of content, but also how this is curated and how this is provided to people. Right? I like to make this point in every occasion I get, and as a moderator I shouldn't, but I'll abuse this occasion to say that for some reason many major institutions hate to finance human labor. Paying wages is frightful and horrific, for instance, in most EU institutions, for some understandable reason. And in cultural work and in media, that's just not something we can afford. Whatever kind of infrastructure you build, there's going to be an extreme amount of human labor that needs to back this up. Otherwise, there's no algorithm to really substitute that. And we've learned this from We've learned this the hard way. However, dedicating percentages of GDP is right up your alley, Andre, because you have been, and the ECF have been campaigning to dedicate at least 2% of each individual nation states or member states' recovery budgets to culture. How is this project going, and what's the next step there that we can make this a reality?
Okay, and I tried to bring it around to the European public space in the end. No, but it's maybe a good example because you remember, of course, we're in a different age, but there was something like Corona until recently. Actually, we were quite occupied by this.
I kind of remember.
Do you remember?
But not much.
Yeah. So now, of course, we are forgetting, and
and
it's all totally gone away, at least until the autumn. But so we had the Corona hit in 2020, and then after some muddling around, Europe got its act together and created a recovery fund. Actually, quite a big one, 750 billion. And financed by kind of Eurobonds. They couldn't call them Eurobonds, but in principle they created Eurobonds. So good idea. But then what we discovered was that the money was meant to go in all sorts of interesting infrastructure, possibly also digital, but there was no word of culture. While the cultural infrastructure had actually suffered tremendously, because I mean even theaters and stuff you couldn't work, but no word of culture. So we said, we launch a campaign for a culture deal for Europe to simply say, let's take an example of the original New Deal, the New Deal from Roosevelt. In the US, they had a cultural component called Federal One, which was investment in culture connected to the New Deal. And we thought, they have done it, good idea, let's do the same thing. And we said, at least 2%, it's not enough, because roughly 7% of the workforce is employed in culture and creative industries, so ideally it would have been 7%. But we said, okay, let's start with 2%, but 2% is still 15 billion investment in culture from zero. And last calculations, because many countries committed. Unfortunately, the Netherlands are a little bit behind, but many countries committed, for example, Italy 4%, France 2%, and most countries in the end. And now, counting these commitments up, we're at around 10 billion, which is good starting at zero. But
let me add a quick follow-up there. Do you think that such a dedicated funding specifically for media work on the problem that Baba has brought up, do you think that can still preserve the independence of media, or does that necessarily interfere with the journalists' work?
Okay.
What's your experience in culture, for instance?
It's a different question. I mean, the culture deal, anyway, for me, that is an example to move up something into the agenda which hasn't been there before. And it is possible. You just have to get your message heard, and it can happen. Moving back to the public space, I think we have a lot of experience with public broadcasters, good and bad. Look at Hungary, and you see a bad example. Look at Italy during the Berlusconi years, bad example. Look at Germany, Austria, to a certain extent also the BBC in the UK. There are some good examples. They need to be modernized, but I think in terms of like a free media funded by the public sector, by taxpayers, I think is a model which is good in principle, if there is a clear division between who gives the money and what journalists can do. And I think if it's done well, then it is a good model, and it's certainly preferred to simply relying on the private and the advertising sector to provide the funding for media, which is a very suboptimal model.
If I can just add to that, because it's a very good point you've raised, and if I see the public media, if you look at it keenly, you will see, for example, you mentioned BBC. BBC has, for years, since I was a kid, they have what they call Focus on Africa. It's a program which is widely heard in the African continent. They've continued to do that consciously, and that has created a type of African culture in the European scene, that many Europeans who listen to BBC, they know what is happening in the African continent. They know what is going on there. So that awareness is so important for people to know, to get aware of, that we are perhaps in different continents, but we are all one. And that feeling should be very strong. And I think that is one of the things I propagate when we talk about media also, to make those media houses also diverse and also inclusive in terms of how we relate to news.
Thanks. Giancarlo, if there were such a major public funding scheme, there are in places, and of course Bellingcat also is funded through certain grants projects, etc. But if there were major dedications, for instance, on nation states and the EU side, would Bellingcat be comfortable with working from those, or would that pose problems for you?
So our position has been that we would like to not be reliant on government funds to conduct our work. So in the past, I believe there are certain projects that were funded through the EU, and those are all publicly disclosed in our annual accounts, which are on our website. But we've always been hesitant, and we've wanted to move away from that as much as possible, to the point that our revenue streams now are diverse, because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket and then one day have to, come asking for money from, for example, a government. And so the model that we have now has been working for us since we started. We earn income through the trainings that we provide that I was talking about earlier. Also, we have individual donors. So we have, a donation page on our website. We also use Patreon account that people can donate to. And then there's also the individual grants that we might apply to for specific projects. So, I would say one of the biggest strengths of Bellingcat has been its independence from donors. And so I think, going forward, that's something that we're going to want to continue to be independent from in particular government donors.
And for the other media that you work with or offer your content with or aggregate your content through, do you find that problematic, or would this be more for an investigative site and less of a problem for, I don't know, a culture magazine?
Well, I think that's a decision that every outlet has to make for themselves. I know that when we engage in a partnership with an outside organization, we have conversations with them about, things like that, like where are you getting their funding from? We've been really lucky so far in that we've been able to find and work really well with excellent partners all around the world, not just here in Europe. But again, that's a decision that everybody's going to have to make on their own. And it's something that's very place specific, right? I hope that this initiative in Sierra Leone works really well. There are conditions in Sierra Leone that are hyper-specific to Sierra Leone that might make that work better than it might work here, for example, if the Dutch government, started giving a certain percentage of its GDP to media. I'm originally from Venezuela, again, very specific local conditions there that would make that more or less possible. It's the media landscape is a complicated one, not just nationally here in the Netherlands, but all over the world. And so everybody has to make those decisions on their own as best as they can.
Yeah, I'd like to return to what Baba has said about, sort of the catchphrase of, in a sense, of this conversation, that I own this place. This is a feeling that I only get as a Hungarian in Austria, because it's sort of taken from my grandparents. So, I never had this feeling in Hungary, by the way. But let's get back to Austria and to more relevant experiences about ownership, and specifically about public broadcast or publicly funded media, and how this can be integrated with everyone else, which is very much your passion and something that you have a strong proposal about, Alex.
I absolutely agree that the public service broadcasters, there is no real diversity. So there is no real representation. If you look in Vienna, there are 40% of people living there have a migrant background, and you can see nil almost in the public service media. I don't talk about the other private media sector. So this is actually really a big point, and this is also somehow that I think we're going to have to address on a higher level. Like culture, also media is a national responsibility or competence in the European Union, and this is something we're going to have to change, because there are some problems that cannot be dealt on a national level. In Austria, for example, the public service media are much too close to the government. It is the situation now that the strongest party, with just 35% of the vote, were able to vote on each and every seat in the public service broadcaster on their own, and this is something that doesn't make sense, and I mean, this is against the Human Rights Convention, and this is also something we're going to have to address on a European level, that if public service media don't work properly, then there has to be some sort of mandate to change this. On the other hand, I think without public funding, nothing would work. We're going to have to face the situation. In the last 10 years, we came to a situation that now 50% of the money that has gone into ads by news services now go to the three biggest big tech platforms. And you can imagine this is something that changes the situation entirely, and the money won't come back to these broadcasters and news platforms any time again. So without public funding, this won't work. And coming back to this diversity issue, there are small but important initiatives by the Commission to trigger pilots for European platforms. However, I mean, we are talking about 5 million, for example, and nevertheless, this is the structure of the calls are not working for civil society projects. So I'm seeing on the one hand a big opportunity now that there is, after years of talking, something going on, but that it could be without seeing the representation and the diversity that is needed in that and that we have in Europe. So I see it this way: either the Commission will be convinced to change their calls, what is apparently quite a hard place or hard work to do, or there are other players like foundations or like the European Cultural Foundation that would step in and take care that this is now not starting again with this big hole of missing diversity and going in the wrong direction entirely. So I think we need this to address the possibility, on the one hand, this representation, but also that people themselves can be involved and not we have this one direction communication. We need an alternative also as some sort of a social medium, and I cannot imagine that public service media will do this job.
Okay, that's a very tall order that we have set up together. I think that can be distilled into a work program, and only like 50 to 70 years of advocacy will bear fruit. Okay, I'm just kidding here. It's going to be much quicker than that. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to the European Cultural Foundation and De Bali for hosting us. And maybe we can leave on this note taken from Baba, instead of "I stole this," which has long been the slogan of European exercise of power, trying to overcome the legacy of empire and in exclusion. It could probably be "I own this," and you can too. This allows for both of us. Thank you so much, and happy Europe Day, everyone. Do follow the program. Stay tuned all day long.
It is a pity that this conversation on European public space had to end. I could have definitely kept on listening, since there are many more facets of the subject that could still be explored by the wonderful speakers. However, we need to move today's busy schedule along. Luckily for us, further information is openly available on the various platforms of the European Cultural Foundation, including the europeday.eu website, as well as our regular website, culturalfoundation.eu. More information on the variety of our media programs can also be found in ECF publications such as Lost in Media, Right to the City magazine, and Right to the City book. After having heard from speakers on European public space as media space, let us now move forward. In the next program, you will hear a large variety of stories and experiences of the European public space. I will introduce it in a more detailed manner shortly. Honored to be back with you on this highly important day. Now I'd like to introduce the Europe Challenge, one of ECF's programs which addresses some of Europe's pressing challenges through networking by working with libraries and their communities across Europe. In Palaces for People, Eric Lindenberg writes, "The library is among the most critical forms of social infrastructure that we have. Local questions are often questions shared all across the European context. With the Europe Challenge, ECF support libraries work with their communities to prototype solutions to some of the most pressing challenges we face across Europe. Whether it is war, climate change, economic crisis, or economic social polarization, Our greatest problems can only be solved when people across Europe lead the way in solidarity. Libraries, with their connections to communities and to municipalities and local governments, are safe spaces where people can come together to work on identifying issues and solutions. So sit back and listen to the stories of how libraries and the communities solve challenges to make a stronger Europe, and learn about the upcoming Europe Challenge 2022 open call, which is launching today.
Europe today faces great challenges. How do citizens respond? What is the role of libraries in society? Solutions are found where problems are felt the most. What ideas do communities on the ground have to tackle social, environmental, political, and economical crises? The Europe Challenge invites libraries and communities to work on solutions for local challenges that are shared in different places across Europe. Hear how you can join the next Europe Challenge as a community and as a library.
Welcome everybody watching online or those who are here with me live from the OBA Public Library in Amsterdam for this special Europe Challenge event. My name is Mitchell Isaias and I will be your host for this special event. This event is part of the May 9th annual Europe Day celebration, and we will learn what that entails later in this program. This Europe Challenge is a very interesting opportunity for public libraries and communities to come together through a year-long program of actions and activities in which they can learn and actually build together on solutions and activities to deal with these challenges. So we have a very special program for you today. You're joining us online. Some people will join us live here in Amsterdam. We'll show 7 of the initiatives which were part of the first Europe Challenge. We'll watch the videos, and together with some special guests, we will reflect on the solutions that they thought about, their experiences, and their lessons learned. Because from each country, from each public library, we can gain inspiration for the very next Europe Challenge. Because indeed, today, we are launching the new Europe Challenge. The Europe Challenge is an initiative of the European Cultural Foundation in collaboration with Democratic Society, Public Library 2030, and OBA Amsterdam. Joining us next is Andre Wilkins, Director of the European Cultural Foundation.
Thanks, Mitchell. Welcome to the Europe Challenge. Today we are coming together on Europe Day, a day meant to celebrate peace and unity in Europe in recognition of the Schuman Declaration of 9th of May 1950. This year, peace and unity in Europe are at stake. Celebrating Europe may sound misplaced. War is back. Europe struggles with unity. Europe is imperfect, but it is still the best Europe we have come up with so far. We do not want to turn back to a Europe of the 1930s. Europe Day 2022, celebrating European unity, peace and solidarity, may well be the most important Europe Day ever. We started the Europe Challenge exactly a year ago in the midst of a pandemic. Since then, we could hardly spell out one challenge when it was already overtaken by a seemingly even more urgent one. We tend to think there's only one big challenge, at the moment, the war in Europe. But in fact, there are many and they are interconnected. The war, disinformation, polarization, energy security, climate security. All these and many more are interlinked. The Europe Challenge is creating the space to identify those interconnected challenges and make sense of them somehow. Europe has always been full of challenges. This is not news. But it has also been a space full of great ideas and great creative energy. We know that we cannot just sit back and wait for world leaders to solve these challenges. We, the people of Europe, must get active ourselves. Where can people think freely and work on solving challenges and do this together? Libraries are such places, truly open public spaces where people can come together, access trustworthy information. The Europe Challenge is an offer, and it is an opportunity to meet and to face the challenges of today in real and concrete ways, led by citizens and facilitated by these safe spaces in our society we need so much in these days, the libraries. A special thank you to Fondazione Cariplo, who supports the new edition of the Europe Challenge. We hope many more local and regional institutions, foundations, and municipalities will join us and support citizens-led change in their local area. So let's dive in right into the Europe Challenge and get inspired. The future is now. Thank you.
Joining me today are Martin Berendsen. He's actually hosting us today, CEO of the public library, the OBA in Amsterdam, with more than 4 million visitors each year. It's one of the largest public spaces here in Amsterdam. Thanks for being here and thanks for having us, Martin.
Pleasure. Nice meeting you here, mate.
Joining us today is Marie Øsegaard. She is overseeing the Aarhus Public Libraries, which is a public library in Aarhus, Denmark. And this public library is a very important public space in which people can come together to learn about democracy in this non-commercial space, which empowers citizens, fosters sustainable communities, and human growth. Very happy to have you here, Marie.
Hi, very nice to be here and nice to meet you guys. Thank you for hosting this.
We'll start with watching 2 videos about 2 projects that libraries in Aarhus, Denmark, and in Berlin, Germany did. In Aarhus, the public library developed a very interesting project with people without homes, thinking about how the library could be made more accessible to these people. In Berlin, the public library developed a very interesting project as well, in thinking about how to queer the library together with people from the LGBTQ+ community. Let's have a look at the video and then we'll engage in the conversation about it.
Jeg hedder Asmund Bertelsen, og jeg arbejder ved Aarhus Bibliotekerne på Dokk1. Afsættet for vores Europe Challenge-projekt, det var ønsket om et bibliotek for alle. Også dem, der på grund af misbrug, hjemløshed, svære sociale eller psykiske udfordringer, lever på kanten af samfundet. Det vi gjorde for at komme videre og i gang med projektet, det var at række ud til værestedet i Jægergårdsgade. Vi valgte at arbejde sammen med værestedet, fordi at Dokk1 og værestedet næsten er naboer på havnen i Aarhus. Det tager kun 10 minutter at gå fra værestedet til Dokk1.
Værestedet er indgået samarbejde med biblioteket, fordi at det er jo en gave, vi ikke kunne sige nej til, da biblioteket henvendte sig til os faktisk. Jo. Værestedet er, som navnet siger, et sted, hvor man kan få lov at være. Det vil sige, at vi ikke er et behandlingssted eller et misbrugscenter eller andet. Vi er et sted, hvor byens sociale udsatte, og det vil sige misbrugere og hjemløse og andre, kan komme og få en pause for deres hektiske liv. Vi forsøger så at etablere kontakt til det etablerede samfund på deres vegne, hjælpe dem ligesom tilbage på sporet igen.
Vi kan også se, at brugere fra værestedet, de kommer på Dokk1. De er her, de læser aviser eller magasiner eller bruger de offentlige computere. Samtidig så kan vi også se, at de meget sjældent deltager i vores mange kultur- og samfundsarrangementer. Det vil vi sammen med værstedet meget gerne lave om på. Så derfor så satte vi os ned sammen med medarbejdere og brugere på værstedet, lyttede og fandt ud af, hvordan kan vi gøre noget ved det her.
Jeg hedder Annette Andersen, og jeg er socialbibliotekar på Dokken.
Ja, og jeg hedder Sara Bitteballe. Jeg arbejder også på Dokken på Hovedbiblioteket, blandt andet med det her samarbejde med værstedet under Europe Challenge. Vi har jo blandt andet et skriveværksted, som er startet på værstedet, men som er flyttet ned på Dokken. Og det betyder, at der kommer forskellige typer brugere nu. Alle mulige forskellige mennesker møder hinanden i det her skriveværksted, i stedet for at det kun er nede på det her sted for udsatte og sårbare mennesker. Det er vi rigtig glade for. Og så har vi jo lavet forskellige andre ting sammen, Annette og jeg, siden hun blev min kollega som socialbibliotekar.
Ja, vi har haft lavet en fælles tur til bogudsalg på Dokken, og så har vi lavet noget juleklip her i december, og så har vi indrettet et lille boghjørne, eller er ved at indrette et lille boghjørne på værstedet, og vi har været ude og købe en masse bøger.
Herzlich willkommen in der Zentral- und Landesbibliothek Berlin. Ich bin Tim Leik und betreue im Programmbereich ganz verschiedene Veranstaltungsformate. Darunter auch mit meiner Kollegin Debbie Wallas die Europe Challenge.
Mein Name ist Debbie Wallas und ich arbeite als queere Bibliothekarin in der Zentral- und Landesbibliothek im Bereich Programm.
Bei dem Europe Challenge Projekt geht es darum, BürgerInnen Möglichkeiten zu geben, den öffentlichen Raum mitzugestalten. Ausgangspunkt war für uns, dass ein populistisches Klima und Queerfeindlichkeit keine deutschen, sondern internationale Themen sind.
Dabei war uns als Bibliothek wichtig, dass nicht wir darüber bestimmen, welche Stimmen gehört werden. Deshalb hatten wir Personen aus verschiedenen queeren Communities in der Jury sitzen, die die Auswahl getroffen haben.
Wir sind Tam und Tammo vom Projekt Mehrblick. Wir machen kritische und empowernde Bildungsarbeit zu Kidsbüchern. Es gibt noch viel zu ändern.
Wir haben Lesebrillen für Bücher entwickelt. Sie helfen, kritisch über eine Geschichte nachzudenken, Neues zu entdecken und miteinander ins Gespräch zu kommen.
Gerade für ein jüngeres Publikum etwas so Innovatives wie die Lesebrillen zu entwickeln, das fanden wir super relevant.
I'm Olgas from the Fugitive Archives project. Me and my colleagues did an archival research on the history of queer nightlife by POC communities in Berlin.
Unerhört und ungesehen, so heißt das Projekt von Oyun. Bei diesem Projekt geht es darum, dass queere Personen mit Migrationsbiografie die Geschichte ihrer Community als Own Voices Projekt archivieren.
Hallo, ich bin Biber Nass, Herausgeber von Transkodiert. In der Redaktion sind Jelis Özmen, Charlotte Milch und Lorena Busse.
Transkodiert ist ein neues, queeres Magazin von der Community für die Community. Mit den Beiträgen von queeren KünstlerInnen kommen so im Magazin, aber auch in der Bibliothek queere Stimmen zu Wort, die oftmals marginalisiert sind.
Die Zusammenarbeit mit queeren Communities bedeutet für uns raus aus unserer Komfortzone, das Öffnen gegenüber anderen Bedarfen und das Schaffen von sicheren Räumen für Empowerment. Queering the Library war für uns ein sehr inspirierendes Projekt. Vor allem im Bereich der Community-Arbeit haben wir viel dazu gelernt.
Very interesting and beautiful insights. And why is it so important to cooperate and think about these challenges within the context of Europe?
Well, for us, it's super important. A lot of the stuff that we learn from is cooperating with others. And we have so many joint challenges in Europe. So to have a network where we can co-create also across the libraries and co-challenge each other is really important. Also, what we see is that the people that we're working with, for them, it's also both something to be proud of, but also something that evokes their curiosity, is that we actually work together across countries to deal with some of the issues that we know are there everywhere. And when we're talking about democracy, which is the Europe Challenge is very much focusing on, and something that we find is one of the most important challenges that we can face and we can deal with, then in order to strengthen democracy across Europe, we really do need to work together. So it comes together in so many different important ways for us.
Thank you, Marie. Martin, any thoughts?
Look, the funny thing about Europe is that it's nearby and far away at the same time. What we always realize is that when we're visiting or looking to projects of other European libraries, we recognize 70–80% of the background of what's happening there. Mm-hmm. But the other 20 or 30%, let's give an example. We just with an Amsterdam team visited Aarhus. And when you see them working, you say, well, a lot is like the situation here, but there are also very interesting differences, and it's in small details, but it's also in very important issues, and it helps a lot to rethink everything you're doing in your own city and in your own context. So let's say the permanent confrontation, and that's what this European challenge is about, the permanent confrontation with other contexts and just to compare what's similar and what's different is really helpful to rethink again and again what you're doing yourself. So this in context and out of context is really important, I think.
Joining us from Valmiera, Latvia, is Lieva Molica. She will share some inspiring thoughts on the importance of creating and engaging in inclusive public spaces. Lieva will give a short keynote speech about the importance of this work.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Greetings from Latvia. How can we meet, live together and work in Europe of today? This question asked by the European Cultural Foundation has never been more relevant. The values and principles that generations of people since the Second World War have held dear, peace, freedom, democracy, and rule of law as the basis for living together, are currently attacked by the Putin's war in Ukraine. Ukrainians are fighting to defend these values and their country. What can we do to protect these values? First, Ukrainians need our support and solidarity, humanitarian and practical assistance. They also need a clear signal from us, fellow Europeans, that Ukraine belongs to Europe. A small but symbolic step in this regard. Today, we will plant the Ukrainian symbol sunflowers in various places in Latvia to show our support for Ukraine's statehood and integration in the European Union. But we also must protect democracies in our countries. Democracy is not only a set of laws and institutions, but democracy is also a way of life and a culture. The ability to think and to speak openly, to exchange diverse views, to question, to access information and knowledge, to work together with others for the common good, be curious, learn, experiment, create, fail, get up and experiment again. This is the essence of democracy. This is the essence of free spirits and souls. Nothing symbolizes democracy more than a library. As we can see from the 7 libraries in Europe Challenge, libraries serve as inclusive public spaces where people can meet, discuss, work together to turn their ideas into actions for the common good. In other words, libraries are microcosms of living, breathing democracy. I strongly believe that our actions define our future. And by carrying on our work, we cast a vote for Europe we all want to live in. Democratic, inclusive, and caring.
Thank you, Lieva. Beautiful speech, beautiful mini keynote, very inspiring. Let's continue being inspired with solutions of which we can learn from communities in shaping the public spaces for our own well-being. We will have a look at the video about the work of the public library in Valmiera, Latvia. They managed to create an inclusive public space through community involvement and participatory decision-making. Let's watch the video.
Kopā ar bibliotēku projektā piedalījās jaunā novada dažādu kopienu pārstāvji. Kopā mēs atradām vietējām kopienām svarīgo un izcēlām to. Veidojām tiltus starp kopienām un to vērtībām, vienlaikus piešķirot vietējai vērtībai plašāku kontekstu izjūtu, reģionu perspektīvu, Eiropas perspektīvu.
Galvenais iegūms bija kontakti un jaunas sadarbības iespējas un partneri.
Šie kontakti bija ļoti nepieciešami cilvēkiem. Un kā es nopratu un sajūtu to projektu noslēgumā, kā cilvēki ir noilgojušies pēc saziņas, pēc kopīgām sarunām un pēc kopīga darba.
Pašiem vairāk izzināt un iesaistīt vietējos ļaudis.
Projekta ietvaros mēs varējām pastāstīt par savu biedrību Olu mūža ļoti lielai auditorijai.
Paplašināju savu redzesloku.
Es mazliet tā kā pamodos no tādas snaudas pati, samobilizējos, man vajadzēja pārdomāt par šīm projektu tēmām, kuras mēs pacēlām.
Šie koncerti bija kā terapija cilvēkiem, kas augsta pēc sabiedrības.
Es domāju, tas bija lepnums par saviem novadniekiem un piederības sajūtu.
Iepazīties ar jauniem cilvēkiem un apmainīties ar pieredzēm.
Tā bija iespēja satikt gara radiniekus.
Ir paplašinājies mans redzesloks un man ir izdevies iepazīt cilvēkus, kurus droši vien savās ikdienas gaitās es nebūtu iepazinis.
Es domāju, ka cilvēks saņēma iedrošinājumu un impulsu nākamajām iniciatīvām.
Publiskā telpa ir paplašinājusies, un es redzu daudz vairāk iespējas tieši savām individuālajām aktivitātēm.
Jo vairāk mēs stāstām, jo ieinteresētāki kļūst cilvēki.
Bibliotekas ir kļuvušas viegli pieejamas kā cilvēkiem laukos, tā pilsētā, gan attālināti, gan uz vietas.
Cilvēki ir nedaudz aktivizējušies.
Mani aug spēks no tā, kad es redzu, kad ir ļoti daudz cilvēku, tādi kā es, kas grib kaut ko darīt.
Jēgpilnas sarunas, perspektīvas izjūta,
komandas darbs,
līdzdalības prieks.
Veidojam tiltus un vienotību.
We just watched a very inspiring video about the work being done in Latvia. Yeva, why is it important for Europe to address these challenges?
Right, thank you, Mitchell. Let me provide some of the background what happened actually in Valmiera. Latvia, in the last decade, completed a huge territorial municipal reform. So borders of municipalities were changed to create stronger and more viable local communities, which means that smaller parishes, smaller places were merged into bigger municipalities. So for the local people, it brought along many opportunities, but also many challenges. The borders were changed, there were lots of practical and institutional changes, and also Valmiera Library suddenly had this big region of 50,000 people with whom to cooperate and collaborate. And traditionally, libraries enjoy a high level of trust in Latvian society. So library had this unique opportunity to use this trust and to engage with local people in this very wide community. For people taking an active part in this project, they realize that the work they do at very local level, at grassroots level, it's of something that promotes quality of life in the local community. In these bigger municipalities, they are not alone. There are other people who care about the quality of life in the wider region. And being part in this Europe Challenge initiative, they felt that there are many people in Europe who have similar values, who have similar aspirations of making our countries, our communities a better place to live. So this sense of belonging, that I'm part of my local grassroots community, I'm part of my local town or bigger municipality of my country, and I'm part of Europe. I'm being a European citizen and working together with other Europeans for a shared set of values. That's what made this project so important and appealing to local community in Valmiera.
Great to hear how a library can provide such a safe space for local people in such a challenging environment. Thank you, Lieva, and we hope to hear more about your amazing work in the future. So let's learn more about other projects which were part of the Europe Challenge. Let's look at the videos from Ghent and Barcelona.
La Biblioteca Jordi Rubió i Balaguer es troba a la ciutat de Sant Boi de Llobregat, un municipi de 83.000 habitants situat a la zona del Montbaix, un paratge d'interès natural a la província de Barcelona. L'equip de la biblioteca és molt estable i comparteix idees i projectes des de l'any 2005, quan aquesta es va inaugurar.
El nostre repte ha sorgit de la interacció del personal de la biblioteca amb persones interessades en l'apicultura urbana, amb joves vinculats amb el laboratori ciutadà i amb els centres educatius. S'emmarquen les línies de treball relacionades amb el medi ambient i la salut a la ciutat. Estem canviant el nostre enfocament de treball. Volem passar de pensar serveis i activitats per la comunitat a treballar cooperativament amb la comunitat. Els beneficis més importants serien consolidar el nou model de biblioteca com un espai democràtic, acollidor i obert a tothom, des d'on es faciliti la difusió comunitària del coneixement. Hem après que les biblioteques són molt fortes i treballant amb la comunitat encara ho són molt més.
L'apicultura urbana o posar abelles a les ciutats, al nostre país encara és una activitat bastant desconeguda, però que en altres ciutats referents d'arreu del món ja fa anys que s'està fent. Aquest projecte és innovador i crec que pot ser replicable a tota la xarxa de biblioteques, alhora que d'aquesta manera aconseguiríem crear corredors verds.
Per l'equip de les biblioteques de Sant Boi, aquesta experiència ha estat molt motivadora perquè hem treballat d'una manera molt diferent. Hem desenvolupat altres característiques de la nostra feina, ens hem relacionat amb altres departaments del nostre ajuntament i, a més, hem après molt de les col·laboracions amb altres biblioteques d'Europa. Des de les biblioteques de Sant Boi volem recomanar aquesta experiència de participar en el projecte europeu a altres biblioteques de tota Europa, ja siguin grans o petites, perquè pensem que és un projecte que aportarà moltes noves experiències i molt coneixement que, a més, podrem compartir en una nova xarxa de biblioteques europees.
Welkom in de Krook in Gent, in België. De Krook is een fantastische plek in het hart van de stad, waar een bibliotheek zit, waar onderzoekslabos zitten van de Universiteit Gent, van het onderzoekscentrum IMEC, waar een café is en waar eigenlijk altijd wel iets te beleven valt. Een kleine stad in de stad. Waarom is de bibliotheek betrokken bij Common? Omdat technologie steeds belangrijker wordt in het leven van mensen en dat wij vinden dat de bibliotheek een opdracht heeft om mensen vaardiger te maken in technologie.
Common is een samenwerking, een collectief van technologen, wetenschappers en creatievelingen met eigenlijk één doel: het leven in stad Gent nog beter maken. Common is een samenwerking van eigenlijk 4 partners. Dat is de stad Gent zelf, de Bibliotheek de Krook, Universiteit Gent en onderzoekscentrum IMEC.
Bij onze collectie willen wij vooral de blik van mensen verruimen, door de verhalen die in de boeken staan, door de wijsheid van anderen.
In de bibliotheek organiseren we verschillende lezingen, cursussen en debatten.
Dit doen we met veel partners, in het bijzonder met Avanza. Hiermee willen we diverse Gentse burgers informeren, kennis laten delen of samenwerken aan een betere toekomst. In het bijzonder ook rond het thema van Common.
We werken dit jaar rond de uitdaging hoe maken we gezondheidszorg beter verstaanbaar. Verstaanbaarheid, daar zitten verschillende lagen in.
Wel, uiteraard komt de dokter, hij brengt wat nieuws. Er zijn verschillende breuken, het zijn complexe breuken, maar op dat moment, je hoort dat, maar dat komt niet echt binnen, omdat je daar eigenlijk niks van kent.
De dokter heeft dat heel plastisch en verstaanbaar uitgelegd door te zeggen, kijk meneer, normaal gezien, uw tussenwervels, dat zijn dikke hamburgers. Maar bij u, meneer, zijn dat platte pannenkoeken geworden. Ik vond dat heel duidelijk uitgelegd en verstond onmiddellijk wat het probleem was.
We hebben het hier over verstaanbaarheid. Ik vind dat daar 2 woorden bij moeten toegevoegd worden. Dat is vertrouwen en verbinden.
Bij Common hebben we samen met Gentenaars oplossingen bedacht om de zorg beter verstaanbaar te maken. En 2 leuke voorbeeldjes daarvan zijn Dolox en Ringly. En Dolox is eigenlijk een slim doosje die patiënten kunnen gebruiken om hun pijn te registreren. En zo wanneer dat zij bij de dokter komen, dat de dokter meteen over de juiste informatie beschikt. Ringly daarentegen is dan weer een spraakrobot die anderstaligen kan helpen om hun afspraak eigenlijk te gaan voor te bereiden bij de dokter.
We zijn ook creatief te werk gegaan om die oplossingen vorm te gaan geven in het Common traject. Hier in de Krook zijn we allemaal verschillende kennis gaan verzamelen van allemaal verschillende mensen. Om na te gaan denken over oplossingen die we dan ook verwerkt hebben in prototypes. Dat hebben we bijvoorbeeld gedaan tijdens de maakmarathon, waarbij we 50 studenten hebben uitgenodigd. En die ook gaan nadenken zijn over die oplossing en dat dan ook echt verwerkt hebben in een prototype. Dat ze dan ook gaan testen zijn hier in de Krook. Met de mensen die hier langskomen, dus eigenlijk echt met de Gentenaren.
So we just watched 2 more inspiring examples of public libraries who engaged in the Europe Challenge. They dealt with different challenges such as access to digital resources, healthcare, and other important issues that many people across Europe and the world face. Marie, let's start with you. How do you think the work in Barcelona is an example of engaging with different communities?
Well, I think what Barcelona is doing is exactly what we all should be doing. Have the library as a starting point for a large community transformation. In this case, it's about climate change and it's about our sustainability in the world. And I think actually I want to connect it also to the Ghent project, because I think both projects are about literacy. It's about climate literacy, and the other one is about health literacy. And I think this is an exact example of why it's so important to have the network and why we're so grateful that the European Cultural Foundation pushed the network and tried to provide us with this opportunity, because it's about local change that then, through network, turn into a European impact because of the network, and that can be upscaled so that everybody can use it. And I think that's the power of the network in the Europe Challenge. Yeah.
We'll continue looking at 2 other interesting examples which were part of this Europe Challenge. We'll move to Kranje and Amsterdam, 2 public libraries who engage in interesting and inspiring projects around digital inclusion and tech. Let's have a look at the videos.
Kranj je regijsko središče Gorenjske, poleg tega pa smo ponosni tudi na svojo knjižnico, ki je še vedno ena bolj modernih v Sloveniji, hkrati tudi ena lepših slovenskih knjižnic. Knjižnica je bila postavljena kot kulturno središče, kot središče družabnega življenja. Veliko imamo kotičkov namenjenih druženju in poleg tega tukaj prirejamo ogromno dogajanja, poleg naše izposoje knjig.
V knjižnici smo izvajali delavnice Lego robotike in programiranja za otroke in te delavnice so bile vedno zelo obiskane. Smo pa opazili, da se na te delavnice vedno prijavljajo samo fantje. Ko smo se vključili v projekt The Europe Challenge, pa smo nagovarjali, da so to delavnice za dekleta in te delavnice so bile v bistvu takoj polne. In te punce so uživale na delavnicah in bilo je ponovno povpraševanje.
pa sem tako videla, wow, za ženske, moram priznati, da mi je to malo potegnilo, ne vem, če je bilo tako, da je bilo za vse, ne vem, če bi se prijavila, tako je pa to res malo potegnilo. Pa sem rekla, to se pa moram prijaviti, sploh nisem razmišljala, takoj sem mail poslala.
Mi bomo v teh 2 mesecih spoznali vse temelje tega jezika Python, ki je v bistvu najbolj razširjen programski jezik na svetu. To je ena izmed tistih delavnic, ki se mi zdi, da točno to počnejo, da v bistvu rušijo ta stereotip, da mogoče pa programiranje ni za ženske, ker smo dokazali, da je.
Živa knjiga je v bistvu oseba, ki deli svojo življenjsko zgodbo. In ti prideš kot obiskovalec, oziroma v živi knjižnici rečemo bralec, na to živo knjižnico in se imaš priložnost s to osebo pogovarjati ena na ena, iz oči v oči. Tole je trenutno 9. živa knjižnica. Tokratna živa knjižnica Tehnofobija ni za ženske. Smo šli zelo ozko usmerjeni, tako da smo res iskali ženske v tipično moških poklicih.
Mene zanimata osebno dosti fizika pa biologija, pač te 2 področji. Sem vzela gospo, ki je diplomirana strojnica, pa še učiteljica. In ko vidim neko žensko, ki je pač v tehničkem poklicu, jaz si rečem, wow, carica, a ne, jaz zelo občudujem take ženske, res, a ne.
V knjižnici smo se že večkrat zavedali, da bomo na neki točki morali vzpostaviti bolj intenzivno sodelovanje z lokalno skupnostjo. In ta poziv European Challenge je prišel kot nalašč za to. Knjižnica kot javni prostor ni več le samo izposojevalnica knjig, ampak je tudi v bistvu nek prostor spodbujanja aktivnega državljanstva, praktično ni tematike, ki je ne bi uspel pripeljati v knjižnico.
Hey there! We're Studio Vrij and we create VR to bring people together. It's an amazing medium, but sadly not everybody has access to this technology.
So we started working together with the OBA to give a wider community access to learn, educate and discover in a whole new way.
Connected to the VR community because they really wanted to share VR technology with people, you know, other people than only the people that understand VR. And I felt like that's totally something that we would do as an OBA because we are working on digital inclusion. And that's when we decided to put up a VR for everybody, a few days where people can experience it and find out what they would use it for in their daily life.
In my day-to-day life, I'm a rapper. So if I could see this easily be involved in my music, you know, I'm here doing a show in Amsterdam in the OBA and somebody in Japan, you know, they can see that show, or maybe somebody in America, they can experience what I'm trying to make for them through VR, you know.
The thing that inspired me today was about the solar system, and it was mind-blowing. You can really see that, like, through VR, you can make education less traditional. If you look at tomorrow's adventures and things we need to solve, we really need to think differently, and I think through VR, you can do that.
VR doesn't just happen in the OBAs in our wonderful city of Amsterdam. It happens in people's homes. So we visited our community member, Mrs. Vosmeer, to see how she uses VR in her daily life.
I use my VR because I'm very curious about the world.
I explore mostly countries, animals, and sometimes a little game. The VR Braille is a very, very big part of my life. It is 4 o'clock and I go to look half an hour on Netflix, and then I go to my VR Braille. And after that, a glass of wine, and then I'm going to cook.
We asked our community what they want to do with VR. And people want to conquer their fears, travel to other countries, and learn in new ways. So we decided that the next step was to lend out virtual reality headsets filled with beautiful experiences, so everybody gets access to this technology. Finally, VR for everybody.
VR for everybody.
Yeah.
Martin, is the future of the library virtual?
Well, I'd say a few remarks on this. First of all, I think one of the big challenges for libraries is to move from the business to read and to see about towards experiencing itself. And experiencing itself could be dealing with bees or animals or plants or nature or whatever in real life. Mm-hmm. But I think VR, virtual reality, could be really part of our activities based on experiencing. So a library not only dealing with theory and thoughts about, but really dealing with real experience, I think is very important. So that's first remark. Second remark is technology, all kind of information technology is really important to bring in the library. But the big challenge is, not only a local, but maybe also a European challenge, not to lose yourself in all these technologies, because we are not in the business of innovation of technology. We're in the business of sharing and democratizing these kind of technologies. Mm-hmm. And that is really the heart, I think, of the challenge. Yes, VR is part of the future of the library, but in a very open and democratic way. And that's a big challenge. And for librarians, for people working in the library, you have to deal with understanding what's going on, mm-hmm. Bringing it in your programs, and sharing with not only the usual suspects, but all the other 90% non-usual suspects. So big business.
Mm. Sounds like a big challenge, indeed.
It is.
Marie. Big challenge. We understood that you're also the host of a library network conference. When you listen to these challenges on a European level, especially in relation to digital inclusion, what do you think we can learn from these kinds of projects?
Yes, it's true. In Aarhus, we host every second year our next library conference. Normally, and who knows what's normal now, but we would have around 40 different countries participating. So it's a really great conference. And one of the things that we see year after year is that what these projects are basically talking about is democracy. It's one of the talking points that we always return to. So when you talk about democracy, we have to talk about participation. And we know that today in our societies, in order to participate, you also need to have data and media literacy. And I think both projects here, and also some of the stuff that we saw earlier, they're very, very important in how we look at what library business is. And I think exactly what Martin was saying, that democratizing knowledge and democratizing access to these different technologies are some of our core businesses. So it's something that we see the library community being very preoccupied with. I'm also the chair of Public Libraries 2030, and Public Libraries 2030 is also have for many years hosted an event about generation code and created a network among European libraries on media and data literacy and technology. And I think that's very important because it's something that we learn from each other, and we learn how to explore and co-create with the public through the networks that we're doing. So I was really happy to see this as part of the Europe Challenge as well, because I think it's a very, very key component in what it is that we're dealing with.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Martin.
Multi-generational.
Inclusief.
Community.
Ontmoeting.
Samen.
So we've watched a lot of inspiring videos from 7 public libraries across Europe who participated in the very first Europe Challenge. I can imagine that a lot of you are watching, who are wondering how to become part of this challenge as well. Gladly enough, we have someone from the ECF with us today. This is Olga Alexeva, Program Manager at the European Cultural Foundation, who has been part of creating and managing the Europe Challenge. Welcome, Olga. Very happy that you're here.
Thank you.
Can you tell a little bit more about what's next and who exactly can apply for the Europe Challenge?
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. Well, Europe Challenge is all about prototyping solutions, great solutions for the most pressing challenges Europe is facing, as you've seen today. So what we do in the Europe Challenge, we facilitate that by providing financial support on one hand and learning support on the other. And it comes in the shape of co-learning with your peers from across Europe in a series of online and offline events. But it's also supported by democratic society who are experts in citizen engagement and innovation. And it's also an opportunity, of course, like we're doing today on the 9th of May of next year, to showcase your work and to share it with peers across Europe, and also to share it with potential new stakeholders and funders. So who can apply? All libraries across Europe are welcome to apply, as long as they are working or willing to work with their communities. And of course, we're also looking at libraries as safe havens, especially in these times, for people to get engaged in sometimes maybe even difficult conversations, or maybe to explore solutions to challenges that concern immediate dangers to them.
Well, today we learned that people face all kinds of different challenges, from environmental challenges to access to digital technology. What kind of challenges and solutions are you looking for?
Well, we are looking, first of all, for challenges that concern you, that are relevant to you. But it's also about finding solutions that might be interesting and relevant and relatable to the other Europeans across Europe. And of course, this year we're also specifically zooming in solutions that revolve around access to library as an open space for dialogue and conversation, but also solutions that deal with access to trustworthy information, especially in these times. And we are thinking both about immediate solutions that also might be solutions for people who are affected by the current war directly, but also longer-term solutions that address other needs of communities in Europe.
And I'm sure that a lot of people are interested in applying to become part of this challenge. How can they do that?
Well, everyone is really welcome to apply through our website, theeuropechallenge.eu. You can find all the information about the program, about application procedures, and also revisit the stories of solutions that we've seen here today for your inspiration. So go to the website and apply before the 27th of May.
Wow, so only a few weeks left. I'm sure that a lot of people who watched this live event are very inspired to become part of it. So check out the website, apply, share it within your network. Olga, I would like to thank you for sharing this information.
Thank you for
and
having
everybody who made this event possible, everybody who watched online, thank you. And it was an honor to be your host for this event. Hopefully, we'll see each other sometime in real life. Thank you.
Well, this was certainly an enlightening discussion. I know I was completely enraptured, and I would definitely like to find out more about the role of libraries and communities in European space. If, like me, you're interested in pursuing this topic further, you can visit our platforms at theeuropechallenge.eu and culturalfoundation.eu. We know that many European libraries have organized their own viewing parties to this talk show, and we will now start with their own programs. On behalf of the Challenge team and ECF, I am wishing you the best of luck with your future endeavors. Next up, launch of the European Sentiment Compass. You will all recall in the first years of the pandemic and the confusion on the European level when the virus has hit us. Who was to do what? The member states? The Commission? In the end, European cooperation really did pay off, quite literally, through the support system of the EU recovery and resilience facilities, as well as the polls, which have shown strong support for the EU. But what is the state of the European sentiment, and how is it evolving in different member states? What affects the sentiment the most? Commissioned to the European Council on Foreign Relations, or the ECFR, the European Sentiment Compass constitutes a unique contribution to the current political debate about the future of Europe. In the next 75 minutes, you will be among the first to learn what the research team of the European Council on Foreign Relations has discovered.
strengthen its security and project itself culturally. However, all of these efforts will be vain if Europe is not animated by European sentiment. These quotes, I believe, resonate very powerfully with us today in the light of the two dramatic and life-changing events that we're experiencing, both COVID pandemic and war in Europe. I'm Isabel Schwarz, I'm the head of the public policy at ECF, and I have the pleasure to moderate this session tonight. And I'm joined by 4 exquisite speakers from very different parts of Europe. Let me introduce them to you. On my right, Monica Sassatelli, who is professor in sociology of culture at Bologna University, with a very vast range of research interests regarding arts and culture, culture policies, and creative industries. Then Peter Giessen, who is a well-known face here in the Netherlands. He's a political editor and commentator of Europe at the daily The Volkskrant, and has been also correspondent for The Volkskrant 5 years in Paris. Then Galina Solovay, a very special and warm welcome to you. Galina is from Ukraine. She's a senior lecturer at one of the most prestigious universities of Ukraine, at the National University of Kiev, Mohyla Academy, at the International Relations Department, where she teaches conflict analysis. She was forced, if I may, to share this. She was forced to flee her country and under extremely difficult conditions via Lviv to Berlin, arrived in the Netherlands with her 3 daughters. And now she's teaching conflict analysis at the Amsterdam University. She's also an international experience, having have a second education also in South Korea and lived and worked in Mexico. And last not least, Pavel Zerka, who is the author of the report we will hear more about, is a policy fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations at the Paris office, and he's engaged in very different opinion polls, trying to understand what are the kind of political strategies that are possible to engage a European demos in our project Europe. So I would pass the word now to Pavel to introduce us to the results of the European Sentiment Compass.
I'll do it.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks a lot, Isabel, and thanks a lot to the European Cultural Foundation for your trust and support in doing these projects together and in exploring together the European sentiment. I believe it was also for you a very fruitful experience. You mentioned the pandemic and war, the 2 crises that we have been living through for the past couple of years. In the troubled times such as these, it is important to understand where we are and where we are going. And this concerns each and every one of us, but it also concerns the European project, which after the COVID pandemic and after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has been confronted with serious challenges, but it has also been confronted with fundamental questions about its own nature and direction. And one can use different methods in order to explore the, let's call it, state of the union. So, for example, one can do public opinion polling, and this is what European Commission's Eurobarometer is doing, but also other organizations, including my own ECFR, we are engaged in doing public opinion polling across the European Union. One can also use experiments in participatory democracy, such as the conference on the future of Europe, which is being closed today, as we speak, in Strasbourg. And so with the European Sentiment Compass, we have tried to use yet another method. And this we used the ECFR's network of 27 associate national researchers in order to map the debates about different issues different European issues in each country of the European Union. And not only did we do this with this method, but also we adapted a very specific prism to that analysis, which is the prism of the European sentiment, a concept which several of the union's founders used several decades ago, mostly just after the Second World War, and which we believed could be useful again as a concept through which to analyze where Europe is right now. And while doing this analysis, we focused on three issues in particular. First, on what has the COVID pandemic done to the attitudes towards Europe across the EU27. Secondly, we looked at the attitudes towards Europe in five specific areas: one of international security, then climate and energy, migration, rule of law, and finally financial solidarity, trying to understand whether those issues have the potential to improve attitudes towards Europe or to harm them, whether they would bring Europeans closer to each other or rather drift them farther apart. And finally, the third issue that we analyzed was the one concerning the role of culture and the media in bringing Europeans together, based on the assumption that both sectors play a crucial role in allowing for the emergence of the European sentiment. So based on this, we have produced the European Sentiment Compass, which is both a data tool that you can explore freely, so that you see the different perceptions of the EU member states on particular issues. But it's also a story where we interpret the data in a very specific way. So let me go with you with just a selection of some of our findings. And so first, on the effects of the COVID pandemic, we have concluded that this has largely been a consolidating experience for the EU as a political project. And we came to that conclusion based on several sources of data. First, we asked our researchers, and this was the only question where we asked them for their personal opinion on something, but we asked them what's their opinion on how the pandemic has affected the feeling of Europeanness among their country's society. And we have learned that in no country this has been a mostly alienating experience. Actually, in many countries, this has been an experience which our researchers have told us has clearly strengthened the European sentiment across within their countries. Then we have also looked at the available public opinion polls, such as the Eurobarometer, and here is the data on the question of trust in the European Union. As you can see, the gray area is the area of the COVID pandemic. Just after the pandemic, there has been a drop in trust in European Union in some countries, such as Italy and Malta, which you can see on this chart. But this has recovered ever since, because Europeans have shown each other a lot of solidarity. Currently, the average trust in the EU is only slightly larger than the level that was represented just before the pandemic. But we believe that behind the data there is something else, that even if trust is similar to the one before the pandemic, the expectations have shifted, and Europeans have much more expectations towards the European Union right now than they used before. Coming from Paris, I go regularly to the meetings to show solidarity with Ukraine in Paris. And during those gatherings, you can frequently hear calls that if Europe has been able to agree on the financial solidarity recovery package during the COVID pandemic, why shouldn't it agree on halting energy imports from Russia right now? There are a lot of expectations vis-à-vis Europe. Those expectations can be disappointed, but the mere fact that they are there, I believe, is important. And also, what we have seen, based on the research in 27 EU countries, is that also the member state governments have become more pro-European or more focused on Europe. In no country have we seen a shift towards more anti-European or Eurosceptic positions, whereas in several countries we have actually seen the other process, including the Netherlands, which after the change of the government after your last parliamentary elections has also clearly become more pro-European. As a result, currently Europe is led by countries, including the Netherlands or Germany, which talk about European sovereignty, something which 5 years ago was only discussed by the French president. Let me now move to the second issue that we analyzed, which is about 5 policy issues. The most important finding probably is that on all of those issues, we have noticed that they have more of a potential to improve attitudes towards Europe rather than be likely to harm those attitudes. If we just count the number of countries that represent different positions. So this is, for me, a central graph of the whole tool, which shows that most of those 5 policy areas are in the blue, which means that there are several member states where the dominating perception is that those issues should improve attitudes towards Europe in those countries. When you explore the tool, you can see which of the countries we talk specifically about. Let me just very quickly say a couple of words about international security, which is the area which is the most likely to have the potential of improving the European sentiment in Europe, with altogether 23 countries where this is seen as being likely to improve to improve attitudes towards Europe. And as you can see, this is a particularly strong perception in countries like Germany or Estonia or in Italy. The sole exception is Denmark, a country which in June will be holding a referendum on its exemptions on its opt-outs in the security and defense realm. And according to our researcher in Denmark, this is likely to make this issue more divisive and in this sense harm the attitudes towards Europe. And on the other side of the spectrum, like international security is improving in European attitudes. So on the other side of the spectrum, climate and energy seems to be an area which is the most likely to provoke divisions in Europe. And this is partly because climate is susceptible to being perceived through the prism of a dilemma between pursuing our climate ambitions on the one hand, or cutting our dependency on Russian fossil fuels on the other hand. I believe that this does not have to be a dilemma, but I clearly see that in the political discussions this is often framed as one. And you can see that there are 8 countries where the dominating perception is that this issue could provoke divisions and harm the attitudes towards Europe. Those countries include Poland, for example, or Bulgaria. And I will not be going through the rest of the policy fields. I will keep that for the discussion. But let me quickly go to the third and final issue that we have analyzed in the European sentiment compass, which is about the role of culture and the media. We believe that both culture and media need resources and freedom to perform their roles in allowing the European sentiment to emerge. And this is through that prism that we have identified specific problems in those areas. So when it comes to the cultural sector, problems concern financial difficulties after the COVID pandemic. And in most EU members, it has been flagged that the pandemic has had a devastating effect on the cultural sector. At the same time, there is still another issue of whether there is freedom of cultural expression and whether public policies do not promote too much nationalistic discourses. And those two issues seem to be particularly a problem in two countries, Hungary and to a lesser extent Poland. Then looking at the media, we've noticed that the problems concern, of course, the media freedom. And just a couple of days ago, the Reporters Without Borders have published their new report on freedom of the media, showing that there has been another decline in that area. But there is also a problem of media literacy, and unfortunately countries where are often the same where those two problems appear. So this is what you can, for example, see in on that chart, which is also part of our report, where you can see that there are countries who are strong on media literacy and media freedom, such as Finland, Denmark, Ireland, and Estonia. And there are those on the other side of the spectrum, like Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, who are doing very poorly on both media literacy and media freedom. But still, it's interesting to analyze those two issues separately, because, for example, when you compare Hungary to Poland, then even if both are doing poorly on media freedom, then it's still promising that the Polish society has a strong media literacy compared to Hungary. In this sense, despite lack of media freedom, one can expect that media can still play a useful role in also discussing European issues. But a third, less debated problem about media, which we flag in our report, is that also in those countries which in theory have more of media freedom, more of media literacy, there is also a problem of the media ecosystem being infiltrated by Russian interests and of there being a lot of complacency towards Russia. Just recently, you probably remember there has been a case of Sergei Lavrov giving a long interview to an Italian TV, or The Guardian has published some pieces which were quite strange for that newspaper. And in France as well, we have seen the spokesman of Kremlin recently giving an interview to one of the French private TV station. One final word, or also about those culture and media. There are, of course, several promising policy initiatives which we mention in our work, but we also propose some of the other recommendations too. So you can also explore the sentiment compass if you are in need for those recommendations. But let me finish with two very quick and broad conclusions, which are, so we started with the pandemic and how this has affected the European sentiment. But I think that right now we are no longer in the pandemic mood, we are in the war mood. And this is the moment where even if those expectations vis-à-vis Europe have increased during the pandemic, they are now getting tested in the context of war. And this is not an easy test. And that's why we believe that leaders need a compass. But what I'm mostly concerned about is that, as I already mentioned, they might be tempted to see some things as dilemmas. So one dilemma is between climate urgency and the urgency to become energetically sovereign on energy. There is a fear that because of the need to cut dependency on Russia, we might conclude that we need to make our ambitions on the climate agenda less ambitious, which could be devastating for the European sentiment of many European citizens. A second dilemma is between rule of law and geopolitics. And my country that I'm coming from, Poland, is in the center of that dilemma, because I see that there is a temptation to seek some sort of a compromise with the Polish government on the rule of law issue in order to ensure that there is a geopolitical unity, or as much as possible of that unity, because Hungary is another problem, within the European Union. And I'm just wondering where that compromise on rule of law could be. Who would compromise more, Brussels or Warsaw? And there is a third dilemma, which is the one between financial solidarity, with rising calls for another round of financial solidarity across Europe. Those calls are justified because the effects of war on European economies are uneven, and that war was not possible to be expected. And also, in order to ensure support behind the sanctions on Russia, you might need to support some countries more, especially since some countries also host more Ukrainian migrants or refugees. And therefore, there is this discussion about financial solidarity, but I believe that the COVID pandemic has made that call both more and less possible. It's a bit paradoxical. So it made it more possible because we have already broken the taboo of financial solidarity. But at the same time, it's less possible because also all the economies are in a greater trouble right now, and the issue of financial stability is at stake here. And finally, a second big conclusion for me from that walk is that we are going through a deeply cultural moment. And this is, first of all, because all of those issues like migration, climate, are deeply cultural. About climate, actually, we can say that there are cultural wars right now. And migration is obviously a cultural issue, but this shows that we are entering into a moment where we cannot no longer hope that there can easily be found depoliticized solutions to our challenges. We need to engage culturally, and this means engage also with citizens. And here is where the role of free media and free culture is so important, because these are the channels through which this European sentiment can emerge, and the flow of ideas needs to be open. In this sense, exercises like today's, like the conference on the future of Europe, are useful, but they will not be sufficient, because in a way we need a permanent discussion about the future of Europe. And for such a discussion, we need to have resilient and free media and culture. I finish on this note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Join us here and let's start the conversation. I think on one hand you gave a pretty positive sort of appreciation of a sort of consolidation again of the trust in most of the 27 EU countries, and a sort of greater expectations from citizens towards Europe that is opening actually a new path, a new opportunity also for Europe. But at the same time, of course, there's these big challenges related both to media freedom, media literacy, media pluralism, control of media, and then, of course, terribly, the situation in Ukraine. So we need to balance this. And I would like to start our conversation maybe actually with Peter. Changed my mind. With Peter, because I thought following the presentation it would be interesting to hear from you. Sort of what is your first reaction to this reading of the results of the 27 researchers?
Okay, thank you. Well, I think indeed, as Pavel said, the crisis of pandemic and the war in Ukraine have favored common European sentiment. And you can see that very well, I think, in Holland, where there's really been a shift in politics, but also in society. And in politics, that has to do, of course, with another government. But also, I think, in society where we used to see the European Union very long time as a kind of market, which earns us a lot of money, but it shouldn't cost us too much. And we really shouldn't have to pay for the Italians and the Greeks and the Spaniards and so on. So it was quite narrow-minded vision of Europe. I think the pandemic has changed that a bit because it shows how interdependent we are. There was a kind of European public space, or perhaps a little bit of a European demos, if you like. Because you could really see that if the neighbors don't fix their problems, we're in trouble too. So everyone noticed how interdependent we are. But the thing above all, it showed how vulnerable our system is. And we noticed how little is produced in Europe itself. And for a long time we had many products made on the cheap in China or other countries. And now, all of a sudden, you saw what happens if supply lines are being cut off. And that gave us, I think, a sense of vulnerability. And that's also why, a concept like European sovereignty, which was seen 5 years ago as a quite outlandish, typically French subject, being presented in order to favor French industry. Is now more and more accepted also in the Netherlands. And of course the war that has enormous influence, you really can see it's a very bad time to be on your own now.
Maybe a little provocative, thank you, maybe a little provocative question to add on. I mean, there's the issue of vulnerability and solidarity. They are quite close together, and strategic autonomy and sovereignty. What does it mean now in the Dutch context? Would you say that because of that more pro-European engagement, the Netherlands would actually also be ready to pay more?
Oh, they do.
No, but more than, because, we have the stories of the frugals. And
yeah, of course. But you saw that, of course we had to, because the Germans, they changed their policies. And we noticed it very late. And we thought we could stay frugal, and then the Germans made a shift, and then we were quite alone. But I think that we're actually more prepared to pay for other countries than before.
Good.
Yeah.
Good news.
But sorry.
Yeah.
If I may,
I
think what Pavel said, whether this common European sentiment, whether it will last, depends on, of course, whether the European Union delivers on all kinds of issues, from climate change to migration, etc. But also, perhaps very briefly, it depends on developments in the member states themselves, I think, and I think especially on the French elections, where Marine Le Pen had a really astonishing 42%. That had actually very little to do with the EU, and much more with kind of general distrust against the elite. Perhaps a deeply cultural moment, a culture war. And I've talked before the elections to Stéphane Séjourné. He's a leader of Renew and advisor to Macron. I said, well, Macron will probably win this time. But we have a real problem, because if the gap in our society is a rift between big cities and periphery, higher, lower educated, if we don't find a solution, and nobody has so far, the extreme right will come to power one day in France. So I think this external threat brings European Union together. But at the other hand, there are undermining forces from within each member state. Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe that is a very good bridge to Monica, because also you mentioned it in the report, that it's through crisis that Europe has been actually leaping forward each time. While I remember in one of your papers, you were actually saying quite the opposite, that you said it's actually in crisis that you see where the sort of breaking lines are, and that it's not necessarily the unity that is shown. So maybe one reaction on this, and also on the point of the European sentiment will depend on the EU's ability to deliver. But what's the role, and the sentiment is not sort of coming from top down, but it actually has to come from below as well. So, and how is culture then playing into that? Monica.
Well, thank you. Thank you for those easy questions. Yes, I think crisis is a crucible, I think, is a moment where things go one direction or the other. I think historically they have posed problems for European identity, or they have spurred the European organization, European institutions to try and forge a European identity. And I also like the fact that the report starts with this idea, we still have these open questions about European belonging or sentiment or identity. Is it a prerequisite for further integration or in fact for continuing integration? And how does it come about? How do we promote it, which is also your kind of second question. And I think what is interesting, and actually what the report demonstrates, is that perhaps you don't necessarily need a strong identity to become closer. These two crises now have shown it. And in fact, I'm always a bit suspicious of this idea of a strong identity. I think it tends to become essentialist and also exclusivist and also divisive and, generate conflict, which is what we are seeing today. And I think also Europe doesn't really stand a chance to have an essentialist identity. That is not the way European ideas and narratives of European identities have developed. Luckily, I think they are more about complexity, in fact. And when Paul said about this is a deeply cultural moment, I think it is because it's a complex moment. Strong identities are often about simplification, us and them, and that's all very easy and neat. Or not easy, but at least neat. And instead, culture is at ease with complexity, and the world is indeed complex, and is what makes us navigate this complex world, and what gives us a direction and tells us what we should desire and the kind of good life that we should aim for. So that's what culture tells us, and it's a kind of in this sense, is a kind of the engine of history, I would say. So this is a deeply idealist or culturalist argument, perhaps. But on the issue of how then the European sentiment comes about, I switch to a more materialist argument and say that in order to have a joint shared sentiment, you probably most of all need joint shared material conditions. And I think also the report and the response to the crisis show that in many ways. So shared duties and rights and constraints and possibilities that make us, for instance, a common or at least a European public sphere. For instance, in the role of the media, also the report says that you can have tell different stories if it is within the same European public sphere, so national variants or local variants or other kinds of variants, but there is this kind of shared basis, if you like, and that is a material basis, is actually, yes, culture makes you navigate in this complex sea that we find ourselves in, and often there has been this metaphor of being in the same boat, but actually it's probably more a sea. And then when you see that somebody is in a flashy boat and somebody else is in a rusty raft or maybe even swimming, then I think then the most likely sentiment is one of betrayal. And instead, if we are probably have to build also cultural boats there. Just to close on this metaphor.
Like we need a speedboat.
Yes.
For this, merci, Monica. And Galina, now took the liberty to ask you in that first round as the last contribution, because obviously Ukraine had not been part of that inquiry, I would say, and it's a pretty clear and stark storyline we have been following with Pavel's presentation. What do you make of this when you hear it? And because it can be also very Eurocentric.
Yes, but you know, here I've read the report, and Ukraine is almost everywhere in each question. Then we are talking about, not about pandemic, but about security. That's about threats to Europe. That's about culture also. Ukraine is everywhere because the situation in Ukraine is quite crucial. Ukraine unites all 27 EU member states symbolically here because this is a common threat for all of them. And here in this report I can see that I really appreciate these infographics here. And here is one very specific one. How many kilometers is from the capital of EU country to the capital of Ukraine? And the far from Ukraine country is, the more safely the country, mostly the more safely that country feels, except of, let's say, Sweden, because Sweden shows very huge solidarity with Ukraine, even being very far from it. And Ireland, of course, too, because in Ireland there are a lot of sentiments towards Ukrainians, maybe because of very similar past. What can I see here too? I can say that perception of the biggest threats to Europe, there are two of them, Russia and migration, which are combined in the report. And I can see as a conflict analyst that here the cause and effect are meeting in this report, because Russia is the cause of migration crisis, which is the biggest fear for 27 EU countries. So if you will cure the cause, the effect will be less. And what can I say? Now Europe is facing the biggest refugee crisis in its history after the Second World War. And what is done already? In the March 4 Temporary Protection Directive came in force, and not only neighboring countries such as Poland, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia are helping Ukrainians, are letting Ukrainians in, but also we have 400,000 of Ukrainians in Germany. Here in the Netherlands, there are only 21,000 of Ukrainian refugees, and Mark Rutte was saying that Netherlands is ready to give shelter for 50,000 of them. So solidarity is enormous, and this is what I can. This is my first reaction on this report.
Thank you. Merci, Galina. Pavel.
I have spoken so much, maybe I will skip the first round.
Okay. I just wanted, in terms of the geopolitical dimension of this, we stay here? Yeah? Okay, good. Well, it's too short time to go in all to the 5 dimensions, just to repeat them, that we are all on the same boat. In this, there is what the report has really been analyzing, has been the question of international security and defense, of climate and energy, on financial solidarity, on the rule of law and migration. And media and culture is really going as a red thread throughout these dimensions. And I really agree, actually, what you have been saying, that this is actually also for us a special culture moment, that in that complexity, it's actually culture that can help us understanding the almost understandable in that context. And if I may go to you, Monica, as our cultural specialist on that table, back to the European sentiment and the creativity that is needed to be unlocked also now in that situation. We often hear that the culture should be better acknowledged, should have a much more pivotal role in the European project, because it is not acknowledged neither by national governments nor by the EU. It is chronically under-financed, under-resourced. What are we doing wrong?
Well, I don't know. That's the short answer. But actually, I've been thinking about it, and one thing that I want to start pointing out that I think could be useful for an answer is that, for instance, even in this report, and it's not a criticism, but culture is not one of the policy sectors that is not one of the 5. And still the report, of course, says that a flourishing cultural sector is important for the development of a European sentiment. But then culture is still, throughout the report, is spoken about a lot. And I think that is because culture is, at the very least, 2 things, and there are 2 very different ways to look at culture. One is culture as the cultural sector, in which case it is a policy area, or it can be. But then there is also culture is in what may be called the more anthropological sense, which is a much wider transversal subject, which is difficult to, it cannot really be promoted as a sector because it's transversal. It deals with basically is relevant for all of the sectors, and is also a very sensitive matter because it is also very much linked to identity. And in fact, I made to think of a metaphor that is actually, I think, originally a Dutch idea, which is this idea of the pillars, in the sense that, and also because it's central, for instance, now when we talk about climate and sustainability, there is this idea of the 3 pillars of sustainability: environmental, economic, and social. And so what is culture? And in fact, there is a big debate, should culture be the 4th pillar? And maybe yes, it should be a 4th pillar. There should be more energy in communicating about it and making sure it's not the poor cousin in policy matters. But then there is this kind of structural problem with culture or issue. The culture is also just not a pillar, is also, in some representation, is now made as the roof of the old building, but I think it's probably more like the foundation, because it's not something that you put on top, is what really needs to be there from the very beginning to make sense of it all. So I know I haven't answered the question, but I think there is this to be considered, the fact that culture is both a sector that can be promoted, and I think all the initiatives, for instance, for having at least 2% of national resilience plans devoted to culture, all these initiatives are important, but there's also this relationship of culture as a transversal, more foundational component, which is there and which may be more difficult to promote on its own.
Thank you also for making indirectly a connection to the Cultural Deal for Europe, because with our partners Culture Action Europe and Europa Nostra, we have launched a Cultural Deal for Europe, which was actually asking for the 2% from the recurring resilience funds for culture, which we actually succeeded in, not in individual 27 EU member countries, but in an aggregated fashion. Part of the advocacy is also related to making culture the 4th pillar. And indeed, the challenge I see is that it is the culture sector calling for it. While, if we talk about culture as the fundament of our society, it should not be the culture sector, but the community of Europe calling for it. And there again, the challenge, how do we change it? How do we unlock the creativity, the imagination of our citizens, that they actually perceive that substantial need for Europe to have that cultural fundament?
Well, I get culture has this role of unlocking, and probably especially the cultural sector. So those who, making the distinction here in saying those people and institutions that are particularly devoted to creating and conveying, so sharing is very important, conveying objects that are cultural, so objects, both material and immaterial ideas, of course, are cultural objects, that have a meaning. That is, having meaning is what culture is about. And so writing stories, creating narratives, and I think that's precisely is the role, not to stick to what already exists, but to imagine what maybe doesn't even exist now. That is also the role that has been given to the arts, historically, especially by modern society. Is art have this particular responsibility to be irresponsible in a certain way, to play and to make us imagine what we cannot see yet. So I think that is what the cultural, the sector is for, and if it sticks to that, I think it can do it well. And I also wanted to say something, given that I still have the floor, about this fact that, we often use these architectural metaphors, the pillars, and for Europe, it's all the time architectural metaphors, the common European home, or, well, even European fortress is not that good, but it's still, an architectural metaphor, the architects of Europe, the euro as are, bridges and on them. And I think also the European Pavilion now with this new initiative of the ECF so there's clearly a need to imagine ourselves into a kind of home, a place where we can represent ourselves and to others. And I think that this is done in a complex way that is trying to reimagine radically what Europe is promising.
Merci, Monica. Galina, how does it sound for you? I mean, now we are in war, but we hope that in the aftertime, culture will play also, or will have a role to play also in the healing process, in the coming together and in the rebuilding also of Ukraine. Now, you are, again, more an expert in geopolitical questions, but does it echo for you, this kind of conversation around culture as a pillar?
Of course, it is, and I think that narratives which we are building, which we are reproducing, they are our cause of conflicts very, very often. And today I've read Maxim Osipov's article, which was published in Dutch here, and very respectful, let's say, newspaper, and narratives he reproduced there. He is sort of good Russian. Narratives he reproduces, they can be the causes of the war, because he says that Ukraine and Russia are brothers. And this is like Cain and Abel metaphor. Ukraine and Russia never were brothers, because Ukraine has much deeper and longer history. So it is like grandfather and grandchild. And he also says that his grandfather was running from Nazi occupation in the Second World War, and he was taking with him a book in German by a German author, and he said that maybe right now, like Ukrainians fleeing from the war, from the aggression from Russia, they are taking with themselves books written by Pushkin or Tolstoy or Dostoevsky. We had free choice what to take with us. We are not forced to take books, but each of us did it. And my biggest daughter, he he took fanny flakes, fried green tomatoes in the We Still Stop Cafe. It is about racism and about love between two women in America and US. My middle daughter, she took Harry Potter, the last part of it, and it is very heavy because we just carried it on us. And my small one, she took Matilda by Roald Dahl because they perceived that this is something that belonged to them. We were not forced to take this. What else I'm like perceiving, not like from this situation. I was working in the Ministry of Education and Science for a while, and I also was an international student in South Korea, and I appeared here as a result of communication with my classmate then, because he called me to flee from Ukraine to Netherlands. We already had like this initial trust, and the initial trust can be born when people are starting together, they are sharing their values together. So normally, like statistically, people are just like running to their bordering countries and are waiting there, then the war is over and then it is safe to get home again. Here, I just like, me and my family, we made such a long trip because this trust existed before. And what can I say? Almost 6 million of Ukrainians are refugees right now, and a bigger part of them, except of 700 in Russia, they are forced to flee, not to flee, but they are just removed there forcefully. But like the bigger part of them, they are here in EU, and this temporary protection directive gives them right to study here, to children, to students, to study here. And I received here in the Netherlands truly this act of academia solidarity. I applied to a scientific or teaching position here, and I received a response in a week that I can teach in the University of Amsterdam, and I'm truly happy and grateful for that. Like the Dean of Political Department offered me a lectural place, and Charlotte Hill and other professors, she just shared thesis students with me. So this act of solidarity brings a lot and teaches a lot. And what can I say? That children in schools, in EU, students in universities, teachers everywhere, they are not like just exchanging facts of knowledge. They are feeling this unity, this sentiment. And for sure, the bigger part of Ukrainians, they are not like people who are just want to settle here. We want to return, and we want to bring these values with us. And you know, to stop aggression as soon as possible is truly meaningful, because people whose houses are already not existing, they would be like eagerly trying to stay here. If it is still any kind of hope to have anything left there, and just like we would return, and we will be grateful for this shelter given to us here, and we will transmit values with our gratitude to Ukraine, and in Ukraine it will never be possible to make authoritarian regime. And I think that here in this situation, like Europe is uniting. Europe is like proving this potential to be democracy and to fight autocracy in this Russian aggression. Thank you.
Galina, it's also very encouraging to hear this, because this week actually we had lunch with a colleague of ours from Ukraine who gave us quite a different picture also about the Ukrainians' disillusion, anger and sadness about Europeans, other Europeans, Europeans. And that we have that impression again that there's a lot of solidarity out there, but actually that when you are still in the war zone, you feel pretty alone, and that this actually nourishes very strong anti-European feelings. So I'm glad to hear your other narrative, and I know it's sincere. Merci. I was also wondering, it sounded like culture could be the compass when you mentioned earlier that these books have been accompanying you and actually giving you that hope that you need in that moment. Peter, no, Pavel. Pavel, no.
Can I react to it?
Yes, please.
I enjoy listening to all of you. And Monica has great metaphors, the one of the house, the one of the boats. I think with our project, we also used a metaphor of the compass, and it was on purpose. And it merits perhaps some explanation, because I believe that the compass is needed on those waters, which are right now stormy, but it is also needed because Europe is losing, or has its sense of direction has been shaken by those crises. And I mostly refer to the fact that Europe used to be a peace project. There is no peace anymore. In a way, it's a paradoxical. In front of our eyes, we can see what Europe was about. But at the same time, perhaps we need a new purpose. And if this is true, then this is a moment of the opening, which requires creativity. That's why this free flow of ideas is so important, and that's why the role of the media and the culture is so crucial in allowing us to be able to use the compass properly. I also wanted to comment on the fact that we are using a concept of European sentiment, which is a little bit a way of not talking about European identity, because identity is such a loaded concept. It closes more doors than it opens. So we wanted to open the doors with using a much softer word, less provocative, but I believe still very useful of a European sentiment, which is somewhere on a level down on the building. But still, the question as to how European culture should be defended, the free culture should be defended, it will be a taboo question, a difficult question. I wouldn't want Brussels to be responsible for promoting European identity. I think this would be a tremendous mistake. But I still believe that there are parts of the job that also Brussels could do. So, for example, on the media are already part of the rule of law monitoring. I see no reason why the freedom of cultural expression shouldn't be included there. But then I also feel that I'm not sure what your experiences are from this campaign of 2% for the culture. But I believe that there are several places in Europe where culture is still looked through the prism of a thing for the elites, whereas the rest of the people still need bread and butter. So societies in Europe differ on this culture générale. So in France, maybe this notion that culture is needed is more widely accepted, but it's not necessarily the case everywhere. And finally, I also feel that we are living a moment where European sentiment has strengthened thanks to the crisis, or if things can happen thanks to the crisis or because of them. But I also feel plenty of dangers for the disappointment. So just going to those rallies of support for Ukraine, people are calling for closing the sky, halting the imports of Russian energy, sending more arms. And those political decisions are so difficult that actually there is a lot of potential for disappointment. And also, while there is solidarity right now, it is not given. It's not certain that it will last forever. And in particular, the issue of migration, if this turns out to be a longer migration and not a temporary one, can be easily exploited by some political forces, and already is in some respects. Although, and I will finish on that note, it is still very interesting for me to note that Europeans are discussing Ukrainian refugees completely in a different way than they used to discuss refugees and migration 7 years ago. And I ask myself a question of what does it tell us about Europe and European culture?
I think with applause means also we can take questions now. Are there any questions from the right? It's hardly difficult to see. Is there anyone that has a burning or less burning question to one of the panelists? Oh, Monsieur, please. And if you could, because we don't have a mic, but I think if you speak high, loudly, we will all hear you. Please go ahead.
As a, sorry?
Human rights.
Human rights.
Open policy to the rest of the world and to have legal pathways. This all is human rights based. Is that not the basic we should go back to if you talk about culture?
Thank you. No, that's really interesting, and I agree on the human rights issue. So first of all, in theory, it's either 3 pillars with a roof, and the roof is culture, or 4 pillars. No, this is how it's been, talked about, and it is true that it's mainly talked about with regards to sustainable development agenda. So it is a global issue, not just European. So I was using that, I was taking for Europe something that is also a global issue. Culture is, well, there are cultural rights as well as human rights is a complex, is also a complex matter, and in a way, one could also look at the specific cultural rights, among which there is the, the ability, the permission to speak your own language, educate your children in that culture. So there are specific cultural rights which can be therefore managed as we manage political, social, and civil rights as well. So Europe, of course, only the relationship between what is European and what is global becomes, becomes difficult here. Europe can only speak for itself and find good solutions for itself when it's talking about its own policies. And I think that the crisis is a good occasion to rethink migration policy in particular, and let's see if it's possible to grasp it. I don't know.
Peter, you want to add?
No.
No? Maciej, we had another question.
I had a question because you seem to be quite, having a liking to different metaphors. And this question of European sentiment versus or European sentiment and European identity. I have to say personally, I also have hard times sometimes grasping the notion of this European sentiment. I understand that it goes back to the writing of Denis de Rougemont. I think it also gets tricky when you try to translate it into other languages. But I was wondering if you maybe had some metaphors in mind. Again, identity versus sentiment. Pavel started talking about how spatially, I mean, one might be above another. But I mean, if you could elaborate on that, or if you have any thoughts in general. I think the metaphors are great, by the way, because they can replace this, European lingo that is sometimes, having a lot of burden in our discussions in Europe.
Is that for me? I don't know.
Everyone. For everyone.
Okay. Well, identity is more than a metaphor for me, is an analytical concept, which is problematic because it's also a practical concept used by people in every day, but is also, has been sort of talked about and discussed in several disciplines, emerging from psychology and then identity politics and etc. So that's why, in fact, I prefer, in a way, identity, even though I agree is terribly divisive and a problem, but at least it's also a concept as a history of, or at least I'm, for myself, more comfortable. Sentiment, for me, in fact, is more of a metaphor, or I struggle to use it as an analytical concept. Perhaps a psychologist would have an easier time, I don't know. I think it's an interesting move, though. I mean, I try to then analyze the move from identity, which definitely was in vogue in the 90s, to now that we're talking of sentiment. And I think, on the one hand, is a kind of this shift that I think is we can see it in many other areas, with a kind of a shift towards more intimist, if you like, private, and because of all the security crises that there have been, this more move towards the idea of resilience, and which is, but I mean, I haven't studied it now, I'm just replying to a question. So I think it is an interesting, in fact, move that we are now talking about the sentiment rather than identity. But I don't know.
If I can briefly respond to it. For me, European sentiment is also a para-analytical concept, but it's good. It allows experimentation, which is actually in keeping with what should happen in the culture sphere. It's not just different from European identity, which is loaded, but it's also different from opinions. So we are used to looking at public opinion polls and trusting that opinion is all that matters. But I believe that there is something else behind the opinions, because opinions are rational, but there is also something which is a bit less rational, which is hidden. Of course, it doesn't mean that we have a tool to identify those sentiments among Europeans, but at least with the concept, we show that we mean something else than just the opinions. And finally, talking about European sentiment allows us to look at different actors, so not just Europeans and their sentiments, but also the European approach of the governments or of different actors. So you can you can use this concept for it opens several doors, and that's what I like about it. Although, again, this was for us a prototype mission and an experimentation with this concept. First time that we used it in such a methodological way.
Galina? Yes, I just want to add, just to link in between sentiment, identity, and migration and culture. I'm pretty sure I'm just following thoughts of John van Dijk, who is a Dutch thinker, discourse analyst, and then he says that teachers and journalists, they are symbolical elite of all the societies, because what we can feel is already like taught us in schools, let's say, and it is transmitted by the culture, and we not are just reproducing the ideas or the concept which are in our culture. We can change the discourse. And now this is a moment of crisis, this is a moment of change. The best books about, from Ukrainian side, let's say, the best films about Ukraine are not filmed and are not written yet. And this is crisis will give us the possibility to rethink this concept of migration. And I hope what like migrants from Ukraine will help to rethink all the concepts, because this is the very first time from the Convention of 1951, which was written after the Second World War. Then migration by European nation is happening inside of the Europe. And like as my host family says, they are looking at me and they clearly, they feel the solidarity, they feel something very similar, and they just like think if something, things haven't never happened, but if something happened in this Netherlands, where will they go? They said that they will go to Brussels, and they will say they will sit there still, and they will wait. Then it will be over. So they think of us not like from different from the other, from different people. It is a chance to make the Europeans more human to each and everyone, just like to make this sentiment of like the refugees, just to make them it their own, just to feel it from inside.
Thank you. Merci, Yannick. Peter? I think it was a tour de table.
No, but just I agree with you. I would hope that it would give us a more humane perspective on refugees, also from other parts of the world. I very much doubt if that is the case, because I think really because people of Ukraine are from Europe, they are white, they are kind of Christian backgrounds, they're mostly women and children. I think things will be very different if we have another wave of black Muslim Africans, whether we like that or not.
It was also one of the points in the report, of course, that you are more inclined to develop that sense of togetherness for something you know.
Yeah, but I think that's
religion and culture.
Yeah, that's logical, and I think also perhaps we should feel too guilty about it. But on the other hand, it's really a food for thought. If you think, what's the difference between Ukrainians now and the Syrians of 2015, who are also fleeing for a terrible war, much violence, partly also Russian violence.
Yeah. And that's also an expectation from some of the citizens, exactly, to open up. And also we look at the asylum policy of the EU, and that this is actually reinforcing dividing lines that are already there through these very different treatments of where you come from. I realize and I see that we are already 1 minute over time. Thank you very much. It has been a fascinating conversation. Thank you very much for taking your time, for joining us, and I hope we will continue in the bar. Thanks a lot. Stay tuned.
For those in Paris and around, there will be another launch in the framework of the French presidency on May 12th. Please see the website of the European Cultural Foundation for more information. We will now show the speech by Darin Zhivakhlядova, researcher and cultural policymaker from Kiev, Ukraine again. She spoke those words live this morning during the Amplify in Action broadcast.
Let us welcome our guest sitting here next to us, Darina, and I'm going to try to say this right, Zhivakhlядova. Yes, was it correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you and welcome to our studio. Darina, you are a result-oriented policymaker as well, as the views that we had here, cultural program manager, non-formal education trainer from Kiev, Ukraine. And you're also a PhD candidate, the list goes on, in culture studies at Taras Shevchenko National University in Kiev. And your main scope of your research is right now the cultural capital of international cultural cooperation. So as a practitioner, you have had a position at the head of Creative Europe Desk in Ukraine, and as well as a deputy head of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. So you've been around, and other than that, you're also a professional who has work experience with youth and other educational projects. So that was a whole mouthful, but nonetheless, welcome here, welcome in our studio. So tell us more about, what you've been doing and how culture for you has a great impact in the future of Europe that we all want to see.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Culture Action Europe, for the opportunity to speak here and to speak out loud about Ukraine. As a famous Ukrainian poet, Lina Kostenko said, єдиний, хто не втомлюється, це час, а ми живі, нам треба поспішати. It's like the only one who is not tired is time, and we're alive and we need to hurry. And that's why I would like to call for Ukraine. To start with, I would like to tell you about defending culture in Ukraine, and I also need to tell you about what do I mean by saying culture. So I see it through the concept of values, through the concept of identities, ideas, meanings, culture codes. And now the cultural community directs all its resources to found brand new mechanisms, brand new tools and ideas to defend these values. And due to the cruelty of Russian Zionism, when it tries to put a man to the animal needs, so that to abandon spiritual values, global cultural community owes its culture capital, owes its knowledge and expertise, practice, so that to bring all its efforts to defend these values. And indeed, after the full-scale invasion, the help for Ukraine arrived quickly, and the first steps were taken primarily by Ukraine. From the first days, the full-scale informational campaign, what is very important for both of governmental as well as NGOs, organizations, culture organizations in Ukraine, started. And also the Ukraine Culture Foundation raised its fundraising campaign to support individual artists, to support organizations, and as well as support Ukrainian media. It's continuing to raise funds for it. And as well as no less is important that Ukraine Institute, that mostly deals with the Ukrainian culture abroad, it also now provides a lot of activities to promote Ukrainian culture abroad and to raise money for the army. And also, by the way, Ukraine Institute called for the European Council so that to award the title to Kiev as the culture capital and the capital of peace 2022. And now I would like to move to concrete proposals, concrete ideas, how to amplify. Indeed, I would like to mention firstly that the actions are needed from different levels, from individual artists to local, national and global EU level. And firstly, amplify by creating policies. We need active support schemes, active fundraising schemes. As a great example, the one was launched by the European Culture Foundation that now supports short and mid-term projects that support Ukrainian creative professionals' culture expressions, as well as fighting with propaganda. As well, I would like to tell you the second thing, amplify by preserving culture heritage. You know that during the massive attacks on Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian villages, and purposeful facils to the culture sites, a lot of museum collections, museum-as buildings, and culture sites damaged. You know, I would like also to, this is different cities, like from Crimea to Kharkiv, Kiev, and I would like also to put the Ministry of Culture, Information and Policy of Ukraine. They launched a map of culture crimes and of treasure losses. And I would like also to put the number of the culture crimes here. But then I understood that for me speaking here now, the number could already be increased. Like the last number that I saw today's morning was 233 culture crimes. And what do we need? We need logistics, we need expertise, and we need concrete actions to preserve heritage, to evacuate it. A great example was said by the Ali Foundation, International Allies for Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas. It launched a campaign to help Ukrainian museums, Ukrainian culture sites, with grants, and for now, more than 100 Ukrainian institutions for more than €2 million were supported. It's a great example, a case how to amplify. Amplify by becoming a partner. You know that now, as an example, Creative Europe Desk Ukraine launched a campaign calling for UA, so that to find partners and apply for Creative Europe open calls. You know that even previous COVID crisis showed its intercultural collaborations and also collaborations between creative sectors and other sectors, as using arts and art therapy in medicine, as collaboration between scientists and culture workers, so that to preserve the heritage. And all these cross-cultural projects need to grow in scale and in number. And the art should become a tool for social cohesion. Amplify by providing Ukrainian-related activities in your country. Indeed, a lot of Ukrainians are now abroad, and it can be done by providing Ukrainian film screenings, by making subtitles for children cartoons. Amplify just by expressing your thoughts and your values. It's very important for us to have direct messages about Russian aggression. And I would like to know that already a lot of cultural organizations, such as European Festival Association, such as Progalvetsia, Swedish Arts Council England, they already brought their forces into concrete campaign to exclude Russian organizations from all of the finances and from all of the networks. Amplify just by wondering. We're wondering about our culture, wondering about our history, and our personal way to independence. And amplify by just by acting. And I would like to end my calling with the direct message that you cannot stay neutral in cultural cooperation, because it's always your choice of identity, who I am, your choice of the value, the choice of the idea that you have. And amplify, you know that every voice is heard by us, every action is needed for us. Thank you.
The next part of our program is a video by the European Union Youth Orchestra on their new Café Bauhaus program, inspired by the new European Bauhaus that was launched by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in 2020. Café Bauhaus recreates the inspiration of the Bauhaus movement in modern guise. In a series of sustainable local events created and run by EUYO members and recent alumni with the help and financial support of the EUYO, connecting high-quality music performance to contemporary issues such as climate change, sustainability, gender equality, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These events are nothing less than a new model of enabling emerging artists in Europe to create their own work and engage with new audiences. Café Bauhaus is infused with the values of the Bauhaus, the artistic design movement that began in Germany in 1919, combining crafts and fine arts. Café Bauhaus is planned as an ongoing series of chamber music and ensemble performances, each designed with and by EUYO members and alumni with the assistance of EUYO, in places where those members and alumni live, reside, and work.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the first ever Café Bauhaus Award ceremony. My name is Agnese, I will be your host today, and I'm a UIO alumna. So, just a very quick thank you to the European Culture Foundation for organizing this event, Europe Day 22 at The Future Is Now, and greetings to everybody who's live at the Bali in Amsterdam and on live at the live stream via europeday.eu. This is the culminating moment of a process that began in 2021, where UIO had to choose projects that show the best of Europe's innovatory, environmental-friendly, cross-genre music projects from young Europeans. Café Bauhaus tries to recreate the inspiration of the Bauhaus movement in a modern guise, in a series of sustainable local events and performances created and run especially by UIO members and recent alumni. The inspiration behind this project for UIO was the new European Bauhaus announcement that was made in 2020 by the European Commission President, which aims to help shape a more beautiful, sustainable and inclusive form of living together in Europe. Café Bauhaus also works to advance the European Green Deal, which means that all projects have to work according to, for example, we're trying to be as much as possible carbon neutral, which means no flying or less trains, which means that all the events are going to be strictly local and environmental friendly, of course. So I just wanted to thank very quickly everybody who has helped to shape this new Café Bauhaus program, especially our creative partner of UIO, which is Europa Nostra. The target for this Café Bauhaus project is a young and diverse audience, local communities, or we're trying to bring new people to classical music. What you're going to see throughout these very short clips that we have are the videos of the 3 winners, and just me asking very, very quick questions. So I'm not gonna talk anymore, and here's the first video.
Nous marchions de ville en ville en partageant notre façon de voir la vie à travers l'art. Et maintenant, nous sommes ici, 2022, Paris, et nous faisons la même chose. Nous créons notre art, notre poésie, notre musique. Et nous y allons. Quatre grands concerts de musique de chambre à Paris. Dans les 4 directions de la ville, avec public assis ou itinérant. Les performances sont créées et interprétées par des artistes féminines parisiennes internationales. Nous raconterons des histoires, la diversité de notre ville, ses racines et développement, l'art et l'humanité. Les histoires naturelles. Nous sommes trop Biarritz.
Nice. Can I ask you, Anna, because I'm very curious, what can the public expect?
That what is the most powerful thing about music making is not only transmitting emotions, but also touching some very important subjects and to provoke rethinking life. And that's what our public can expect from our concerts. They will hear chamber music from different styles, different epochs, combined together with poetry, photography, video, elements of theater. The main point is to guide and to engage the audience into very important subjects of our daily modern life. All that thanks to cross-art storytelling, like in medieval times, female troubadours, troubadours, did.
That sounds amazing. That sounds very cool. Like, I would totally be up for it. Thank you so much, Anna, and on to the second video now. Nice, this is beautiful, Clara. I was wondering while we were watching the video, because these islands are please pass me this, but they're particularly recognized for their sort of vacation appeal. So I was wondering, and I was actually very interested in the relation that you've got between tourism and culture. Can you tell us a bit more about this importance of connecting culture and tourism in places like this?
Dear Agnese, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the Balearic Islands, as many other places in Europe, are known for being a vacation destiny for people to relax. I think our islands have much more to offer. Here in the islands, tourism is having a lot of success. We can say it's having a little too much of success. The inhabitants of this region are facing a mass tourism problem. At Borea, we believe that from a problem there is always an opportunity. What can do tourism to help culture? What can culture do to improve the kind of tourism that is bad for the ecosystem and for the inhabitants of the islands? Filling the concert venues is sometimes a struggle, but here in summer it's crowded with people with cultural interests and willing to listen. What about if we export the Balearic Islands also as a cultural destiny? What if we show the foreigners our cultural heritage, language and artists? From Trio Borea, we want to be part of this transformation of the quality of the tourism and the culture. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Clara. And we are now heading to our last video for today's ceremony.
Hello, my name is Emily Davis. I'm a violinist, a former concertmaster of the EUIO, and a very lucky recipient of one of the Café Bauhaus Project Awards this year. I am the co-founder of a new string ensemble in Scotland called 13 North, and we are passionate about bringing classical music to new audiences and new people outside of the concert halls in unexpected situations. The project that we will be realising with the help of the Café Bauhaus Award is all to do with human connection. We want to celebrate the power of music and connection, especially after 2 years of intense isolation, which has really affected a huge number of people in our society. So we wanted to create a project that would bring together all age demographics under one project roof. So by taking some music which is influenced by folk and classical, so already bringing those genres together, and working with a filmmaker from Glasgow, we wanted to celebrate the power of music, connection and people. We will be workshopping our performance with some of the youngest members of society at Big Noise, Govan Hill, and together with them we'll create our performance in a way that they want to see on the stage. Then we'll be taking this along with the footage captured by our wonderful filmmaker, and we will be showing it in some really trendy and up-and-coming venues, hoping to access some more of the younger demographic generation audiences that we really want to bring into classical music. So following this film music project that they will be seeing, we want to take the final thing and take it to some of the older people in society who are perhaps the ones who've been affected the most by the pandemic, and perform it at some residential homes. So that is our project and we are so excited to realise it.
Hi Emily, very direct question here. I was just wondering, how does this project connect all the goals that you have as an ensemble? How does it work?
Thank you for your question. This is something very important to us. Before setting up the ensemble, something my co-partner and I felt was that the audiences in classical music concert halls don't really have a true diverse representation of society as we see it on the street. So what we wanted to do was find a way that we can bring our music and our performances into places where people feel truly welcome and at ease and at home. So our project really wants to encapsulate that by going to these different places, by first of all going to where the young people are who might be interested in what we do but maybe haven't quite taken the steps to go into big scary concert halls at this point, to also then go to the venues where lots of young people are interested in arts but they might find classical music off-putting for whatever reason, and trying to sort of show them a different side to what we do. And then also finally by going to the people in residential homes who actually probably can't access concert halls anymore, and if they have done in the past, perhaps it wasn't something for them, but we want to show them how we want to do it in a new light.
Thank you, Emily, for your answer. And thanks again to Clara and Anna. So this is really interesting. All of these projects are amazing and they really represent the best of young Europe, just in time when we needed some inspiration after these rough years we have had. Details about the Café Bauhaus program can be found at europeday.eu/UIO, and about the 3 winners of this project can be found at uio.eu. Thanks again to the European Cultural Foundation for, making this possible, and to everybody else, including the co-funding from the European Union's Creative Europe program. Now back to the Bali, and the Future is Now event, which is Humans in the EU. Thank you so much for being with us, and see you soon.
Now let's continue right away to our next program section, the Europeans. The Europeans is a portrait of modern Europe, traveling from region to region and from theme to theme in this multi-year project. Photographer Rob Hoornstra and writer and filmmaker Arnold van Brugge will create the 21st century timepiece on the European heartland. Hoornstra and van Brugge see Europe on the eve of a drastic change. With populism and authoritarianism on the rise, ghosts of the past seem to have returned. The photographer Henri Cartier-Bresson published his book Les Européens in 1955. He looked beyond nationalism and local customs in individual countries. He sought evidence for a greater identity, a European parable shared by the people and the landscape. More than 60 years later, Hoornstra and van Brugge shared this ambition. It's time to come up with a new version of the Europeans. In the next 45 minutes, you will spend with Rob Hoornstra and Arnold van Brugge, and they will talk about their project, The Europeans. Cool.
Welcome to the Europeans. My name is Rob Hornstra, I'm a photographer, and next to me is writer Arnold van Brugge. We are documenting Europe in a decade where Europe is sliding deeper and deeper into crisis. War made its return. Authoritarian regimes are on the rise and revive ghosts from the past. The climate crisis predicts an apocalyptic future and, along with the pandemic, drives communities apart into like-minded bubbles. The political dream of a united and peaceful Europe seems to be falling apart. Between 2020 and 2030, Arnold and I will travel every 6 months to a region in Europe where we create portraits of Europeans in words and pictures. In an ideal scenario, we would document 20 regions in 10 years' time. This methodology makes our project a bit like a European road trip. In each region, we focus on the local identity, but at the same time, we work on overarching themes that are common to all regions. Here, for example, you can see us working in an abattoir in the Basque country, which fits into our ambition to focus on the food industry in all places in Europe. Such a visit can then lead to a portrait of the manager, you see here, with a discussion about changing attitudes towards meat in our Western society. This presentation is structured as follows. First, I will show you some examples from history, projects that inspire us and that illustrate the great and overarching ambition of our project. Our ambition is still to be seen in 100 years' time in an illuminating document about Europe in the 2020s. After this, Arnold will elaborate on the content and the relevance of our project, the Europeans, among other things on the basis of our previous multi-year project in Russia. After which I will talk about our working methods, the publications and exhibitions we make and the ways in which we try to engage to the public. After all, it is not only our ambition to still be relevant in 100 years' time, we also want to make an impact during the project by offering a counterweight to the increasing polarization in Europe. So first, we go back. 100 years in time. Do you know this book? Face of Our Time by August Sander. In 1911, Sander started his project People of the 20th Century, which he worked on for decades. He wanted to depict a human image of his time and portray people who fell within self-chosen categories. Something we also do in the Europeans. The farmer, the skilled tradesman, the women, classes and professions, the artist, etc. The work was in the form of a selection of 60 portraits for the first time published in a book in 1929, entitled Ein Lied der Zeit. 7 years later, the book was confiscated by the Nazis and the original photographic plates destroyed. It was to no avail. Sander's work is still considered a seminal work, has been republished endlessly, and is still regularly exhibited worldwide. From Europe, we move to America. Are you familiar with the Farm Security Administration? The Farm Security Administration was a government-funded organization established in 1937 to combat rural poverty during the Great Depression in the United States. The FSA was best known for their influential photography program between 1935 and 1944. Something we now look back on with a healthy dose of jealousy in 2022. Photographers and writers were hired to report on the plight of poor farmers. Nothing like nowadays, where governments only hire photographers and writers to make art. Next, do you know this book? One of the photographers who worked for the Farm Security Administration was Walker Evans. At the same time that he was working for the FSA, Evans was working with writer James Etchie on an assignment for Fortune magazine on the conditions among sharecropper families in the American South during the Great Depression. Let Us Now Praise Famous Man, first published in 1941, sold only half of its press run following publication, but since then has won high praise over the years and is routinely studied as a source of both journalistic and literary innovation. It's an inspiring example to us that real quality reporting should not be guided too much by sales numbers or by popular contemporary visual culture. And this one, do you know this book? In 1947, just after Second World War, writer John Steinbeck and photographer Robert Capa wanted to travel through the Soviet Union, a country depicted in American media as dangerous and barbaric. The story goes that no one was interested in funding their plans. Until finally, after a few drinks in a bar, they managed to persuade the editor-in-chief of the New York Herald to reluctantly agree. Steinbeck and Capa portray Soviet people as living in different conditions as being portrayed systematically in Western media. Their text and photographic record of life under Joseph Stalin's rule, published in 1948, is now seen as an important historical document. And another one. In 1955, the Swiss photographer Robert Frank secured a Guggenheim Fellowship in America, a big grant, allowing him to make several road trips across America for 2 years and photograph all strata of its society. Within photography, the Americans is seen as a starting point of the road trip phenomenon, in which Frank's goal was to photograph America as it unfolded before his somewhat bleak outsider's eye. This is where the American meets our project, the Europeans, as well. At first, Robert Frank could not even find an American publisher, so the book was first published in 1958 in France as Les Américains. A year later, the book finally made it to America with an introduction by Jack Kerouac, can't pronounce it, as the selling strategy. Initially, the book received harsh criticism. Meaningless blur, grain, muddy exposures, drunken horizons, and general sloppiness. Over time and through its inspiration of later artists, the Americans became considered a seminal work in American photography and art history. And this one, the last one, cannot be missed, of course. Les Européens by Henri Cartier-Bresson. Only because of the name and the introductory text, from which I quote here, Cartier-Bresson traveled over a period of 5 years across Europe in order to capture what it means to be European. Beyond nationalism and the particular characteristics of each culture and nation, he found evidence of a greater identity. Beautiful. I must honestly admit that it is Cartier-Bresson's title and description that really appeal to us. As a photographer, I think Cartier-Bresson is severely overrated. Personal opinion. What was interesting for us to discover during our research is that few photographers since Cartier-Bresson have attempted to define Europe. Of course, there are photographers who focus on a specific pan-European topic. The European refugee crisis is perhaps the most obvious example, or European borders, European intersections, football fields, or the center of Europe. Perhaps Paul Graham's book, New Europe, published in 1993, comes closest to our ambitions, but a culture of large-scale projects, European road trips with the ambition of defining Europe in a specific period of time, as the Americans have continued to do on many occasions, is lacking in European photography. With the Europeans, we want to revive this tradition. There are many other projects that inspire us or have similarities with our way of working. I could name a whole battalion of American photographers who have made great books and exhibitions in the tradition of the American road trip. After the turn of the century, Alex Stott is perhaps the best example. We would love to come back and fill another hour with all the contemporary American photographers who are interpreting America in brilliant ways. But time forces us to move on, and we do so by focusing on our own way of working and going deeper into the substantive motivation of the Europeans. So, before I hand over the torch to Arnold, let me briefly introduce our previous project, the Sochi project. Between 2009 and 2014, we worked in the region around Olympic Sochi in Russia. We expected Russia to use the Games to make propaganda, and we thought it would be a good idea to create alternative stories. In 5 years' time, we made 10 books and exhibitions. Varying from the tourist industry around subtropical Sochi, the isolation of the neighboring country of Abkhazia, and the brutal human rights violations straight from Sochi across the mountains into the North Caucasus. Obviously, the latter led to us being banned from Russia until today. The project ended with a 400-page book, an atlas of war and tourism in the Caucasus, numerous exhibitions and in and outside Europe, and a website in Dutch, English, and Russian. Thanks to the predictable decision by the Russians to declare the regions around the Olympic stadiums to forbidden area 6 months before the Games started, our work was published in leading media all over the world. There was hardly any other work available. And I end where Arnold begins, the short introduction video for the Sochi project.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sochi 2014 could not be where it is today without support, vision and passion of one man, President Vladimir Putin.
Mr. President, members of the International Olympic Committee, Sochi is a unique place. On the seashore, you can enjoy a fine spring day, but up in the mountains, it's winter. We are allocating around sum of $12 billion for this. Mesdames et messieurs, soutenez s'il vous plaît le rêve olympique de millions de Russes. The Olympic family is going to feel at home in Sochi. Thank you.
So in the 6 years traveling and working in the Russian Federation, in Russian Caucasus and Southern Caucasus, we learned to know this country as one of the famous metaphors goes about Russia, a Potemkin village. And for those who don't know, these were the fake villages built by Potemkin, General Potemkin, to boast of his great works in Crimea to Tsar Katerina the Great. And I understood today they've tried to build the same kind of things in Mariupol for the Victory Day. And this is Sochi. It's also like a modern Potemkin village. This is Krasnaya Polyana. It's a very small alpine village very close to Sochi. It was the main stage for the Winter Games in the Olympic Games of 2014. The Olympic Winter Games held in the subtropical seaside resort. The stadium's being built on marshland, protected marshlands, and the road from the mountains to the marshlands was so expensive, you could have paved it with 1.1 centimeters of black caviar. They calculated that, Russian journalist. Or 14 centimeters of fine cognac, the entire 28 kilometers. The building operations were so corrupt, even Putin, who gained power and wealth through corruption in the Leningrad harbor in the 1990s, and built modern Russia on the whole idea of corruption and clientelism, had to interfere. The games enriched Putin's judo instructor and Medvedev's ski instructor with 2 billion euros combined. In the meanwhile, of course, local activists, like the people portrayed here, were being evicted from their houses and harassed. The insane amount of money spent in Sochi went to an area of a few square kilometers, right at the coast at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains. And the games were a big success. Attending sporters enjoyed themselves, fans were enthusiastic, and one of Putin's servants called it, "This is the new face of Russia." Our Russia, also with this nationalist connotation, of course. Nashi Rossiya. We saw the games being built. And it was actually one of the most boring parts of the storytelling we did there over the 6 years we spent in Russia. The real Potemkin story we saw was the Russia across the borders, in Abkhazia and Georgia, or the Russia we saw in the Northern Caucasus, in republics with infamous names like Dagestan and Chechnya. Here we saw real Russia, Europe's last empire. This is actually, when you move from Russia to Georgia, you witness this huge monument. It's the Russian-Georgian Friendship Monument, which was had a bitter context after the war in 2008 between Russia and Georgia. But Russia is an empire that, like Great Britain, the Netherlands and France, went through some pain while dissolving or decolonizing. These were the 1990s of Russia, when the Soviet Union dissolved. It was the birthplace of all disaster, Putin repeatedly says. But Russia is still an empire. Within its vast territory, it has numerous more or less autonomous republics it controls in a mostly violent or suppressive way. It holds huge control over Belarus, eastern Ukraine, Crimea, and conflicts abroad, such as Karabakh or the different regions in Central Asia. This is the Russia we met. This is the Russia of Hamzat, who worked as a police officer in Russia when he was attacked by separatists. He tried to save his checkpoint, but his colleagues fled. Now he's handicapped for life and he listens to Russian opposition radio all day. Echo Moskvi doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, since the war. And I wonder how he's doing now, because he predicted us one day there will be peace. in 2012. The Russia we met is the Russia of Gava, who was, when we met her, still looking for her husband, who disappeared after routine control by local police forces. And his body has never been found. So after 5 years, the judge announced him to be dead. Like with so many other young and older men in this region. It's the Russia of Said Ahmed, who lost 2 sons and many nephews to the security services, who thought his family and Islamic beliefs posed a huge risk to local national authorities. A few months after our meeting, also Said Ahmed, he was the last male surviving member of his family, was shot and killed as well. These are Ketefan and Anna, both born refugees, who have lived all their young lives in a big refugee flat in Georgia. They know the stories of their homeland, but during the project, they slowly lost hope of even ever visiting the place they come from, Abkhazia. And we met them in these pictures 4 years apart, but actually nothing changed in their life except for the wallpaper, as you can see. And they're not really sole examples, they're really representatives of so many people we met, because that's our way of working. Meet as much people as you can, interview them about their private lives, their family histories, and slowly you get a personal history of a region, of a country. People used to live with different and violent security services, refugees that are used to dream about their country in the past, soldiers that extend Russia's border every day, meter by meter in South Ossetia. And that all led to our books and exhibitions from 2009 onward. Like Rob already told us, the project had a huge impact. More than 400,000 people visited our website in the first months as a sort of database for facts about this region in the run-up to the Games. And many journalists who couldn't enter this region, they tried to contact us and actually sort of copied our stories for their own media, which was very good for us because the story got told to a much bigger audience. So we traveled around the world with our project, from New Delhi to Toronto and many cities in between. And after that, we thought, what to do now? It was a huge black space, of course. Rob went teaching in Den Haag in the Art Academy, and I went back to making documentaries, TV documentaries. And we started thinking about a new project, what to do. Many regions crossed our minds, many themes. There's so much relevant projects to think of these days. But we ended up with Europe, and not the EU, but really just Europe, as broad as you want it. So we can imagine that one day the project will take us to former colonies, for instance, or other spheres that are influenced by Europe in one way or another. Like Rob already told us, we think it will be a decisive decade for Europe. The effects of Brexit are yet to be seen. The rise of populism, right-wing extremism in liberal countries is ongoing. And I think don't let the unity of this war in Europe, the unity of Europe in this war, distract you, because what's happening in Poland is continuing, of course, the dissolving of the Rechtsstaat, how do we say that? Judicial system, I don't know. Yeah. So we decided to document these 20 regions in 10 years' time. And we started the project when the pandemic hit us, and we continued the project when the war started. So I think we've already been through quite a lot this decade, right? It's already enough for this decade almost, but we're afraid there's much more to come. How do you document a continent? That's it's quite big. The Russian Caucasus was much more small and much easier to document for us. How do you document the continent? We decided to work the same way as during the Sochi project, so what I just told. We're not going after politicians, we're not going after great thinkers, policymakers. We build up a timepiece after visiting countless of Europeans living everywhere, documenting their life histories and their expectations. For instance, meet Kęstutis. Kęstutis has Nazi paraphernalia at his man cave walls. We're here in his man cave next to his house. In his family history, Nazis were better than the Soviet soldiers who came later. As he described it, he had to jump from a wolf to a bear. That's how he says it. His shed at home is a shrine to independence. Dozens of photos recall his family and all the times they had to fight for independence. And in pursuit of that goal, Kęstutis says, choices sometimes had to be made that in retrospect were questionable. History isn't black or white, he says. Kęstutis' heroes are now in Lithuania being pulled from their pedestals and plaques removed from walls. And he sees it as an attempt to criminalize his grandfather's guerrilla war. And now he walks in nationalist marches with the kind of flags that make you shiver. Meet European Pius. He's 23 and he lives in the same city as Kęstutis, which just saw. And a few years ago, Pius logged into Facebook in the middle of the night, wrote a short message and publicly posted the photo he had just taken of him kissing his boyfriend. He was happy after a long night in town. But the next morning, Pius woke up and saw his photo had gone viral. But viral in the worst way possible. It had attracted thousands of comments, many of which stated that Pius should be burned, gassed, or killed in some other horrific manner. Same-sex relationships are forbidden in this country, Lithuania. There are no gay bars, no pride events. The police and courts at all levels, all the way up to the Supreme Court in Vilnius, blamed Pius himself for provoking these comments. Only after 5 years, the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg ruled that after Pius posted the photo, the regime had failed to adequately investigate incitement to hatred and violence against LGTB people. Almost every European can go to this highest court to get justice. Meet these European butchers, also in Lithuania. In 20 years' time, they expect to butcher insects. They prepare for a changing world. It was quite a surprise to us. Meet Augustine. While the local natives in the town where she lives don't believe in their city centers, which are devastated by shopping malls in the suburbs and ruining policies by conservative governments, new migrants, like Augustine from Cameroon, are pouring in and starting new businesses, having big dreams. And they're really transforming the city centers of these post-industrial wastelands like the Black Country where Augustine lives, Dudley, next to Birmingham, and where Augustine is planning her giant party center right in the middle of town. One last example, Benyat Etchebest. He lives in Le Pays Basque in France, and he doesn't believe his state serves him anymore. He decided to start his own cooperative with a big group of disillusioned youngsters to try and extract himself and his collective from this capitalist world. Meet a war monument. This is one in Abkhazia. In almost every village and city in Europe, we meet war monuments. Sometimes with flowers, like here, sometimes desecrated with slogans or graffiti. This is Europe, made by wars and conflicts, full of identities based on the other. On conflicts won and lost, on border-defining events. Right at the time when the last witnesses of our great last war, the Second World War, are dying, and memories are fading, a new interstate war between Russia and Ukraine is rumbling our continent and creates fresh European identities based on, we don't want this. My 8-year-old son, he follows the news on a daily basis and now knows it as well. Like President Zelensky said, never again has a new meaning now, refreshed for everybody. It got Rob and me thinking when we went back from the Pays Basque to Netherlands last time. When we made the Sochi project, we tried to describe all these horrors we met, all these personal stories, these accounts of human rights violations, all the workings of a repressive state. And we called these Winter Games, like I told you before, the giant Potemkin project. But we got a lot of criticism from that, from fellow journalists, from Russians, and of course from the Russian propagandists. And in hindsight, we noticed that we took it a little bit too serious, because we constantly tried to walk the tightrope and use what you call today false balance, to not be constantly called Russophobe or negative about Russia whatsoever. You don't notice the stability and progress Putin brought to Russia. You know, that kind of arguments. And we tried to input that false balance in our stories as well. But it didn't really help, because in the end, we made it to the official website called Russophobe. It's a French website where all the Russophobes worldwide are being mentioned. We were expelled from Russia. even trying to keep this false balance wasn't enough to make it a positive story, of course, for many critics. So now we look back and think, shit, we should have been much more proactive that days. We should have warned the world a little more because, I mean, every little bit helps a bit. So that's a bit the background on how we want to proceed with the Europeans project the coming decade, to follow our intuition a bit more about what's happening in Europe, and also to be, it's a dirty word in journalist terms, as activist as our journalist works allows us to. So, well, please, we invite you to follow us in the coming years on our social media and website, and maybe for a talk afterwards. Now I'll give the floor to Rob.
So now you know more or less what our inspirations are. And also, yeah, what we actually want to work on, what the topics are in the Europeans. And what I'm going to try to sketch out now is what we are actually doing in these 10 years by dividing this project into 20 regions, hopefully. As indicated, we are working from region to region in Europe. By 2020, we have completed our first region. We titled this region the former capital. After that, we worked in regions with thematic titles such as the Black Country, the naval base, and our ancestral home. In our presentations, we never reveal the name of the place where the work was made. With presentations, I mean books, exhibitions, etc. It's not secret in a talk like this. To illustrate our working method in different regions, in this presentation, I will make use of our most recent chapter, the naval base. We completed this at the end of last year with the launch of a final publication and an exhibition at the location where the work was made. As indicated earlier, in each region we focus on the local identity, but at the same time we work on overarching themes that are common to all regions. In the naval base, of course, that story was about the Navy, its dependence on the government and the consequences of this dependence for the town. Although this is a red thread that runs through the publication, we spread out much further over the city. The themes that fit within the larger picture of the Europeans. Leisure, for example, is something we deal with in all regions. In the naval base, this led to a photo series about the former rich club and association life, hobby club association life. There's not a good English translation for this. Another example is the local fishing industry, which of course fits seamlessly into our overarching theme of food industry. In this way, clusters of some stories from different regions slowly merge and fit in together. Back to the presentation of this regional chapter. From the start of the Europeans, Arnold and I decided that the work we do in a region will first be presented in that region. We make hundreds of portraits per region and work together with local communities and local networks. We feel indebted to them for being the first to view and comment on the work. We are always looking for that confrontation. We get great feedback, ranging from retired Navy officers who think we should remove the local brothel from the exhibition, to discussions about the Syrian refugee Kamal, who works at the fish auction and according to some does not belong in the naval base. Speaking of that Syrian refugee, at the opening of the exhibition, we presented the first copy of our publication to him and to his employer Bert. Bert gave a wonderful speech about Kamal, who himself was a fisherman in Syria, and Kamal's importance to the fish auction nowadays, where it's difficult to find new workers. What we are doing in the run-up to the exhibition is also cooperating with the local newspaper. Here you see examples from the first chapter and the naval base, which is the third. We offered to deliver a weekly portrait with a short text. We do not ask for a fee for the work, but we do want mention of our upcoming exhibition or presentation. In this way, we reach tens of thousands of people in the region where we work, resulting in a relatively large audience during exhibitions. And, if possible, if the budget allows us, we even print posters and distribute them all over town. We also recreate every regional presentation on online exhibition platform ArtSteps. There you can walk around 24/7 in 3D virtual reality and look at the photos and story. Here it's translated into in peace, but that's not exactly what I mean. At any time. Not just for locals, but also for anyone who lives further away from the region where we worked and present. The idea arose after our first exhibition was postponed by Corona. To our surprise, that exhibition online has been viewed more than 25,000 times since then. We then decided to recreate all future regional exhibitions online, with the ambition of starting an online museum where all the different regional exhibitions can be visited. The 112-page booklet that we make of and in all regions are being sold for €9.50. Arnold and I are both big fans of beautiful photo books, beautiful books in general, but at the same time we know that those books only reach a very limited audience because of their price. We want locals to visit our regional presentations, but also have the possibility to buy our book. And they won't do that if they see an expensive photo book. Hence the price of €9.50, which is slightly below production cost. This is made possible by a wonderful group of private sponsors who adopt the region for €120 before the publication. And in return, they receive a numbered hardcover edition of the same publication afterwards. That's on the left side in this slide. So last weekend, we started the subscription process for our next chapter, our ancestral home, which will be presented locally on 13 July of this year. Please help us to keep this chapter accessible for a broad audience through affordable publication. At the end of this presentation, there will be a QR code with which you can adopt this region for €120 if you want. Meanwhile, we are also experimenting further outside regional exhibitions with formats for a pan-European approach, where we let go of the regions and mix Europeans from different regions. For example, in this poster campaign, where we distributed hundreds of posters to people or shops, and they could stick it behind their windows, turning the outdoor space in town into an exhibition space for the Europeans. Passers-by could read background stories by scanning the QR code in the poster. And in the future, we also want to have all these background stories and all these portraits coming together in an online large database. And the posters on the streets referring to this website and the stories on the website and bringing people further into this website. A kind of jukebox full of Europeans and their views, ideas and ideals. And here it stops. And that's because I didn't have time to continue. But it's also almost finished. Almost everything is in there. The website is something we are very much aiming for to produce in the upcoming period. We want to have it finished already, but the budget is monstrous, gigantic. And we're trying to find sponsors for the website as well. It's always a huge struggle to do projects, 10-year projects like this, and presenting the projects in every half year at a super fast pace is a way to get attention for your project and also to find funding from different sides. So that's the way we do it. For now, I'm a kind of finished. Do you have something to add?
No, maybe there are questions or
maybe there are questions.
Or, we're still very much searching for a way to how to do this project or what themes to cover or what regions to come. So we're also very much open to suggestions or other things. I don't know if there are any questions or notes to our speech. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still very interested because I understand you divide your tour into different regions, but I still don't understand how you decide which region is interesting because there are so many options to be talking about.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's really complicated as well. It's mostly based on we made when we started the project a big list of themes we thought were essential to cover Europe. You should cover these themes. But for instance, of course, we didn't cover a war, that there would be a war in Europe or a pandemic in Europe. You know, so the list can be refreshed every year. And with this list in our mind, we try to look for regions where we can find this theme, where we think it fits in our definition of the European heartland. So you have this American saying of the heartland, you know, the sort of center of industry, of outside of the political center, sort of heartland of the United States, which is really much covered in this American road trips. So we try to copy that concept to Europe. So we try to visit the European heartland. So we decided never to visit capital cities, for instance, or very touristic regions, though unfortunately we just visited quite a touristic region, but with another purpose. So we have this kind of selection criteria we make, and then we try to look for partners as well. So there's a huge list of criteria and themes and regions, and then we see where we can go to and where we can work, where we can have a partner to work with as well. So that's our way of working, and we still don't know where we're going next year, for instance.
There is not a fixed list yet, but there are themes to follow. And for example, the Black Country is about mining industry. But you can make a series about the Black Country that is quite similar in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in Germany, in England, Poland,
Greece. So there are many regions which fit this Black Country. So that's why we don't mention country names, because then our project, the Black Country, could be anywhere actually, and it looks the same everywhere because everywhere is the same post-industrial wasteland, so to say, wherever you go to these old industrial centers.
In our most recent chapter, which is indeed in a beautiful area, but the local people try to prevent that it becomes a tourist region, which it is already. The main theme over there is, first of all, a kind of desire or longing towards independence, which is also very fitting towards many regions in Europe. And secondly, they suffer from increasing housing prices, which is a totally European thing, of course, but they suffer from increasing housing prices because rich people are buying up all this land as kind of second houses, which is also fitting to the whole coastline in Europe, all beautiful places in Europe now. So if we choose a place, we can almost always find a theme in it that is kind of common theme for Europe. And then for now, we decided to choose places where we can work together with a cultural organization who's hosting us and also helping us finding a space for exhibitions, getting connections, those kind of things. But we know that it works it's quite difficult actually, but in France, in the Netherlands it works, in England it worked a little bit, in Lithuania it worked. But if you want to go to Moldova, it's questionable whether you can find a cultural organization hosting you. Maybe it's there, maybe not, but it becomes more difficult towards the next stages in the project, and we should be more self-sufficient towards the end, I think, which makes it even more challenging. That's why we need even more support.
I think in every region we constantly repeat all the topics, because you focus on one topic, but then you always go to food industry, for instance, or always touch upon, for instance, housing crisis, you know, because it's everywhere. So you reach many topics in one region, but you focus for the publication or the exhibition on really one big topic, one overlaying topic.
And because we changed the regions into thematical regions, and we never mention the name of the region itself. For example, our next chapter, Our Ancestral home is Pays Basque, French Basque country. But what we always do, and more in these presentations, is that we squeeze in portraits from the previous regions without telling people that they come from the previous region. And we do that because that's actually really a strong way of questioning prejudice. They expect it to be someone from their own region, but suddenly it appears that it's someone from a region where they have all kind of prejudice about. And in that way, we also try to play with prejudice within the region, but also outside regions. Don't know if it's clear what I mean, but we are starting to secretly mingle up different portraits from different regions into, and that's going to be more and more once we have more work, of course. Yeah. So in that sense, we're not a journalistic project because we're, yeah.
What kind of feedback you get from people, Europeans who look at your book and photos? What does it, yeah.
It's very different. Many positive reactions, but the thing nowadays in 2022 is that people are more and more used to see the most beautiful picture of themselves or their region or their surroundings due to social media and the way we use photography. So it's not acceptable anymore to actually photograph the thing as they are, instead of making them super beautiful with filters. So of course, some people say that it's I don't know, a little bit a pale view on their region, or it's or they don't see their region like we do, but that's all perfectly fine. As I said already, some are criticizing because of some details that are, according to them, not completely.
There was this Marine officer in Den Helder who was really mad on us that we showed a brothel, and there was a small text underneath that said the brothel is mainly visited by Marine officers and personnel. And this old officer, this pensioned officer, was really mad about it because, according to him, it never happens. So you have that kind of discussions.
But that's fantastic material to include in the next states of the chapter of the Europeans as well.
Yeah.
But this is more like, but the region presentations themselves are fantastic food for discussions, conversations with all kind of people. Like I also mentioned, the discussion regarding Kamal or refugees in general. I mean, we work in the heartland, as we call it ourselves. We can't deny that there's a lot of populist voting over there as well in many of these regions. So our audience for these exhibitions is a different audience than is here in the Bali or in an exhibition space. And that's also why we prefer to show our work in those places, but also on the streets, instead of going into museums where we only find like-minded people and people who say, like, it's fantastic what you're doing and it looks great, like they are saying it to all artists and all people. So that doesn't make a difference, in my opinion. And that's why we are really looking for getting the confrontation or getting the conversation in the regions themselves. And it works. That's really fun. I mean, they're not beating us up, but you have good conversations over there. Yeah. We. I hope we become more open-minded, and they also. I hope the whole world becomes more open-minded. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good ambition. Yeah. Anyone else?
And in terms of identity, did you find, like, because when I see the pictures, I see a lot of differences, even though you deal with the same topics. Did you already, like, I know that you're in the beginning, but still find like this European identity that you're like, does it exist?
European identity. Yeah, like what I said in my story about the war monuments, I think it's really based on defining the other and yourself. So it's really, I think Europeans are really much into borders, old conflicts, and to see how you as a city or a region are different from the other region. I think that's also this strong connection with people's histories is something really European, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also something we try to fight, of course, with this project. I mean, the whole idea that's all over Europe and maybe all over the world, and that's even in very small communities, everybody believes that they are unique. And I will speak for myself, but I completely don't believe that people are unique. Everybody wants to be unique. That's a different thing. But your copy is somewhere in Europe, in a different town. My copy is also walking around over there. And the copy of the people we photograph are also walking around next door or 3 countries further, where they also believe that they are unique. And the thing actually with the Europeans is that we try to make people understand that the identity that they believe is unique is a shared identity. We are all actually quite much the same in Europe. That's what I believe. And of course there are differences between you and me, and between you and me, etc., etc. But we ourselves are not so different from people in the next country or next country. That's why we also mingle up people from Lithuania in a story about that we make actually in the Netherlands, and no one noticed. And that's the whole idea. And then we're going to tell them, did you notice that, oh no, don't know. But the prejudice towards Eastern Europe are big. If you say I'm making a story about Lithuania, oh, former Soviet, socialist, communist. That's what people immediately think and believe. So I don't believe that there are such big differences. And that's maybe the European identity for me, that the differences are not that big. But I can't really describe the European identity.
That's our search the coming decade.
Yeah. We brought a few copies of our most recent chapter. If you're interested, have a look. And please have a look on our website. And last but not least, because we also feel a kind of hopeless and helpless and whatever, towards the war in Ukraine, like everybody, I guess, we had a stack of books, An Atlas of War and Tourism in the Caucasus, that you saw in the presentation. And we sell them, and the full amount of 47.50 goes to Red Cross Ukraine immediately. There's no deduction of anything. 47.50 goes to Ukraine. If you already own the book, buy it for your neighbor or whatsoever. And it was running so fast that we first donated 3,900 euro already. Then we ran out of book. We told Aperture, the publisher in New York. They immediately said, we're donating another stack of 100 books or something, 100 something. And they're now on a boat to the Netherlands. That's why we have a new stack. And there are 25, 30 books left. And we want to sell them all to contribute as much as we can to. So if you have some money left or you think someone wants to have a book about Russia, buy it. The money goes to Red Cross UK. Okay. That's it for now. We are here for a beer or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob and Arnold, for this great talk show, which included amazing visuals and very inspiring stories of ordinary Europeans. If you enjoyed it as much as I did, head over to the website of theeuropeans.fm to see how you can connect and support this photo documentary project. I'll introduce our next program soon. The evening talk show Europe, Culture, Solidarity, Future will address the tectonic rift that the war in Europe has caused and how artists, creatives, activists and politicians alike can show unity and solidarity with Ukraine while combating divisive forces and narratives that works against our common future. Emergency measures are needed on the ground and in the digital sphere in forms of humanitarian aid and legal action. Culture plays a crucial part in addressing the urgencies of today and the traumas of tomorrow. We believe in the power of culture to unite and mobilize, to soothe pain and to help rebuild relations and trust. Is Europe ready to shape and unfold a European cultural deal for Ukraine? Let's hear it from our speakers, who will all be introduced by moderator Yuri Albrecht. Preceding this talk show, we will broadcast the Europe speech by Her Royal Highness Princess Laurentine, also President of ECF.
Happy Europe Day 2022. Welcome, Your Royal Highness, Princess Laurentine of the Netherlands. Welcome, Mr. Arthur van Dijk, Commissioner for the King's Commissioner for the province of North Holland. Welcome, Mrs. Marijke van Doornik, Deputy Mayor of Amsterdam. Welcome, Louis Vassy, Ambassador of France to the Netherlands. Welcome, Mrs. Devi van der Weert, Ambassador for Cultural Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Welcome, members of the Supervisory Board of the European Cultural Foundation. Welcome all of you here in the room at De Bali, and welcome everyone out there on the World Wide Web. And online, because this is live stream. That's why we had this counting here, and I'm very happy that you're all here for Europe Day 2022. We have heard many things today. We had discussions on the European sentiment, on the European public space, on the Europe challenge with the public libraries at Oba, and we heard a lot about the meaning of Europe Day today and in the past. And when I was thinking what to say, I thought everything is already said, so what should I repeat? And I don't want to repeat things. I only want to say that in the past, Europe Day was always a kind of a nice to have, something you did like Sunday speeches. You said some nice words for Europe on Europe Day. Hopefully you could do this during office hours, and it wasn't a Sunday where you could actually go to the beach or so. So it was a procedural thing. It wasn't really a real thing. But this has changed dramatically. I think we have a very special Europe Day today, not because we did it or the European Culture Foundation. No, something happened, and we will talk about that too. I think this Europe Day 2022 is possibly one of the most important, maybe the most important Europe Day since inception in 1950 of Robert Schuman and his Schuman Declaration. So with this, there will be much more talk, and we have a big list of speakers. And of course, we have the keynote speech of Princess Laurentine, which I'm really looking forward to, and you too. But we also have a wonderful host here at the Bali, a friend and partner of the European Culture Foundation, and Yuri Albrecht, who will take us through the whole day as a host. Yuri, please join us and take us through this nice evening. Thank you.
Danke dir, André Wilkens, Director of the
European Cultural Foundation. Very nice to be working together with the European Cultural Foundation. We've been doing this for many years, and it's always a great pleasure. And like you said, it's one of the more important moments for our European future to discuss. I will be trying to lead this conversation for over the next 2 hours. We have a host of important speakers. We have 3 packed panels, and that's only very logical because we are in Europe not only after a pandemic, but we are at war in our continent again. Maybe not the first time after the Second World War, but definitely the most devastating war we're witnessing. So it's a very, very, very topical moment to be speaking about cultural solidarity and future of the European project. I will be introducing the speakers later to you. I think we have some people joining us even from Ukraine by Zoom. We have Ukrainian artists, we have many thinkers. And I think the main thing we're going to talk about is, wasn't Europe meant to prevent war and make peace? Wasn't Europe about common values? And isn't that what we should be discussing now? And aren't values induced by culture? The only place where they come from, probably in the 21st century, is culture. It's the only way to induce a common values. The common values we try to uphold in the face of war and fascism. Very warm welcome. I would say the most important speaker of tonight is the introduction keynote speech by Princess Laurentien, Royal Highness Princess Laurentien of the Netherlands. Very, very warm welcome to you, and give her a warm applause. She's speaking again on Europe, which is a great privilege to be listening to you.
I'm not sure that holds that I'm the most important speaker of the evening. I'm so looking forward to hearing from our friends in Ukraine. And I have to say that exactly 10 years ago, I stood here, actually on the other side of the room, in a similar spot, asking the audience to close their eyes and imagine the future of Europe. And I wonder how many people then imagined the world today. So I have to admit, I stand here with some trepidation, I would say. What would do my words, my personal words, matter when only a few thousand kilometers away, war is destroying lives, is destroying cities, is destroying dreams? And what does Europe Day mean in 2020? Andrei referred to it, and Yuri too. And in a year when war has returned to Europe. And yet we are here. It is Europe Day, and a day that traditionally celebrates peace and unity in Europe, here in Amsterdam and across the continent. So just a bit of historical context. Where does this Europe Day exactly come from? Where is the beginning? So Europe, as we know, is a continent of thinkers, of artists, of inventors, but also of warriors and demagogues. We have a great cultural heritage and have fought the most terrible wars in world history. Now, this duality is woven into the declaration that Robert Schuman published on the 9th of May, 1950, on this day, 72 years ago. And in that declaration it said, and I quote, "World peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of creative efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it." Schuman was convinced that concrete, visible and tangible achievements could over time create a sense of solidarity. He believed in the solidarity of production, of creation, and of joint action. So this 72-year-old vision also gives us, hopefully, clues to address Europe's challenges today. Be short and precise, it said. Solve a real problem. Focus on the essence of power, interests, and sovereignty. Make a plan that delivers achievements. Don't just talk
about solidarity, but create solidarity through action. And it very clearly said, start immediately. Now, the Schuman Declaration imagined lasting peace in Europe based on pooling of resources and sovereignty. This sounds basic, perhaps, but 72 years ago, this idea was equivalent to a moonshot. Because only 10 years after the Second World War, 6 countries, including, as you know, Germany, voluntarily came together to share sovereignty in the production of coal, steel, and nuclear energy, thereby internationalizing the hardware of war and creating the basis for sustainable peace, security, and prosperity across Europe. Now, what is sometimes forgotten that this was also a response to the external challenge from the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. It's rarely mentioned in the promotional story of the European project, but it's important to remember this in the context of today. So these 6 countries became the founding fathers of the European Union. Now, we seldom talk about politics as being creative, unfortunately. But as you can imagine, this was truly creative and imaginative. The Schuman Declaration and the subsequent creation of the European Union was the most creative political project of the 20th century. Schuman and his colleagues imagined it and made it happen. An idea, a vision that delivered long-lasting peace and prosperity, not only on paper, but in real life. But that was then. Over the years, we took peace in Europe for granted, as Yuri also already referred to. We've been so used to living in peace that we could not imagine that there won't be peace. It made us skeptical of voices warning us that polarization could lead to war. And while some took peace for granted, others prepared for war. And in recent years, it became fashionable to wonder about the purpose and future of the European project. This underscores the need to express the narrative of the European Union of peace and solidarity. We should do so forcefully and in a way that young people will not only understand, but also embrace. We should listen to young people and take them seriously. And we must defend our shared values. We cannot take them for granted. So let's come back to Europe Day. What is there then to celebrate if we realize where we stand today? We've got to be honest. The European Union is far from perfect, but it still is the best political, geopolitical, economic and social and cultural construct we ever invented. It's work in progress, the European Union, and in the best sense of the term. And yes, it's been difficult, and yes, it has never been easy. United in diversity, the European Union will show its strength. But we have achieved a lot, a dynamic and prosperous region based on these shared values that connect us. So I do believe that we should take once a year to celebrate the European Union and the creative idea which brought us together. And let's not give in to the warmongering and into the people who want to turn back the wheel of history. And this time, indeed, let's celebrate our Ukrainian friends who are currently defending their freedom with their very own lives. And let's commemorate all those who have given their lives. Let's remind ourselves today that European peace, cooperation and solidarity are as relevant today as they are 72 years ago, and that they cannot be taken for granted. So in fact, indeed, today, Europe Day 2022 is probably the most important moment since its inception. And we have to continue to imagine a better Europe. So what about this role of culture? Well, the European Cultural Foundation here based in Amsterdam was created in 1954 with the mission to grow a European sentiment through connecting local realities and initiatives with the European mission through culture and education. And in the midst of the corona crisis, we took kind of like a stock of this mission. How much of a European sentiment is there across Europe, and how far does it reach beyond the Brussels belt? Now, as part of this reflection, the European Cultural Foundation and the European Council of Foreign Relations conducted a study on the state of the European sentiment. We proudly present the results of this European sentiment compass today. And the good news is that it is showing a growing European sentiment also in the Netherlands. So clearly, the corona crisis and the war in Ukraine, it unites us. That is a strength, of course. But I have to say, it feels somewhat ironic that if it takes a pandemic and a war to make Europeans feel European, that is why the study points to the importance of those shared values, shared cultures, and a shared public and media space. Robert Schuman, Prince Bernhard, and the other founders of the European Cultural Foundation envisage a Europe where citizens feel proudly European. A place where they can live, express themselves, work and dream freely, in diversity, inclusivity, and in harmony. They knew that it could not be enough to share the hardware of war, but we also need to share the creative power of culture, the software of peace. So that begs the question, are we up to the creative challenge Robert Schuman imagined? I believe we are. Artists and cultural figures are drivers of change. They give hope in times of anxiety. They provide resistance against dictators and lies. They keep the connection across polarized lines. They imagine a better Europe beyond war, spheres of influence, polarization, and simplistic talk of growth rates. They can help save Europe from nostalgia for 20th century nationalism. Investing in arts and culture in times like these is an investment in our common culture and our common future. Cultural actors and artists create spaces that push us to imagine new ideas and possibilities. They are well aware of the discomfort they create by challenging the status quo, to the point of being labeled naive, irrelevant, political, or worse, extremist. But it's their independent mind that drives them. Culture can create Europe-wide experiences. Such shared experiences create a sense of belonging, a shared sense of purpose in Europe. And for the past 67 years, the European Cultural Foundation has been a firm advocate of a Europe grounded in culture. And it has supported those who, even in the most complex and difficult socio-political contexts, strive to express their own vision of Europe. Artists, cultural workers and heritage professionals in Ukraine, elsewhere in Europe and even in Russia itself were among the most forceful voices to warn against Putin's aggression, condemn it, call for defiance and resistance, often at the risk of their own lives. There has been much support to Ukraine, economically, military, and humanitarian. Culture can substantially add to these efforts, being inspirational and vital to everyday lives. It provides hope, strength, and resilience. And we need to build on the capacity of culture to heal, bring communities together, and imagine a way forward. There is now clearly an urgency to support cultural initiatives that, in the midst of turmoil and crisis, reinforce European solidarity and provide hope and creativity for a shared future in peace. Now, what do we do at the European Cultural Foundation? In honor of former ECF President Prinses Margriet of the Netherlands, the European Cultural Foundation hosted 11 successful editions of the Prinses Margriet Award for Culture, the annual award for inspiring people and organizations who imagined new paths for Europe. The award has brought forward many important and esteemed laureates, and 2 of them are participating in this Europe Day tonight. Vasil Cherepanin of Kiev, based Visual Cultural Research Center, and Charles Esche, director of the Van Abbe Museum, who both in their own ways encourage critical thinking and radical imagination. Now, with the blessing of Princess Margriet as patron and namesake of the award, the European Cultural Foundation has developed the award into a fund that addresses the many challenges that Europe is now facing. So we go from an award to a fund. And this Culture of Solidarity Fund supports cultural solidarity in Europe in moments of turmoil and crisis. And it addresses the urgency of today with a focus on the power of culture to unite and mobilize. And to give an example, 2 days after the start of the war in Ukraine, the Culture of Solidarity Fund launched a Ukraine edition. The fund is now supported by a coalition of over 10 European foundations and growing. And until now, over €1 million, more than 50 projects were supported, including evacuation of art collections, providing safe spaces for artists, and countering misinformation and war propaganda. But of course, this is a drop in the ocean of what is required. We need much more. Investing in arts and culture in times like these is an investing in our common future based on solidarity. So to end, culture is the software of building a better Europe. Europe Day 2020 is a day to appreciate what we can achieve if we work together creatively, with focus and urgency. Europe Day should inspire us to be as imaginative as the founding fathers of the European Union were. And may we take inspiration from the late Polish leader Lech Walesa, who said, and I quote, "The soul and basic source of our strength is the solidarity of people who seek to live in dignity, truth, and in harmony with their conscience." The question is, are we all individually and collectively up to this challenge? We'd better be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for introducing us to the topic of tonight. 10 years ago, yeah, that's already a long time ago. And talking again on this topic, you could, I'm not going to ask you how you feel about 10 years and now, but you could say that there's a good thing in it, that we no longer need to explain the necessity of a vital and vibrant European Union. But that's just trying to pour some hope out of the fact that there's a war going on, and that I don't know whether that's appropriate or not, but thank you for staying the course for so long on the European topic, which I think by now we know that it's vitally important. And thank you for your speech, and thank you for the quotation from Lech Walesa, I think you should say. I interviewed him twice. What a wonderful man. I'd like to start with the first panel. We have 3 rounds of speakers, so we are a little bit in a hurry. I will introduce every panel when we started, and I will first ask Sofia Bulgakova, Olivier Guès, and Giuliano da Empoli to join me here at the table. Very warm welcome to all 3 of you. Come volete. Grazie. Welcome. Let's start. Sofia Bulgakova is an art scientist and interdisciplinary artist born in Odessa, Ukraine, and currently based in The Hague in the Netherlands. Welcome to you. Olivier Guès, a French journalist, essayist, and writer who recently wrote Le Grand Tour. I think that was an English invention, but it sounds better in French, actually, le grand tour.
I think it was French.
It was French?
And taken by the English.
Taken by the English. Oh, okay.
It's an old tradition by the Brits.
But anyway, you wrote a book on the same...
Well, I directed a book.
Yeah. A self-portrait of Europe through the eyes of many writers. Yeah, that's in that sense you could say direct, yes, because it's in cooperation with a lot of European writers. And Giuliano da Empoli, an Italian-Swiss writer and director, founder of Volta, a Milan and Brussels-based think tank, the author of the 7 Ideas for a European Cultural Recovery, just very recently, very practical as well. A paper recently published, let's say, where is it? I have it here. Yeah, 7 Ideas for a European Cultural Recovery Plan. And it's very practical, and actually to quote the princess, and who was quoting Schuman, start immediately. Which was very good advice, I think. Start immediately. If we take stock a little bit on our cultural position at this moment and the sort of the dark clouds which are covering it, let's start immediately. 7 Ideas for European Cultural Recovery Plan. What's the most important one? You.
Well, put like that. Well, first of all, that was written a couple of years ago, and it looks like it was already like, as was just said, you know, it looks like it was an era away. It was written in completely different conditions. My main worry at the time was that I was starting from a very basic fact, which is that you can't sell a book or a cultural product in Europe that has Europe in its title because Europe is boring. So it used to be boring. And so I was looking for ways, and my idea was that Europe had somehow a culture of boredom when it comes to, and that culture of boredom wasn't accidental. It was something that we had developed throughout the years and even the decades, because Europe somehow had to be boring, because it had been so passionate, and it had led to, I mean, kind of a difficult position here, because I don't want to be rude, but so I don't want to, I'd like to face the audience, but at the same time I'm not really well placed.
There are many people looking through that lens.
Okay, so
there's many people at home looking at you.
So maybe for the second panel I'll change seats. So that was a bit the idea behind it. And of course, in the meantime, what happened now is that Europe isn't boring anymore. You know, and
that's the good news.
And that's not really good news, and that's a scary part of it, because and also that's also something that we have to be a bit scared of. We're all part of a bubble. You know, people who are here tonight, they're obviously, we always talk about filter bubbles and stuff, and the national populists, you know, they're in their bubble and they only listen to all kind of news and stuff. But we obviously also are. And that's a European bubble, and you know, we believe in Europe in a very strong way, but we also have some beliefs that are not really shared by a broad majority of the population, or at least of the European population. And I think one of the really scary things I've seen over the last maybe 3 months, I mean, since the war started, is this, and before with COVID, this kind of European policy wonk glee, because, you know, finally we're getting together, and finally, Germany's decided to invest 2% of its budget on military expenses, and finally everybody got it. You know how important it is that we are going back into history and not anymore into this post-historical dimension where we used to live in, and where we thought that every conflict could be managed and dealt with legal agreements and contracts and trade agreements, and we're back into history. But all this, I think, is part of the scary part of what we're going through. And I understand that from a European policy wonk perspective, it might be a good thing, because you finally have all kind of ways and incentives to do things. But it's scary, and also at the same time, I don't think we should overestimate the European sentiment. Even the very interesting research that was presented before, it tells us something very clear. I mean, yes, of course. I mean, first of all, people don't care so much about Europe. They didn't care so much about Europe before, and they care a little bit more now, within a broader existential crisis, between a much broader realignment. And this opens a window of opportunity for Europe. There's no doubt that the window of opportunity is there. But we also have many chances to waste that. And we are still moving in an environment that is very uncertain and very worrisome. Today, and then I can take the floor and keep talking. So I will obviously stop at one point.
We have ample time here, but I was asking you, what would be the most important advice if you say 7 ideas? Which, if you have to pick one? So you're saying it's scary because there's a return of history, because we can do things wrong. Yes, we can, but we can do things right as well. So if we have to choose one.
Yeah, well, for example, the second one, since Olivier is somehow representing the first one, because the first one was kind of inspired by the Roosevelt New Deal. He had a writer's project, and that was a big project for actually making a self-portrait of Europe done by writers and artists and stuff. But Olivier's project is somehow along those lines. So I will maybe leave it to him to talk about that. But I think that's really crucial, actually, what he's doing. But the second one, just to follow the order, is...
We're not going to do all 7.
No, I'm just going to do the second one, and just for 35 seconds. And it actually comes from a quote by Stefan Zweig, who was invited at the Paul Valéry conference in 1933 about the spirit of Europe in Paris. And he actually was underlining 33 is obviously a crucial year in European history, and how much weaker and less passionate and less appealing the European idea was in comparison to the resurgence of nationalist impulses that was taking place back then. And of course, we're witnessing this again, and we're, for example, witnessing on social media. And we're witnessing in the social media environment, and this was even true before, of course, before the last phase. And so the idea was a meme factory for Europe. And the way it's done, for example, in Taiwan they have to face a very, they're just in front of China, and they're defending this fragile democracy in front of this Chinese behemoth. And they're so smart in harnessing even social media and ways of communicating in a passionate and involving way their messages. And Europe is so bad at this, so it's so banal to say it here again. To say it in front of this audience is almost redundant. But that was one of the ideas that I think was important.
A meme factory, yeah. And that might be a task for artists and creatives, at least. We tried to do the same thing a few years ago here in the Bali by making a Eurolab with Wolfgang Tielemans and Rem Koolhaas generating images done by artists to counter and to deepen the idea of Europe. I can't say we've been very, very effective with it, but although we worked for a whole week with 40 people from all over Europe with it.
That might not be enough.
The task for artists, if I can come to you, Sofia Kova. Maybe first, you are an artist.
I am.
You're working with your own creativity and making things yourself. How did you manage to live through 2 years of lockdowns and COVID as an artist? Was it a creative period, or was it?
I got stuck in Ukraine for the first 2 months of pandemic. So I was in Kiev actually when everything started, and I came to Kiev with a crew of Dutch artists. Well, they almost arrived. I arrived a week before to do a project in Ukraine, in Kiev, in Mistecki Arsenal, which is the old weapon arsenal, and now it's a contemporary art museum. And we were about to start a project, and then the lockdown started a day they're supposed to be arriving. So I got stuck in, and they got stuck out in Netherlands. So my lockdown started with a big disappointment because the project never happened, and I got stuck with my parents for 2 months.
Oh my God.
It was a great addition. For me, somehow, lockdown was a lot about writing and grant applications and about preparing projects more than realizing it. What was interesting in pandemic for me, I had a residency with Izolatia, which is an art center currently in Kiev, but which is originally from Donetsk, and they've been now for 7 years in exile in Kiev because the space is occupied, and it's a torture place in Donetsk where they used to be residing. And then they were doing a program during pandemic, which was supposed to be a big
Was that a coincidence, or was that done on purpose to turn an art space into?
I actually don't know this. It's called Isolation, the space, and now it's still called Isolation.
Grim.
But the project was called Landscape as a Monument, and it was focused on Donbas region and Donbas landscape and re-understanding it, which was great in pandemic. We actually could have people from Donetsk joining the conversation and joining the residency, and artists who were in Donetsk, in the military state, who were having curfews back then and being in a very oppressed situation. They could join and actually participate. We had lots of artists from Ukraine and international artists, and that was a great pandemic experience, because it's actually connected me to back home and to the area which I'd never been in Ukraine. And we were developing a project regarding exactly the places you cannot be physically present. And we did an AR project with workshops with Ukrainian people and people from the Donetsk area, which never got released in the end, but it was a great process of discovery. So that was my great pandemic experience, which I would never be able to experience without it.
And then I'm asking you about the pandemic, and then there's suddenly, well, there was a war a long time, but for us there's suddenly a war. Does that, would you say, working with a Donetsk art space, would you say that it's a big change for you, or is it just that we European Union Europeans just realized that there's a war going on? Is it for you a big difference?
Well, we cannot say that the war just started. Wouldn't be correct. For me, of course, it's a huge change. We knew what was happening. I was 16 when Maidan was going on, and then I lived in Kiev with my parents, and then our apartment building and my parents' restaurant is on Maidan Square. So I've been there for a whole year. That was another experience. That was a lot, and it was very visible. And then there's also, again, there was European and universal attention to this, and then it's kind of disappeared and dissolved. And there was still problems, but you also could not really feel it in the country or in the cultural sector. It was keep happening. It was very active. So, of course, now it's a huge change. And for me, it's as difficult as, for me, it's also as difficult as for you. It's also very new.
Yeah.
Because we knew that something could happen, and of course it was not super easy, but it's totally different right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And if we talk about Europe Day and actually what, will this bring maybe, and I might be a policy wonk or European policy wonk, or would this bring, back sort of a moment in which we realize that we can actually use Europe that's there for a purpose, or is it way too early in your mind to talk about sort of those kind of things?
I have to say, I'm still processing the fact that the 9th of May, it's a victory day for post-Soviet Union,
Mm-hmm.
and also because of all the attachment to the to the Second World War, everybody was waiting for every kinds of actions today in Ukraine.
Yeah, from Russia. From Russia.
We were expecting, and now I'm originally from Odessa. Odessa have been bombed since yesterday and today constantly. I keep getting notifications on my phone and it keeps happening, and we were all expecting something. There are parades happening in occupied territories, victory parades for Second World War. So in contrast with this, sitting here in the Europe Day in the Bali, it's quite interesting. So that's very polarizing.
You use a sort of a neutral word, interesting. And would you say it's... could you elaborate a little bit on that? Because you say it's polarizing. In what way?
It's just two realities. It's like we can talk about European solidarity and we can talk about things which will matter a little bit later. Or which still matter, and we need to support Ukraine and Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian heritage and Ukrainian artists right now. But then sometimes, for me at least, it's as important as what I do. I'm involved in culture, but sometimes it feels a bit less urgent than I get notifications about bombings. So there's a bit of a discrepancy on my feelings regarding these topics, and also what we're talking about Europe and European solidarity today and what we can do. Sometimes it's like, I don't know where to look first, to what exactly happening right now and how to manage this, or how we can actually build the future.
Yeah.
So it's kind of,
yeah, I understand. Yeah.
It's a bit of my question, not really an answer, but something I'm...
Sorry?
It's more my question than an answer. I'm a bit puzzled by this.
Yeah, but questions are maybe more important than answers, because it will bring us maybe to ideas and places which we need to develop.
Exactly. That's also why we're here today, to talk and to question and think together what we can do for the future and for Europe.
Yeah. And you're saying Ukrainian art and culture.
Yeah.
Would you equate Ukrainian art and culture to European, or is that something, two different things, or is it one thing? Or
I hope so. I really hope so.
What do you hope?
That it's European.
Yeah.
That we are part of this context. And as we see now and here today, we talk a lot about Ukraine. So finally, we recognize Ukraine as part of the European context. But it's always not always the case. No. A lot when we refer to, say, Europe, we refer to European Union, where Ukraine is not part of, or we disregard post-Soviet spaces, or post-Soviet countries. We discard Belarus, which is also European. We discard Moldova, which is also Europe. And so it's great, and it's not great because it happens. It's being accepted because of the war and all this, what's going on right now, but it needs to be part of the European conversation. And it needs to be focused that it's part of Europe and it's part of European culture.
Yeah, it's part of European space, and it's not post-Soviet space, it's European space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it also needs to be referred as not post-Soviet, as Ukrainian, as Belarus, as separated, not to, again, to kind of put an umbrella over it, which also has a connotation with being part of Russia, and just kind of continue this narrative about Soviet times, which has to be very clearly separated and respected within European context.
And if it comes to the meme fabric, the idea of countering the totalitarian moment we're in, or the totalitarian narratives which are being pushed around maybe by big tech or by big states. And Taiwan is an impressive example of, as long as they not at war, but at the moment it's an impressive example. But would you? And I think a lot depends on how Europe and the world reacts to what's happening to Ukraine for the future of Taiwan. But that's a different topic. What would you think that there's space or there's a possibility for artists to participate or partake in something like a meme fabric or countering totalitarian narratives?
I think there's a lot of happening, actually. There's a lot of art being created. There's a lot of it also on social media, on Instagram use of it. It happens with the response of war or images or constructed narratives and images created by artists to process certain events or process certain information, which is actually very useful in communicating and reflecting on particular events. There's good examples of this, of artists from Odessa, Ekaterina Lisavenko, who does a lot about rape and what's happening in Ukraine from a female perspective. And there's Alevtina Kahidze, who does fantastic also. They're very meme-like images and drawings representing particular events which are happening now. So there's, of course, it's happening a lot, and it's great to have artists actually reflecting and working and being able to produce works in this time and actually be very spot on regarding this and having a first-hand experience of their being in Ukraine.
Yeah, so yes, there.
Yes, there is. Yes, it's a simple answer. Yes.
There is a possibility, maybe.
There is a possibility.
Yeah. Thank you. And do participate if you want to break the conversation. But Olivier, if I'm not mistaken, you've tried to draw a self-portrait of Europe in an artistic way. Is that a correct way of describing your project?
It's not wrong.
It's not
pretty
wrong.
Correct.
Okay, that's a good start.
Well, I asked. Well, I mean, this is for the French presidency of the Council of the European Union, and this book would never have been possible without the French presidency, because an editor,
now, at this moment,
which is now till the end of June, because an editor would never have invested so much money. Because, as Giuliano said, if you write about Europe, basically you have more or less no chance to sell any book. Mm-hmm. So without public funding, such a book, unfortunately, wouldn't be possible. That said, I asked 27 authors, one author per member state, to write a text, non-fiction, fiction text, about a place in their own country which has a relationship, a link to European culture or European history. And otherwise they were completely free. So they would choose a place, something personal, something more historical, a lieu de mémoire, everything was possible. And at the end you have 27 texts, and they tell a kind of the reality, or maybe the zeitgeist, the spirit of the time before the war. I think this is very important. I think they tell us what was the mindset of Europe at the end of a time which started the 9th of November 1989 with the fall of the wall. 32, 33 years after, what was the state of mind of Europe? And I was very lucky because, I asked these authors, but I couldn't control. They're free. You were asking artists about meme factory, and I think when you give freedom to artists, they produce things. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But I was very lucky because they produce very good texts. And basically you can divide, there are 7 chapters in the book, Le Grand Tour, but basically you have 2 main parts. The first one, I was surprised, I was not surprised. It's about the ghosts of the 20th century. The monsters of Europe. Some texts deal about the Holocaust, some texts deal about the communist time in Eastern Europe. This cultural genocide which happened in Eastern Europe that we, Western Europeans, didn't recognize enough, I think. we can speak about this later, but I think this is very important. The Italian writer writes about fascism, the Portuguese writer writes about, not only, but part of the text is about slavery. The Cypriot writes about the invasion by the Turks in 1974. So basically all the monsters of European history. And the rest, because there is a second part, it's about, I would say, the common places of Europe. Basically, all the things which defined the European landscape, the train station, the museum, the archaeological site, the cafes, of course, the sea resort, all these kind of things that you find everywhere in Europe. So you have these two parts, and basically it gives you a kind of a precise idea of the European landscape and also European memory before the war.
Mm-hmm.
Always precise this because the book was produced at the second semester of 21, and it was just published 1 week after the beginning of the war.
So it's 1989 until 2022.
This is what I think, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I think, and when
Let's hope that 22 is not as an ominous date as 1933, but still, it's a big change.
Well, we don't know, but for sure, this is a big change in European history. It's a big change in history because we have, I mean, for something like 30 years, we didn't know exactly where we were going, and we didn't know who were our enemies. I mean, we have to recognize that, I mean, the Schuman Declaration, everything which happened between the 50s and the end of the 80s, I mean, we had a common enemy, which was the Soviet Union. And without this common enemy, Europe would have not grown that quickly. I mean, that was a very strong pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And during 30 years, we were in a kind of a void. We didn't know exactly where to go, what to do. I mean, at least the head of state. And basically, there was no big project in Europe between the 90s.
It looked like Francis Fukuyama was right. So we were sort of in between, end of history, no purpose.
I don't know if Fukuyama was right,
no,
but
it looked like. Yeah.
But I mean, Europeans wanted to believe in Fukuyama, and I think the Europeans were the only one to believe in Fukuyama because it was very practical, basically. I mean, the idea was to become.
That's very nicely put. Yeah.
The idea was to become a big Switzerland. I mean, rich, people can travel, people can consume. Basically, we are the Americans to protect us, but we don't really
nice watches, chocolate, and bankers.
Exactly, and money, and travel, and leisure, and pleasure, and all this kind of easy life, this EasyJet way of life. We believed, most of people believed or wanted to believe in it. Even if there were, I mean, this period maybe lasted 10 years, basically the 90s. But with what happened on September 11, there was a clear message. I mean, the world is dangerous, and I've always been dangerous. But we still wanted to believe in this.
Nobody really heard it, no.
We didn't want to, because it was very practical. And it's also easier to sell for elections. Of course.
And coming back to your project and the way Giuliano put it, because he said, I pressed him to choose one thing which would be really
I read his
practical.
paper.
And then he said, well, the first one, a self-portrait. Yes. Maybe your project would be a good example of it. Why is it so important to have a self-portrait?
Well, it's very. I mean, I think it's kind of easy, I would say.
Would you agree with that? It's very important, and why would it be important?
Well, I wouldn't say it's not important, considering what I've done.
No, exactly. That's why I'm asking you.
No, but what is very important, I think, what was built since the 50s is a very practical, economic, a bit political, little bit military union. But it's not a union made of flesh, of faces, of landscapes, of pleasures. I mean, this part of Europe was completely given up. I mean,
the part which is about
the very idea of a daily Europe somehow. We have a Europe which is very good for business, which is an amazing creation of rights and legal stuff. It's a very interesting political object. Not easy to define, but it's a very interesting political object. And maybe it's going to be a military power, maybe. We hope so. But that's one thing. The other thing is Europe on a daily basis. What is Europe for us? Europe is a reality. But the creation which was created, the last 70 years, was not made out of this. I always give a few examples. Our banknotes. This is crazy.
The euro banknotes.
Yes, exactly. What do we have on our banknotes?
Fake bridges.
Nothing. A void.
Yeah.
Why?
Computer
exactly.
Styled fake bridges.
Yeah. This is a neurosis. It's a neurosis.
Yeah.
It's completely neurotic.
What's so neurotic about this example? I think I understand you, but it's nice to explain.
You can't go anywhere if you don't know where you're from. When you start a psychoanalysis, this is the beginning, the very, 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 very beginning. Just say who you are, and then maybe you will know better where you're going. We don't want to know where we're from.
So that's why we need a self-portrait.
We know. But this was not defined by the European Union. The European Union doesn't want to touch all these issues, strangely.
Yeah.
So basically we have a void. I will also give another example.
It's a wonderful example. It makes it very clear.
It's a very, very important... Yeah. Europe produced hundreds, thousands of genius. Thousands.
Of what?
Of geniuses. Musicians, writers,
geniuses.
painters.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
All kind of geniuses.
Yeah.
And we decided to put fake bridges on our banknotes. This is crazy.
Interesting choice. Yeah.
And it says everything about the European project till now. Why don't we have Mozart or Beethoven or whoever?
Foucault or whatever.
Whoever. We could also have a kind of a game on internet. To choose the people who want our banknotes, for instance. That would be a possibility. I give you another example. In Brussels, there is a statue which is supposed to be the symbol of the European adventure.
Adventure.
What is this statue about? You have a blind guy falling into the void. L'homme qui marche. This is amazing. In America, you have the Statue of Liberty, and we have in Europe a blind guy falling into the void. What does it mean? It's fantastic. This is part of the European neurosis. In 2005, when they prepared the Constitution of Europe, all the heads of states fought for months and months about the European heritage. Is it so difficult to speak about our heritage? You just need to walk around Europe, drive along Europe, and it's very easy to define. And that doesn't mean, of course we were Christians, but we're not only Christians, we're also a bit Muslims in the southeast and the southwest of Europe. Then there was the Renaissance and then the Enlightenment and so on and so on. This is a fantastic transnational history. Why wasn't it put in the treaties? Why are we so afraid of ourselves? And I think this is, the book is a little piece about this. Just to give faces, fates, landscapes about the reality of Europe. This is very important. And this is, I think, the only way how we, all these people here around, because we're all pro-Europeans or Europeans, will touch the other parts of the population, which doesn't feel concerned by Europe, or which even think that Europe is a kind of antagonistic to them. The princess talked about a narrative. There is no European narrative for now. And this is what is missing, one of the biggest things which is missing. So this autoportrait is an embryo of this ambition, I would say.
Very well and nicely explained why it's important to have a self-portrait, to know yourself, to know where you're coming, instead of thinking that you're coming from nowhere. Actually, L'Homme qui marche, they might have well have put the wonderful statue by Rodin, L'Homme qui marche. It's a wonderful statue. It's in his museum in Paris. They could have put it there.
For instance,
it's called L'Homme qui marche.
But the other one doesn't march very well.
Yes, I think you were raising your finger at one point. I don't want to cut you short.
Because I think what's important about what Olivier is saying is that to do what he's doing and to do a self-portrait of Europe that means something, you have to accept conflict. You have to accept transgression. You have to accept that some people will get mad. You have to accept that the picture will not necessarily be pretty or that everybody will agree. You have to accept, if you want to put a face on a banknote, you have to accept that some people will disagree and they will say, why did you put this guy instead of this woman or this other person? And this is what the European Union's been wanting to avoid, of course. So they've been looking for this kind of neutral identity where, you know, you have an hymn, but you don't have words, so many examples could be made of this. But this produces no energy, basically. And so what happens is that the only ideas that have energy and produce energy and debate a thing are the nationalist and the narratives. And the European idea, because it's refusing conflict, because it's refusing all that. That's why also, you know, when Olivier says we have a longer history, of course we have a longer history, and that's, Luc van Middelaar's been writing about this, you know, we pretend that European history started in 1950, and that's actually what we're celebrating today. But of course, European history didn't start in 1950. But the problem is, if you go further back,
it becomes problematic and you need to discuss it.
Of course, terrible problems come up. So it's easier to pretend that European history started in 1950. But if you only pretend that, then you're lacking so much of the whole, and you're now facing other forces, both political, nationalist, even within Europe and outside Europe, that are mobilizing all those forces and energies and things. And if we're still in this kind of shallow understanding of what Europe means, both in historical terms and in dialectical kind of conflict ways, well, you know, we just won't have enough energy and won't be able to mobilize enough passion to counter those narratives.
Yuri, if I can say something, I think this is very important, what Giuliano is saying. The European project is very dated. It's a pure 80s project. I mean, the economical part of it, which is the biggest part, is a pure 80s thing. What happened since the 80s, I mean, of course, we had the globalization. The globalization created a huge identity crisis everywhere. And because the European wants to remain completely neutral, as if it was, you know, a project coming from space without hurting anyone, anytime.
Without any smell or...
Basically, this identity crisis is fooled, this void is fooled by the populists, by the nationalists. And this is a huge problem. And you have two parts in this problem. The first part is this neoliberal thing, this neoliberal way of seeing the world from the 90s. Basically, culture was something that you could sell like anything else. But you didn't need to think about it, what it was. And basically, this is how cultural services work in the European Union. This is the main idea. On the other side of the spectrum, the left, at that time, 80s, 90s, beginning of the 21st century, didn't dare to speak about identity. Identity was a bad word. Basically, you couldn't speak about identity, you couldn't speak about civilization. You were perceived not as a fascist, but not far as a fascist. So basically, you had this void. On the right, you were thinking about money, about business. On the left, you couldn't think or say too much about identity. So what happened? In the void, of course, the nationalists took power of this identity. And now we're running after the extreme right everywhere in Europe. Because some didn't dare to speak or some were not interested. And the European Union is not filling this void. Because it's a shallow project in that perspective. Because it's always, they have so much fear about hurting anyone. We have the most delicate heads of state in the world. They don't want to hurt anyone. They don't want to hurt each other within the union. They don't want to hurt anyone outside. This is crazy. And we need a narrative. And basically, when we think about this, I mean, all this European project was created, of course, because of the second 30 Years' War, 1914, 1945. But our history can just lead to this period. I mean, we have a very long European history where we did some fantastic things in Europe. This idea of transgression is very important for the European culture. And I mean, we have transgression from paganism to Christianity to Enlightenment. We have this transgression of, in literature, the invention of irony, for instance. But we have also the bad aspects of transgression, the transgression of nature with industry. This is a question mark. We have this transgression of other cultures with imperialism. But this very idea of transgression is extremely interesting. I mean, basically everything is there, and at a certain time, I hope that the heads of state and the parliamentarians and we from the civil society will dare to use all this part. I mean, just to speak about this identity, just to create debates, and then to transmit this history through education, which is very important. I think it's crazy that 72 years after the Schuman Declaration, we still don't have a common, I don't know, European civic education course in Europe. At least 1 hour for every kid in Europe. I mean, just the basics of European history. This is crazy.
So there's a lot to do, and I like to widen where to start. I like to widen this discussion and going into the very urgent and topical war in Ukraine, and invite two more speakers to the table in the panel. There's Maria Lavajova. A very warm welcome to you, Maria. If you can join us here. Founder and artistic director of BAC, Contemporary Art Center in Utrecht. Welcome. One of your well-known projects is the former West. I remember very well. Welcome, and also Vasil Cheripanim. I can see you over there at the screen, Vasil. Very warm welcome to you as well. Can you see and hear us, Vasil?
Yeah, perfectly. And do you hear me well?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, we can. Vasil Cheripanim holds a PhD in philosophy and has lectured at the National University in Kiev, joining us from the Ukraine right now. Also the head of the Visual Cultural Research Center, which indeed is one of the laureates. You are one of the laureates of the Princess Margriet Award, and also a curator of the Kiev Biennale. Welcome to you, Vasil. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, and you still look the same, which is good to see. Maybe, Vasil, can I start out with you on the other end of our continent? If you were listening in to most of the earlier conversation, and I was wondering, from outside of the European Union, but from very much inside the European culture, you know, how do you listen to this conversation and about the sort of tasteless and cultural identity without any smell we've been building around the whole idea of a European Union? Would you agree with that, or and how do you look upon that?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, let me, Your Royal Highness, my dear colleagues, friends and partners, I'm really very delighted that you are having also me tonight. And first of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude because I perceive my participation as a genuine solidarity gesture. So thank you very, very much. So with regards to identity and culture, that this discussion has been circulating around, I would like to make, just using this opportunity again, to make several points, since I'm not sure that I can interrupt the debate as effectively as those around the table, though I miss Amsterdam context and this beautiful place of the Bali so much. So thank you again for having me. So first of all, with regards to identity and culture, I would like to start off by saying that though me, myself, I'm coming basically from the cultural studies background, as a university teacher and also as a person who has been running the cultural institution since 2008. But at the same time, I think under the current conditions, I just have no right, or I just cannot pretend that I'm still within some cultural framework at the moment. Just because cultural life in a cultural field, even in a usual public sense, unfortunately was finished on the 24th of February this year. And I'm basically very privileged to join you today because I still have light here and running water and pretty good internet connection, as you see. Unlike my millions of my compatriots. And that's only possible only thanks to the Ukrainian military who are keeping the front line in the south, in the east, and in the north of Ukraine. But also I think this is very much applicable to you as well, to this honorable gathering. Because if not the Ukrainian military, I think you in Amsterdam would also face a bit different urgency at the moment, and perhaps not speaking about Europe's Day, but a bit different perspective, I would say. So in that regard, if we are discussing this kind of cultural perspective or identical perspective or cultural deal, as you call it, for Europe, as far as Ukraine is concerned in this regard, I would say that it's yeah, though I'm coming from the cultural field myself, I would say here that culture is basically not enough, especially with regards to Ukraine, because it's rather about not only cultural, but also economic, political, social, institutional, energy, one big all-encompassing deal for Ukraine. Because I think that's already, if not today, then when, that the EU should basically and finally put a full stop to end this constant foot dragging with regards to Ukraine and finally recognize Ukraine in a legal, literal sense as part of the European Union. That would be the most helpful gesture from the side of the Union under the current catastrophic conditions. And I'm speaking this really very literally, though I don't represent the state, of course. But at the same time, just some several points also to mention, because today is Europe Day, but as we know, it's coming after the commemoration day, like yesterday, right? And I think it's especially this year, unfortunately, that we have to sort of face the obvious in front of this war catastrophe and say that it's not just these sort of populist, divisive forces or narratives which are working against our common future that you already discussed, though they do exist and they do work against our common future. But we have to also to recognize and to acknowledge that it is exactly the Europe's mainstream, the core of Europe, that has failed, unfortunately. So we have to answer honestly to ourselves this basic question: why Europe's never again, which has been a basic stone of the Union since 1945, basically, I mean, in prospect, hasn't worked out? Why only again that remained today? And how could European Union allow this to happen again? And now it's being threatened by fascism again. Only this time it's coming from the Russian state side, not from the German side. And also in this regard, let's not forget, and I think this is a crucial moment to take into account, that it's not by occasion that the Kremlin used the terminology of denazification and demilitarization to absurdly justify its war against Ukraine. It's not by occasion because it has been deliberately repurposing the vocabulary which had referred to Nazism defeat to legitimize, on the one hand, its own fascist military dictatorship, but on the other hand, this is exactly aimed at to repurpose the Nazism defeat, because this is the only event which allowed the European Union to come to existence. Because without this Nazism defeat, European Union would simply be impossible. So I think that's why, exactly why this war is not just against Ukraine, but against Europe as such, because everything that the Russian Federation is doing at the moment is not just, it is hitting Ukraine as a soft spot of Europe, but it is the European Union which allows this to take place. But everything that the Kremlin is doing is exactly aimed at dismantling the institutional order, legal categories, and political practices that the European continent at large has been based on since the last of the end of the Second World War. So I think let's also, I'm sorry, but let's be in a way blunt here. Please. Because the idea of United Europe, but also United Europe as such, as a political phenomenon, should have tackled this already earlier. And this existential, really, in a very literal sense, challenge, which has been unseen for decades. But what we have seen instead, after the full-scale invasion, because I'm saying full-scale because the war itself has been going on for already 8 years. And the Netherlands know this very well, because we, with Ukraine, you and we share victims in the same war. I mean, of course, MH17 Malaysian airplane. So, I mean, what instead we saw that the European Union, unfortunately, just resorted to some miserable trading. We all know these rhetorics, right? We can give you only 7 tanks, not 10, because if we give you 10, it would be seen as a kind of an escalation by the Kremlin. This is just a really very tragic moment, I think, just because the European Union still behaves as if this war is somebody else's war, as if it's not a European war. And this can lead to a really very tragic moment in a very literal sense, because it can end up in total moral bankruptcy of the European project. That's what I'm afraid of. Because, you know, we all know, of course, especially in Ukraine, we learned that this, no NATO intervention argument. We know this nuclear blackmail imposed by the Russian Federation and so on. But let's, for a moment, for instance, project the current Ukrainian realities, for instance, on the Netherlands. I'm also saying that because the Netherlands had the experience with Rotterdam, right, in the context of the Second World War. So just imagine that, for instance, on the everyday basis, and I'm not speaking metaphorically, unfortunately, that on the very everyday basis, you discover mass graves with tortured and killed Dutch people around Amsterdam. That instead of Utrecht, which is 70% ruined, you have a kind of a huge filtration camp. Yes, I'm not exaggerating. That's exactly the term they use today, a filtration camp, where in order to survive, people have, and in order to get some food, people have to gather corpses of their neighbors and put them into mobile crematoria, because the occupants want to hide evidences of the massacre that they conducted. And imagine that, I don't know, that Groningen is 70% or 90% ruined by bombardments and almost doesn't exist at all. So in this sense, you know, obviously what we learned that for many, many reasons, some of them were already mentioned today by our honorable colleagues. But this is obvious, and we learned this in Ukraine, that the European Union as a force, simply for military reasons, for other reasons, has no courage to directly step in and prevent further atrocities. Yeah.
I'm going to interrupt you, and you're right, it's difficult to interrupt a discussion from outside if you're on the Zoom, so that's why I let you talk for a while, because you are absolutely right, it's difficult to join into a conversation from that side. But you're making these are my words, but if I can put your words into, you're making a very strong point that in a way, this war proves the bankruptcy of the European project, because we're no longer able to provide peace and to defend the core values on which the European project was built. And so it's targeted not only at Ukrainian citizens and at the Ukrainian state, but at the core idea, you would say, of the European Union. Maria, if I can have you come into the conversation. If you listen to Vasil and his maybe cry from the heart and cry from the depth, de profundis, unmasking, you could say, of what we are as Europeans, what would be your take on the fact that this war may be or might be proving the bankruptcy of the whole idea of Europe? I can go to others
words,
first,
of course, and I'm going to trust on your understanding about that. And of course, from 24th of February onwards, but long before that, I've been trying to find ways how to navigate between some sort of utopianism of hope and negativism of despair. So, together with my students, I was trying to build a vocabulary, some sort of terminology that would help us understand what is to be done, what can we do as artists, as intellectuals, as culture practitioners that is meaningful at this very moment. We came with a number of terms, but I think the most important to replace both hope and despair was the word disillusionment. And we came across a positive definition of the word disillusionment by Rebecca Solnit, who suggested that we need to move forward without illusions. Because I think the European project has been some sort of an illusion. And I think it was said here with different, slightly more hopeful vocabulary or dictionary, but I think we need to take this notion of disillusionment as a possibility, a small opening, small interstice for us, before us, to move forward, but then without illusions. We need to land back into reality and ask that intense question, now what? And of course, in the art field, I tend to think in two temporalities. One is the immediate temporality, which I name resistance. We need to resist. We need to organize, and do whatever is possible. Organizing help, organizing funds, organizing place for people to stay. Organize. But with that, we also need to organize knowledge about the current situation. I'm not necessarily sure that we need one European narrative. I think every big narrative is a potentially dangerous narrative. But I think we need to quite seriously rethink how we think about ourselves. Our complicity in the situation, not just European Union, but of course Europe. I think those two terms shouldn't be used interchangeably. but to think our complicity in the current situation, in past and present colonialism, imperialisms, and what have you. Because when we talk about Europe, we tend to throw a blind eye on less than positive realities, and forget to think about the fact that when you say Europe, at some places of the world, people understand colonialism. And I think we need to dig again through this sort of histories and find again new vocabulary through which we can narrate histories and imagine futures. Speaking of which, through my education, I understood that the colonial discourse and the discourse of imperialism could not be applied on Russia. I learned otherwise. I think.
When you were at school, you mean?
At school, yeah. In then communist Czechoslovakia.
Mm-hmm.
But even recently, Oleksiy Radinsky, who is a Ukrainian filmmaker, who was Bach Fellow in 2019-2020, I remember when he presented his project, he said we need to talk about decolonizing in respect to Russian.
Mm-hmm. The Russian Empire, the Russian colonial.
I was very doubtful, and just 3 days before war, we exchanged emails, and he wrote me quite literally. These days, I often think back to our brief conversation about decolonial thinking in the context of Russia and Ukraine, whether its application could be possible, whether it is applicable, and I guess it would be much easier for you to understand and prove now that it is. And so what we have is
and what would have been your answer, or what was your answer?
My answer, maybe not verbally, but in terms of action, was to actually study the notion of colonialism in relation to Russia. And I arrived in extraordinary findings, specifically the writings of U.S. scholar Kimberly St. Julian Varnon, who is talking about colonialism of course, Tsarist Russia, etc., etc. And I think we don't take this seriously. As to, again, education, this was mentioned here, how we teach ourselves and our children about this. And so I leave the resistance part here, but it's really urgent and now, and we need to really deal with it. But I think in the field of culture, there's another temporality. The question is, when is what urgent? I think you presented it. It doesn't feel urgent, and I agree.
But we also talk about, we all talk about Europe here, and then as a Ukrainian, it's very hard to be here. Now we talk about Ukraine as part of Europe. We're not part of the European Union. We can't freely move here. It's extremely difficult to be mobile, to work here, to come here for projects, even without a war. So it feels not inclusive towards places outside of the European Union, which you consider Europe.
To be honest, it's kind of weird, in fact, our discussion, in a sense that we're talking...
Why?
Because we're talking about a country in emergency. I mean, we're talking about a country which is attacked. I mean, there are hundreds, thousands of deaths every day, torture. And on the other hand, we're talking about European culture, how we could speak about a European education and a neurotic Europe. I mean, we're talking about two temporalities completely different. I mean, one is a full emergency, which is an historical emergency.
Yeah.
And the other one is something we've been talking about without being heard, in fact, for years or even decades. And the gap between the two is extremely strong. I mean, I think everyone can feel it.
But if I interpreted you right, I'm going to Vasil and then to you, Maria. Vasil, I saw your remark, and thank you for pointing this out. But if I'm interpreting you right, there is a huge connection between the fact that we didn't look upon the reality of our history, upon the history we have been living through about imperialism, colonialism, Second World War, the darker sides, and the fact that we're not able, at least that's how I'm interpreting what you're saying, we're not able to recognize that this emergency is coming from the fact that we have imagined ourselves to be born in 1950, to use the Benedict Anderson phrase, imagined communities, but we imagined it started in the 50s. And there is, if I interpreted you right, there is a connection between those very real emergency and those very real idea of what Europe is about. Vasil, at least that's how I'm experiencing what you're saying, but I might be interpreting too much. Vasil, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just a short note with regards to colonialism, what Maria mentioned. I mean that let's not forget that these, because it's very much also about these two realities that Olivia mentioned as well. Because let's not forget that for the last centuries, Ukrainian culture has been not just placed in the Russian imperial shadow, but has been simply robbed of its heritage and modern actuality and forcefully provincialized. And all that till now has been done with the full support and acceptance of the West, which is now very willing to follow a decolonial trend, but is totally blind on the matter outside its own bubble, as it was towards its own past not long ago. And now what we see, that Ukrainian museums and cultural sites are looted and deliberately destroyed by the Russian military, the vanguard force of Russian cultural colonialism. And as for these two realities that Olivia mentioned, I think they overlap a lot. Because let's not forget that it's pretty like the situation that the United Europeans are observing the unbearable in Ukraine, hiding behind the European wall, because the Berlin Wall didn't fall. It just gained another form, as we know. So here is the question. It's not even about only Ukraine, but how these observing of the unbearable affect your society. What does it do to the condition of the Western democracy? What kind of democratic society we can claim or we can get as an outcome if continuous war disasters always appear not unbearable enough to directly act and stop them?
Thank
you. So if we really think,
Thank you, Vasil. I'm going to cut you short.
Okay.
Maria, you were saying...
Yeah, I wanted to say that regarding the two temporalities, if the immediacy requires resistance and radical action, I think that other temporality, my proposal would be to shift from resistance to re-existence. And this is where the space of art without illusion, so this is not utopianism of hope, but it's quite realistic thinking about how things are, imagining how they could be otherwise, and then doing everything possible to accommodate that imaginary. And that imaginary could and should be about what that other notion of democracy needs be actually in this current circumstances. So this is where in the space of art, I think there is a toolbox that could and should be implemented and offered. But again, it's to a great extent contains learning, contains learning with one another. It's not a single narrative, it's multiple narrative. It's not an individual, it's not an independency, it's interdependency, which we recognize within this space of re-existence, kind of pre-enacting another world. I think this is the only way, and it sounds very dreamy, and I don't mean it like that, but I think we need to operate these two possibilities at the same time, resistance and re-existence. What cannot be imagined cannot be built. And I think this is what we need to take very seriously in our field.
So all of you raising a finger, Sophia.
It was kind of floating, and there was many thoughts. No, we just you mentioned that we were talking about European culture, and we talk about country at war and emergency, but we're not talking about how can we help Ukrainian cultural community, which is, Vasil has mentioned, does not exist because of the state. But there's still people, there's still artworks, there's still museums which are looted, which are bombed, which are completely destroyed. There are artists who used to earn their money and their living with producing works and projects and then cannot do this anymore. And then how do we implement it? How do we implement European solidarity for culture sector? For people who actually need it, who need to be recognized here, who are now moved away from where are, or as Vasil, they are still in Ukraine, and they need support. And we're not talking about this. We're not talking about immediate actions of how we can help this particular people. And if we're talking about culture sector, this is what we all do, how we can help the same sector in a country which is at war, which is a European country at war. And how we can save those museums, save those artworks, make sure they don't get destroyed, at least try to protect it and try to protect people who are involved in this. So yes, if you have any...
But you already presented before our talk, you've done lots of fundraisers, because this I don't know whether this can be talked about in general terms.
Yeah.
There's enormous solidarity going on. It's never enough. But you yourself did a couple of fundraisers.
Yeah, we did collect money for Museum Crisis Center, which helps museums and to evacuate artworks. Also, Ukrainian Emergency Art Fund. We were doing a fundraiser W139 last month. But still, it's not enough, as you're saying. And it's still, as one was still saying, that there's no culture anymore. It's not important anymore. But there's still people who need this, who need support.
But if I can add something to this terribly difficult discussion, so it's really one of the toughest that I've ever participated in, and that's also because of what Olivier was saying. I mean, the plans are too different. But one thing I'm sure of is that culture is at the center of this war, and that it's a mistake for artists or people involved in culture to think that, you know, now it's maybe not the time for that, and it's difficult to be in culture in this moment because there are more urgent things. I think, I mean, this was a war that was declared by a rambling historical speech reconstruction by Putin, who kind of declared war by kind of rambling on about Ukrainian history, and when we look at Putin and the wars he's led before, culture has always been important and strategic in the way he operates. If you remember Syria, if you remember Palmyra, and how important Palmyra was. I mean, Palmyra was a place that was taken by ISIS in 2015, and they beheaded 25 foreign fighters there and started destroying like some of the monuments, and Putin put a huge kind of like fire power into retaking Palmyra, and staged a Mariinsky theater concert in 2016 in the Palmyra theater, and he gave a speech there remotely. And then it was taken again by ISIS. And if you look at Ukraine, of course, I mean, we've seen what happened in Mariupol with the bombing of the theater, and this incredible thing that the blue shields that were actually decided in the Hague Convention in 1954. You know, the idea was that even in war, you would, I mean, participating, of course, I don't have to say it to you, but that you would be able to protect monuments and culturally significant heritage sites by putting a blue shield on it so that it wouldn't get destroyed and targeted. These blue shields are now, I mean, they're making it more of a target. I mean, if you put a blue shield on a monument or a site in Ukraine nowadays, you can be sure that it would be targeted doubly by the Russians. And so this, I mean, this also shows how important this component is. And again, we're unprepared for this, you know, so we're still putting blue shields because that's our mentality, but we will need to snap out of this really fast.
I think you have one closing remark, and then I'm going to the last panel. I promised 3 panels.
Yeah, sure. No, just very quickly to this idea of imperialism. I think it's very important, and this is, I think, one of the main reasons between the schism between the eastern part of Europe and the western part of Europe. That the western part of Europe never wanted to understand that behind this idea of socialism, it was pure Russian imperialism. And this is something that we never really wanted to fully recognize. And I was in Bratislava, for instance, 2 weeks ago, and I was with a Slovak writer of the anthology. And he told me the story of Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir in Bratislava in '63. And they were expected by the students because they were stars and philosophers and from the free world. And what Sartre and Beauvoir told these young people, they have to work harder on real socialism, le socialisme réel. And that was a full mistake of misinterpretation between the West and the East. That's one thing. And I think that especially in Western Europe, the intellectuals never really wanted to understand how the people of Eastern Europe suffered so much because of Russians and because of communism. That's one thing. The other thing, very quickly, that we're talking about a culture war. What is the culture of Europe since the war? It's a culture of memories. I mean, Europe is the only continent which has been working on its memory like that. I mean, digging and digging and digging and digging, recognizing its crimes. I mean, the fascists, the colonialists, and so on and so on. Russia has done exactly the opposite. It completely reinvented its history. I mean, there was never any crime under Stalin. There was never any crime under the Soviet Union. There was not even Chernobyl. And this is a complete reinvention of history. So on one part of the continent, you have a full recognition of memories, which is also something which is very difficult for us, I mean, as European people, in fact, to mobilize against something because we deconstructed so much of our history. And on the other hand, you have a country which became a full dictatorship, and as any dictatorship, which is reinventing its past to mobilize all its forces. And this is what's happening in Ukraine now.
Yeah, the specters of history and the undigested parts of history which coming back with vengeance to put it nicely, nip us in the bud, but it's much worse than that, of course. I think what we touched upon about how you can use culture and history to wage war or to not see that fascism is growing under your feet, or that it's, I think that's very important what we touched upon. I'd like to thank you all, the 5 of you, for this intense conversation. I think you're right. It's very, very, very difficult to talk upon these things while we're at war in this continent. It is even more honest and praiseworthy that you do actually, in the open, participate in a conversation like this. Thank you very much, all 5 of you. I'm going to move and ask you. I'm going to ask you to take one of the seats in the front row, and I'm going to move to the last panel. And because now we're moving into the realm of diplomats and to see. I'd like to introduce Gijs de Vries, Davy van der Weert, and Louis Vassy to take one of those 3 seats. Thank you very much for joining me. Gijs de Vries, a former Dutch politician, expert in the subject on international and cultural relations, senior visiting fellow at London School of Economics. Welcome. Davy van der Weert, Ambassador for International Cultural Cooperation in the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome to you too. And Louis Vassy, French Ambassador to the Netherlands and a French diplomat, of course. So we have had an intense conversation on history and the sort of return of the whole cultural war which is raging in Europe, and maybe the démasque of the idea of Europe by the fact that we're not able to prevent anything happening like what's happening in Ukraine at the moment. Maybe to start with you, Gijs de Vries, if I may. We've started out with 7 ideas for a European cultural recovery plan. We've gone into sort of the depth of